I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Speaker, I present the second report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament,
together
with 173 petitions and 8 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. This bumper crop of petitions are the petitions that were requested during the election period and approved by the committee in its first meetings. After 4 weeks gathering signatures, these petitions are now presented to the House. These 173 petitions represent over 80,000 signatures from Australians seeking improvement or change. 12 petitions had over 1,000 signatories each, with topics ranging across health, immigration, foreign affairs and taxation. Over 2,500 Australians would like Steve Irwin to be on the $5 note. After presentation to the House, these petitions will be referred to the relevant minister for a response. The responses are due within 90 days. Ministers are required to provide responses even when the matters relate to decisions or actions of a previous minister or a previous government. The committee appreciates the efforts of ministers and their staff to respond to petitions in a timely way. However, there are a number of petitions that have not yet received a response. Over the next few weeks, the committee will send reminders to ministers with information about any outstanding petitions. Ministerial responses are an essential link in the chain of the petitioning process, and I look forward to presenting more in the future.
And I give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, a motion in relation to data breaches.
I give the call to the member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the motion relating to data breaches in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. And, Mr Speaker, I move this motion on behalf of all Australians who have been impacted and who remain unsure and worried about the extent of very serious cyber breaches that have occurred in recent months, particularly and notably at both Optus and Medibank. Mr Speaker, the silence from the government has been deafening on these breaches. The recent sobering annual threat assessment from the Australian Cyber Security Centre has documented our deteriorating cyber environment and recognised cyberspace as a leading domain for warfare and crime, including extortion, espionage and fraud. The ACS's third annual threat report revealed that it received over 76,000 cybercrime reports last financial year, a 13% increase from the year before. That means the agency is receiving a report every 7 minutes, compared to one every 8 minutes the year before. In government, the Coalition recognised the threat and took decisive action to harden our defences. We invested a record $1.6 billion to strengthen Australia's cyber security defences and meet emerging challenges in order to keep Australians safe. We boosted online safety with $125 million and a range of measures to keep Australians safe online, including the Online Safety Act 2021. We created new capability to identify and block SMS scams at their source. We gave police the powers they needed to police the dark web by passing groundbreaking new laws that allow law enforcement to intercept and disrupt organised criminals, pedophiles and drug pushers on the dark web and to shut down their evil trade. We introduced world-leading legislation to harden the defences of our critical infrastructure and systems of national significance, to ensure the community was better protected against serious cyber incidents. We introduced the ransomware bill referenced in this motion, which we have reintroduced in this parliament, and call on the government to support, which would create tougher penalties for cyber criminals. And importantly, we funded Project Red Spice in the March budget to meet the ongoing challenges we face as a nation. It's critical that Project Red Spice is delivered in full. Red Spice is the single most significant investment to transform the Australian Signals Directorate's offensive and defensive capabilities. That's why last week I joined with my colleagues, the Shadow Minister for Defence and the Shadow Minister for Cybersecurity, to call on the Albanese government to guarantee future funding for offensive and defensive cyber capabilities. The Albanese government should also support the swift passage of the Coalition's ransomware bill, which increases penalties for a range of cybercrimes to give law enforcement, working in conjunction with our intelligence agencies, another tool to pursue cyber criminals. Our bill, which we first introduced earlier this year, would introduce a new standalone offence for all forms of cyber extortion, so that cyber criminals who use ransomware face an increased maximum penalty of 10 years imprisonment. It also introduces a new aggravated offence for cyber criminals seeking to target critical infrastructure, recognising the significant impact on assets that deliver essential services, with a maximum penalty of 25 years imprisonment. And it ensures that law enforcement can monitor and freeze cyber criminals' ill-gotten gains by extending current powers that cover financial institutions to digital currency exchanges. Mr. Speaker, we don't pretend that this bill is a silver bullet, because no such thing exists, but it will present a new deterrent to these cyber criminals, and it is an important part of safeguarding Australians. Labor's absence on ransomware legislation is truly baffling, particularly when an alternate bill had been presented into this House. Now, we on this side of the chamber remain very committed to ensuring that everything that can possibly be done is done to protect Australians. We are also concerned to make sure that Australians are given the information that they need, firstly to be able to protect themselves, but when they have been the subject to a significant data breach or a ransomware attack or any other cybersecurity measure, they are getting the information that they need to protect as much as possible their data.
I give the call to the member for Fisher. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for raising this important and timely issue of cybersecurity, because it is clear from the recent spate of cybersecurity breaches that have had a significant impact on a large number of Australians, whether they were directly affected or not. The breaches have had an impact on their sense of personal security and on their ability to have confidence in the digital systems that we increasingly use to run and coordinate our lives. Many Australians have had some of their most sensitive financial or health data accessed by criminals. And anecdotally, particularly since the Optus and Medibank data hacks, people in Boothby have been at pains to impress upon me the increase in spam messages, phone calls and unwanted electronic communications that they have received. At a time when increasingly we conduct our lives with government departments, agencies, service providers and even retail online and via text message, these scams directly mimic those interactions and undermine our confidence in these systems. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here as a member of the government that is working tirelessly to respond to this enormous challenge. Our data is potentially held by many companies and agencies, including private sector, not-for-profit and government, and we now know that a data security breach is reported in Australia every 7 minutes. And while not all are as significant as the Optus or Medibank hacks, which impacted potentially millions of Australians, each breach is a serious invasion of privacy. It was reported this morning that 9.7 million current and former Medibank customers have had their personal data included in this latest hack. Even if there is no financial loss, these data breaches cause major disruption and can be extremely unsettling. The inconvenience of having to have all of your ID and financial cards reissued has been a challenge for many of our citizens. The area of cybersecurity is also a constantly evolving and mutating area of criminal activity, and that is why this government is putting so much focus and expertise into tracking down those criminals who seek to do law-abiding Australian citizens harm. The Albanese Labor government is managing the consequences of cyber breaches by coordinating government responses, bringing together efforts of multiple government and law enforcement agencies. Just as critically, we are ensuring Australians have the information and tools they need to be protected from harm. The member's characterisation of the government's response to recent high-profile data breaches is disingenuous at best. Minister for Home Affairs, Claire O'Neill, has led the coordination of multiple federal, state and territory agencies and departments to support a rapid, focused response. To respond to the Medibank incident, the Albanese government activated the National Coordination Mechanism to ensure all possible support is being provided to both Medibank and to those Australians affected. The National Coordination Mechanism brings together agencies of the Australian Government, state and territory, as well as industry and private sector stakeholders. The Australian Cybersecurity Centre has been providing technical advice and assistance. The Australian Federal Police is leading the criminal investigation. The Department of Home Affairs has been supporting Services Australia and the Department of Health to work with Medibank to confirm what information has been exposed and put protections in place. And Services Australia have put in place proactive mitigation measures focusing on minimising exposure of customer records and protecting the agency's claiming infrastructure. But, Mr Speaker, the recent cyber incidents have highlighted the previous government's failings to create effective incident coordination and response mechanisms or fit-for-purpose legal powers to manage the consequences. And this is sadly no surprise, given the former government abolished the dedicated role for cybersecurity in the ministry just when Australia most needed to be getting ahead of these cyber criminals. Mr Speaker, cybersecurity is a serious challenge for any government, and this government is determined to keep Australians safe online. It's a serious area of public policy, and so it's unsurprising that those opposite can muster little more than a feeble critique. They've never really been in the business of solving problems for the Australian people. It is, however, good that those opposite now realise how urgent this is, as their previous actions were, as with so many things, too little, too late. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on this motion concerned that the bill I seconded just a few weeks ago has been stonewalled by this Labor government. While Labor dithers and delays on cybersecurity, those who would do us harm continue to maliciously attack our small and family businesses and our critical infrastructure. This is the trend that, unfortunately, we are seeing more and more of. According to the ACSC's report released just last week, we're seeing 76,000 cyber attacks over the last financial year. That equates to an attack every 7 minutes. But those are just the reported attacks. How many unreported attacks are going on in this country? As the ACSC has noted, cyberspace is becoming a battleground, and we're seeing that, of course, most notably in Ukraine. It's not just cyber criminals, however, who are seeking to do Australians harm, but many attacks are being perpetrated by organisations within foreign governments designed to disrupt disrupt our very way of life and cause civil disharmony. Now, the bill that I seconded just only a few short weeks ago, moved by the member for McPherson, the shadow Home Affairs Minister, was based on legislation that we introduced when we were in government earlier this year. It had specifically reformed criminal law and secure tougher penalties for all forms of cyber extortion in the event of the exact cybersecurity issues that we've been seeing in recent months, particularly in recent months in Australia. It forms part of the ransomware action plan that the previous coalition government launched last year under the guidance of the then Home Affairs Minister. It's a practical solution to an issue which costs as much as $20 $20 billion each year, and the number of those affected is only growing. Optus, Medibank, MyDeal, Uniting Care Queensland, Toll Holdings. These are enormous companies in Australia who hold very, very sensitive data on probably just about every Australian. And Australians expect that their data will be protected. Australians expect that their government would take action to disrupt, deter and punish those involved in malicious cybercrimes such as these ransomware attacks. The opposition has offered good legislation to this government, free to take, free to implement and free to protect Australians' information. Instead, they seek to play politics by blocking sensible bills put forward by this opposition. And it is Australians and their businesses who are left to wear the consequences of serious data breaches. So, Mr Speaker, what is Labor going to do about this? It is essential that Labor outline what they are going to do about cybersecurity and data protection in our country. This is not a question of just hosting another summit or another talkfest. What are they going to do to get down to work and fix this problem? That is what Australians expect their governments to do. They expect them to work. Will Australians see the ransomware bill across the finish line in a show of bipartisanship on security? Will they consider the other measures which we brought to the table to protect Australians and their interest? Will they retain and deliver in full the record funding of almost $10 billion that we, when we're in government, to implement Operation Red Spice, to strengthen our offensive and defensive cyber capabilities through the Australian Signals Directorate? It is absolutely imperative that we as a nation strengthen our ability to attack these sources that are seeking to attack us. It's not just a question of defensive measures. We have to increase and enable much better offensive mechanisms. Mr Speaker, lastly I want to comment on there's no point just putting investment in ambulances. We have to try and prevent things as well, which is what we're trying to do, but I want to give a big shout-out to ID Care, which is an organisation in my electorate which was funded by us when we were in government. If you have had your identity stolen or at risk, contact ID Care, do a Google search, ID Care, and they will help you.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, Australians have been rocked by two of the largest data breaches and cybercrimes our country has seen, that is Optus and Medicare, in the last few weeks. And they happened so quickly and in such succession that it's left people feeling even more vulnerable than before. Firstly, Mr Speaker, to the millions of Australians who have been affected by these data breaches, I'd like to express my sympathies and can understand the angst that you're feeling. And it's been a difficult and a worrying time for everyone. But I'd also like to assure you that this government is doing everything to ensure that your personal information is better protected. This is more important than ever before. Just last week, the Australian Cybersecurity Centre's annual threat report, as we heard the member for Fisher say, found that a cybercrime is being reported every 7 minutes in Australia. The report also showed an increase of 13% in cybercrime in the previous year, and that was even before the Optus and Medicare issues occurred. Now, this is a very serious problem, and one that exists in part because of inaction of the previous government over the past decade. Our existing privacy laws were left hopelessly outdated by the former government, and they are not strong enough, Mr Speaker, to ensure that our companies adequately protect the private information of Australians. And if this can happen to Optus and to Medicare, who are two of the biggest organisations and companies in Australia, imagine our smaller firms, our NGOs and smaller companies that maybe don't have the same resources that these two big companies have. Mr Speaker, in comparison to the former government, this Albanese Labor government has reacted quickly, resolutely, and with force to the recent attacks. And we have wasted absolutely no time, Mr Speaker, introducing legislation that will significantly increase penalties for these serious or repeated data breaches. Mr Speaker, currently the maximum fine is $2.2 million. And let's face it, that is a pittance for some of these big companies. It really is not a deterrent. $2.2 million is peanuts. We need penalties that ensure that corporations storing Australia's data feel the full weight of responsibility and obligation to look after it properly. It is their responsibility to look after it properly. Australians deserve nothing less. So therefore, it's proposed that the penalties we're proposing will be up to $50 million or 3 times the turnover for the relevant period. Mr Speaker, that could mean for a large corporation fines in the order of hundreds of millions of dollars. We need a deterrent. Now, such fines are much harder to ignore and will act as a significant incentive for companies to take their data protection obligations extremely serious. And also, this bill that I'm talking about will also give the Information Commissioner additional power to make companies comply with their obligations to protect our data. And as I said, it is their responsibility. When they store our data, our personal information, they have an absolute responsibility that it's stored safely and properly. And it will equip the Australian Information Commissioner and the Australian Communications and Media Authority with greater information sharing powers. But, Mr Speaker, our efforts won't stop there. This is a serious problem. In addition to the legislation, the Albanese Labor government is undertaking a comprehensive review of the Privacy Act. This review is expected to be completed this year and will contain a raft of recommendations for further reform. Mr Speaker, Australians can have faith in this government that we are committed to ensuring that their data and personal information is protected. That is the starting point, that it must be protected. Because while there is no doubt that the world has changed, there is also no doubt that governments and businesses must adopt to this new threat. And it is a threat. One attack every 7 minutes is a serious threat. And it's not just Optus and Medicare. Many organisations have been attacked by cyber threats, etc. And this is precisely why this government is putting legislation in place to protect Australians' privacy details. It's also precisely what the previous government failed to do. But, Deputy Speaker, unlike them, we understand when Australians hand over their personal information, they have a right to expect it will be protected.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've often said that the cyber domain is the new international battleground. We've always thought about war in terms of air, sea and land, but if you own a smartphone and you're connected, you're on the battlefield, whether you realise it or not. And this reality struck hard in September when Optus was the subject of a major cyber attack affecting around 10 million Australians. Contact details, passports, driver's licences and Medicare numbers were compromised and hung over the heads of Australians by cybercriminals. According to the Minister for Cybersecurity, 2.8 million Australians had a significant amount of data taken. A serious breach, yet the Minister saw it more appropriate to tweet about the AFL Grand Final before publicly addressing the Optus attack. Last month, Medibank fell victim to a cyber attack where 3.9 million customers were affected. After a slow and confused response to the Optus incident, it took the Minister a week to publicly respond to the Medibank hack, delaying government engagement. In a speech to Parliament, the Minister referred to the Medibank hack as an urgent wake-up call for Australia. Yes, but it should not have been an urgent wake-up call for the government. When Australians hand over their personal data, Mr Speaker, they have a right to expect it will be protected. The annual cyber threat report released by the Australian Cybersecurity Centre last week concedes cybersecurity incidences are growing in severity. In 21-22, over 76,000 cybercrime reports were made, an increase of nearly 13% from the previous year. It means one cybercrime report is made approximately every 7 minutes. The ACSC also reported an average of 69 calls to the cybersecurity hotline every day, an increase of 15%. Now, these are alarming figures, yet while cybercrime is on the rise, our government is asleep at the wheel. Since the Optus attack, there has been no legislative response from the Albanese government. Instead, all we've seen the government do is host a virtual international counter-ransomware task force. Now, Labor must ensure that there are stronger penalties in place for cybercriminals seeking to use ransomware. A private member's bill recently introduced by the opposition, based on legislation introduced by the former coalition government, would specifically reform criminal law and secure tougher penalties for all forms of cyber extortion in the event of the exact cybersecurity issues we've been seeing. Disappointingly, though, in the week after we introduced the bill, Labor members on the selection committee blocked it from progressing for further evaluation, despite failing to provide any of their own legislation to deter cybercriminals. So while Labor stalls on legislation that the opposition is handing to them on a platter, Australians are continuing to fall victim to data breaches. So I ask the government, what are they waiting for? The proof that the cyber domain is getting more dangerous is right in front of them in the ACSC's report, signed off by the Deputy Prime Minister. When will Australians have to stop paying the price for this government's inaction? In comparison, the former coalition government passed significant legislation to help protect Australians and our critical infrastructure. In November 2021, based on recommendations from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, we passed important amendments to Australia's national security legislation to better safeguard our community and economy from cybersecurity threats. Earlier this year, we launched the National Plan to Combat Cybercrime and opened a new cybercrime centre led by the Australian Federal Police. In March, the coalition government launched the most significant single investment in the Australian Signal Directorate's 75 years, Red Spice, a $9.9 billion project to respond to the deteriorating strategic circumstances in our region. And last week, I joined my colleagues, Shadow Minister for Cybersecurity and Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, in calling on the government to guarantee that Project Red Spice, funded in the March budget, will be delivered in full. We need to see Labor commit to investing in offensive and defensive cyber capabilities, work with industry to protect Australia from the escalating cyber threat, and expedite the passage of new ransomware bills. The Australian people simply cannot afford any more delays, confusion and uncertainty from the Albanese government. This government's absence on ransomware legislation is harming Australians by the day, particularly when this bill has now been presented and Labor's only response to this issue is with a task force. That's why I'm calling on Labor to support the swift passage of the Coalition's bill, which increases penalties for a range of cybercrimes, to give law enforcement, working in conjunction with our intelligence agencies, another tool to pursue cybercriminals. This bill is not a silver bullet, but it is a step in the right direction towards further safeguarding our digital future. It must be supported by a broad range of legislative, policy and operational reforms, and the Coalition stands ready to support measures to bolster Australia's defences to the ongoing cyber threat, and the passage of this bill would be a helpful start. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give a call to the honourable member for Wills.
Mr Speaker, thank you. Australians have every right to be concerned about the Optus and Medibank data breaches, which has exposed the sensitive information of thousands of people and businesses. And of course they rightly expect the Australian government to do everything it can to respond to such cyber attacks. But I've got to tell you, Mr Speaker, this motion is simply absurd. For those on the other side to come in here and make such a brazen, politicised attempt at pulling the wool over the Australian people's eyes, it is just astounding. Previous speakers have claimed that the Morrison government passed significant legislation to protect Australians from cyber criminals. Really? Then how do they explain these breaches? Why did their significant legislation fail to protect Australians and critical infrastructure? I know why it failed, Mr Speaker. The former Minister for Home Affairs knows why it failed, the same person that moved this motion. When the breaches occurred, she led, along with Peter Dutton, the opposition leader, a conga line of shadow ministers and all the political puppet show of opposition speakers on this motion who've been seeking to ascribe blame to the new government and the minister and avoiding any responsibility themselves. Because it was the member for McPherson, when she was Home Affairs Minister, she switched on the cyber incident reporting and critical infrastructure register reporting obligations for the critical infrastructure sectors on 8 April 2022. So far so good, Mr Deputy Speaker. But here's the kicker. It was her and the Morrison government that decided to leave out the telco sector. They left out telecommunications. That meant not only did they leave the door unlocked in this very dangerous cybersecurity neighbourhood, when there's a rise of cyber attacks and cyber criminals, they left the door wide open. They left the back door open. They left the windows open. The former government told the Intelligence and Security Committee they would turn them on if their existing obligations under the Telco Act were assessed as being unsuitable. But rather than proactively assessing the suitability of obligations on telcos, in classic form of this opposition when they were in government, they kicked it into the long grass. And so when the Optus breach happened, response powers could not be deployed to support Optus to respond to the incident. But it's not just the former Minister for Home Affairs who was responsible. Despite her brazen attempt through this motion to absolve herself of responsibility, the former Minister for Communications, Paul Fletcher, did not switch on the obligations for the telecommunications sector under the SOCI Act either. Now, he should have been well informed.
Order. Order.
Members by their correct titles, please. That's twice he's done it.
The member is correct. I remind the member for Wills.
Thank you. I'll do so going forward. He should have been well informed. He was an Optus executive. It's an absolute disgrace, Deputy Speaker, that they would come in here today and pretend that this failure is anything but one of their own making. It was the Albanese Labor government that actually applied the cyber incident and critical infrastructure register reporting to the telecommunications sector after the election, straight after the election. We addressed the gap in the application of the SOCI obligations for telco. Now, not only that, after the former coalition government abolished the role entirely, we established a cabinet-level Minister for Cyber Security, and she's been working hard, working with the agencies to actually address these problems, to enhance coordination across government on cyber policy, strategy and response mechanisms. And thank goodness we did, Mr Deputy Speaker, because at the outset, Minister O'Neill has been leading a dedicated team who have been working around the clock to protect Australians. We've had the toughest and smartest people in Australia and in the government working tirelessly to respond. That includes the excellent team at the Australian Signals Directorate, who are continuously updating the minister on active cyber incidents. They deserve our thanks, not the former government who made their job even harder. Significant support has also been provided by the Australian Federal Police and the Department of Home Affairs to the Medibank and Optus incidents. And of course the AFP is leading a criminal investigation to hunt down and prosecute the attackers. And Home Affairs has led the coordination of multiple federal, state and territory agencies and departments to support the response and put protections in place. So to all of those dedicated public servants, I say thank you. Beyond the politicisation of this motion, they are doing a great job and they should be thanked. Unlike those on the other side of the House, they're not trying to escape blame or point the finger at others. They're taking responsibility and doing what needs to be done. And I want them all to know that the Albanese government is right on their side and all Australians in protecting them from these attacks. We're cracking down on hackers and we're making it clear with major increased penalties that companies have an obligation to protect consumer data. And it's the Albanese Labor government that is actually putting all of these things in place to protect Australians.
I thank the member for Wills. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, there's a lot of blame being thrown around this morning during this debate, which surprises me, but probably shouldn't surprise me for the length of time that I've served here. In the book, Deputy Speaker, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, which I recommend anybody to read, written so many years ago, but actually it describes exactly what we're going through at the moment. Our heroine uses her considerable skills in the cyberspace to bring down her enemy in the long, either in information or financial movements across the country, across the world, and we are now living in that space. You know, it's been coming for 20 years. I don't think Optus or Medicare enjoyed being hacked. And there's sort of a personal arrangement in this for me too, Deputy Speaker, in as much as this. Not a large building company, but not a small building company, building homes, residences, trading really well, fantastic product. And I asked a friend of the owner, what happened to the business? Had to go broke? It's such a good business. He said, well, to tell you the truth, it started with a ransomware attack on the company that cost the company $1 million to fix. Now, with only that involved, the company could have survived that easily, except there were other forces then that came in, including COVID, and the mandates that were put in by the Victorian government that didn't allow their workforce to move. And their workforce was one that moved from site to site wherever they were building the homes. So because they were unable to move, they then couldn't. But that's another whole story. Anyway, there were other problems with it. But it began with a ransomware attack on the company that cost them $1 million to fix. So that means it's not just about the big Medicares and the big organisations. We are under threat as individuals. That was a family-owned company. They've lost everything. They've lost their homes. They've lost their offices. They've lost everything. And I hope and pray we'll start again. But this is where living in this cyberspace as we do today, another very close member of the family was about to send off a cheque as a payment on the building of a residence. And just for some reason he just thought he was just uncomfortable. $35,000, about to just bang, press the button. And he rang the builder and he said, "Look, mate, this isn't the sort of way that you sent it. It's got your name on it, it's got everything was there exactly the same, the last one that he'd paid, and actually he had been hacked, and had he have pressed the button, $35,000 would have gone straight into an account somewhere in Australia, then straight overseas within minutes." And that's what we're up to now. We have people, this is a war, but it comes down to the individual level as well. And how many members of parliament must get at least one call a week of people that are being scammed or trying to be scammed all the time? So we have to be really on guard. As a nation, I believe the previous government did the best they could. I believe that I don't think Optus and Medicare wanted to go through the process they went through. They believed that they had armoury in place where they couldn't be hacked. But somebody smarter than that person that was doing the protection was able to bypass what they had in place to protect. And that's what we're faced every day. So it's a whole-of-government exercise, whole of community, whole of business that we're able to sorry, for me, whacking $1 million penalty on me is not going to make me do any better to protect my business than I would otherwise do. I will do everything to protect my business, my family, my activity. And every company's like that. So, I step into the space and say we've got to work together as a nation, as a people, and charge this government as best we can the responsibility. The greatest holder of information is the federal government of Australia. So we need to be looking at making sure our data can't be breached so that we can survive into the future on behalf of the people of Australia. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
I thank the member for Monash. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I would like to match the member for Monash's fictional reference with one of my own. I remember watching Sandra Bullock's movie The Net, a cyber thriller about the internet and identity theft. The movie came out in 1995 and felt like Hollywood at its storytelling best. It was long before social media, smartphones and apps, so it seemed unbelievable at the time. How could people steal your identity and conduct surveillance on you via your computer? And as Sandra Bullock's character tries to explain her predicament to a sceptical lawyer, she says, "Our whole world is sitting there on a computer. It's in the computer, everything. Your DMV records, your social security, your credit cards, your medical history, it's all right there. Everyone is stored, and there is like this little electronic shadow on each and every one of us that's just begging for someone to screw with. And you know what? They've done it to me, and they're going to do it to you too." The movie was prescient for its time because now all those concerns dreamed up by script writers more than 2 decades ago have come to pass. In 1995, Hollywood was able to imagine just how vulnerable we would be to cyber attacks and data breaches. Unfortunately for us, the previous government failed to show any of that foresight. They failed to create an effective incident coordination and response mechanism or set up the legislative tools to manage the consequences of data breaches. They failed to even acknowledge the significance of this threat because they abolished the dedicated role of cybersecurity in the ministry. Those failures are made even more stark given how much of our lives has now moved online. I had to hand over my personal information to read the news, to purchase shoes, even to pay for my son's school lunches. When so much of our lives is online, more than ever, consumers need protection from fraudulent behaviour, privacy and data breaches. They need a government to be on their side to make sure businesses have the right tools and incentives to protect our data. The Optus and Medibank data breaches demonstrated that neither were in place when we came into government. The sensitive financial identity and health data of millions of Australians has now been exposed, and the potential losses these Australians face is immeasurable. It's this government that recognises the immense harm individuals could face from cybersecurity attacks. That's why, from the very beginning of the Optus and Medibank incidences, we have had the smartest experts from the Australian government working on a response. We have put the full weight of the Australian government into finding the attackers, coordinating government responses and keeping Australians informed so they can protect themselves. The Australian Signals Directorate's Australian Cybersecurity Centre, the Australian Federal Police and the Department of Home Affairs are providing significant support to help investigate these breaches. And I want to thank the professionalism of all these men and women who are working tirelessly to help protect Australians. It's the Labor government that has begun the important work of protecting the personal information of Australians. We've closed the gap the previous government left in the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act by switching on the Cyber Incident Reporting and Critical Infrastructure Register for the telecommunications sector. We've appointed Australia's first dedicated Minister for Cybersecurity to the Cabinet, which will allow for better coordination across the government on cyber policy, strategy and response mechanisms. We have brought in legislation to beef up penalties for organisations that fail to protect the personal information of customers from hackers, increasing the maximum fine for serious breaches from $2.2 million to at least $50 million, giving companies an incentive to put the work and resources into protecting customer data, because Australians have a right to expect their personal information will be protected. And we are developing our new cybersecurity strategy for Australia to equip us with the tools to prevent, detect and manage the impact and consequences of cyber incidents. We need a response that will meet the challenges of our time, and this is a government that is getting on with doing that.
I thank the member for Reid. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2, motion in relation to Victorian infrastructure.
I call the member for Layla.
I move the motion relating to Victorian infrastructure in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I call the member for Layla. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, after a decade of neglect under the former Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison Liberal government, I'm pleased to report that federal investment in the seat of Lalor is back, and that federal infrastructure investment is back, and so is serious processes to ensure that projects stack up. After a decade of Victoria being starved of infrastructure investment by the Liberals, the budget handed down by Labor the last time this House met involved $2.57 billion in funding for Victorian infrastructure. I'm sure that the members from McEwen, Corangamite and Jaga Jaga, who will speak after me, will explain how this investment will benefit the people in other parts of the great state of Victoria, but this, Deputy Speaker, is a big win for the Outer West. The budget includes joint funding with the State Andrews Labor Government to build the $114 million Ison Road Rail overpass in my community in Wyndham, with construction to begin next year. Known to some as Stage 1 of the Wyndham West Link, this project will construct a road overpass bridge across the Melbourne-Geelong railway line, extending the South Road towards Browns Road and connecting with the local section of the Ison Road to be constructed by Wyndham City Council. The project scope includes a new 4-lane road, a bridge over the rail line future-proofed for 6 lanes, and has a shared user path for active transport. This will link the new and booming suburbs in the west of Wyndham to the freeway. But the current residents of Wyndham Vale, Manor Lakes, Harpley and Jubilee won't be the only beneficiaries of this city-shaping project. By 2036, this road is expected to have almost 30,000 daily users. As a result of these residents having the direct link to the freeway, that's almost 30,000 cars off the roads travelling into Werribee only to head back out again to the freeway. This, Deputy Speaker, is what you call congestion busting. Forward-thinking, planned for our growth area. While the Victorian State Labor Government have done amazing things regarding infrastructure in our growing community, like removing the 3 level crossings in Wyndham, spending $1.8 billion on the Western Roads upgrade, $1.2 billion in the north of my electorate, expanding parking options at local train stations and providing more services on the regional rail link. It requires federal and state governments working together to deliver this type of city-shaping infrastructure. For almost 10 years, our community, one of the fastest growing in the nation, was starved of federal infrastructure investment. This bridge was made a commitment to by Labor in opposition at the previous election, Deputy Speaker, and those opposite failed to do that funding in the last term. Unlike when the Prime Minister was Minister for Infrastructure and our community saw huge infrastructure investment worth over $4 billion in local infrastructure projects, we saw nothing under the Liberals. And my message to locals is this. We finally have Spring Street and Canberra working together to deliver this project. Let's continue this collaboration beyond the 26th of November. For context, we got nothing out of the state Liberals the last time they were in office. Not one school built in the fastest growing community in the country in their last 4-year term. You can't trust people who claim to have the solutions to problems X and Y when they've done nothing about it when they had the chance. That's the truth, Deputy Speaker. Only federal and state Labor governments will deliver for my growing community. And that is evidenced here by the commitment to this bridge, to this overpass, that will take 30,000 cars out of the middle of Werribee and put them directly onto the M1. Deputy Speaker, I can't wait until this bridge opens. I can't wait until people can find their way onto that freeway quicker, save themselves 15, 20 minutes on their daily commute each way, simply by having a state and federal Labor government committed to improving the lives of people who live in our growth corridors and committed to ensuring that projects stack up and deliver for communities. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Lawler. Is the motion seconded?
I'll second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thanks. The motion is seconded. I thank the member for McEwen and I call the member for Aston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. If ever there was an example of the Labor Party neglecting the eastern and southeastern suburbs of Melbourne, it is this year's infrastructure budget by the new Albanese government. Because when you look at what they did, Mr Deputy Speaker, effectively they cut so many projects from the eastern and southeastern suburbs, but what they did do is place a lot of money again back over into the west of Melbourne and, funnily enough, into their seats, many of which are marginal seats. I want to go through some of those key projects which have been cut. These have been projects which in many cases have been on the books for decades, which in many cases have been prioritised by Vic Roads themselves for more than a decade, and yet they have been cut from the budget. The money was there. We finally delivered the money for these valuable projects, but being cut. Let me take you through. Perhaps the most obvious one is the duplication of Wellington Road. Now, this was prioritised by Vic Roads almost 15 years ago now, and the reason it was is because it was at capacity then. Back in 2016, there was a study done. It showed 20,000 cars on this road every single day, and it was full. And believe me, there's been a lot more traffic since. It's also had, in the 5 years up until that point, well over 100 crashes with many serious injuries and one fatality. It's a very dangerous road. It also happens to be the major evacuation route from any fires up in the Dandenongs. So it's a critically important road to be duplicated, and that was the funding that we got to be able to get that to happen. Incidentally, the Labor Party also matched the exact same funding. And what have they done now, though, in this budget? That's gone. They promised it, we promised it, money now gone. I'll also go through other projects which they've cut. The Dorset Road Extension, $80 million allocated, been on the books for decades. We finally deliver the money. This Labor government cut it, money gone. The Napoleon Road duplication, desperately needed for all of those residents who travel that from Rowville and Listerfield and further afield. They know it's desperately needed. It's gone. The commuter car parks for Warringah, for Ferntree Gully, these are desperately needed because they get full early, and it just means people drive further along until they can get to the next one. They also won't be funded. The Monash Rail, the Rowville Monash Rail, $475 million allocated. That would finally connect up Monash University to the rail line. It was there. It's been on the books for decades. It has also been axed. Have a look, though, what has been funded. They've neglected the East. They got rid of the East West Link. They scrapped all these projects. What have they funded, though, in this budget? I'll take you through some of them. Of course, we've got the one which the former Speaker was just referring to, the member for Layla, the Ison Road overpass, in the member for Lawler's electorate. There's another one over in Crangamite, a marginal Labor seat. There's a further one, Cameron Lanes Interchange, in a marginal seat in McEwen up in the north. There's a further one in McEwen for the Macedon and Shire Roads, another Labor marginal seat. There's another one for a business case upgrade in the Labor seats of Hawkes and Gordon. There is one little project, $10 million only, for Gippsland, a safe National Party seat. So effectively the money has been taken out of the eastern and south-eastern suburbs, as they always do, as they did with the East-West Link scrapping, and being put into Labor seats in the west and the north, with the one exception. The one exception, Mr Deputy Speaker, $2.2 billion for Dan Andrews' pet project, the Suburban Rail Loop. The Suburban Rail Loop, $2.2 billion for the Suburban Rail Loop, a project here which would go from Box Hill down to Cheltenham, which no one ever takes, from Box Hill to Cheltenham, for $35 billion, hasn't been cleared by Infrastructure Australia. The business case didn't stack up. The Auditor-General found that it only got a 50-cent return for every dollar invested, but it's Dan Andrews' pet project on the eve of the election, so that one gets funded as well. It's a disgrace, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the east and south-eastern suburban residents have been left out yet again by the Labor Party.
I thank the member for Aston. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I tell you what, that's the biggest own goal since Yeppen versus Yeppoon, isn't it? Putting the member for Aston up to talk about infrastructure. The architect of the car park route scheme, where there was car parks being built where there's no railway stations, and to sit there and say, oh, the eastern suburbs of Melbourne are missing out, despite the fact they're getting $2.2 billion in spending. But what's great, and I want to get this on the record before the member for Aston scurries out, is he was the man responsible for claiming to fund extra lanes on the Hume Highway, but then did a dodgy deal separately and never did it. It was never delivered. He wants to talk about Cameron's Lane. Cameron's Lane's going to open jobs. infrastructure for schools, health, all that. In fact, they committed to it, and now he's complaining because we're actually delivering it. I mean, this is just hilarious. Why the opposition would put him up as their lead speaker is beyond the pale. This is the man who was the architect for all the rorts and rip-offs that we had to put up with during the last election. But now we've got a government of mature members who actually want to go and get things done and work together. We know that they promised the wall and ramps but never delivered it. In fact, in 3 years, they hadn't even delivered the planning money to put it in, because when it comes to infrastructure, that lot were all talk, no action. We'd seen more press releases than we did see any delivery in the north or the west. And that's because this minister here, I mean, it's just an embarrassment that the former minister, and gladly he is now a former minister, you wouldn't think he was from Victoria, would you? Really. The vast majority of money goes to Victoria, into the eastern suburbs, and he's complaining about it. Now, the East-West Link was a prime example. 3 elections. In fact, he went to an election saying, or twice to 2 elections, saying the East-West Link is a referendum. If the Nationals and Liberals in Victoria win, then it should be done. Guess what? They lost them. In fact, Dan Andrews has one of the largest majorities through that specific project. I mean, talk about flogging a dead horse. It's over there. But let's talk about what is happening. What is happening is we are finally seeing governments working together. The Watson Street interchange. I was with the Deputy Premier, Minister Ros Spence and Lauren Cathergy, Labor's great candidate for Yan Yean, as they announced $130 million to finish off the Watson Street interchange on the Hume Highway, saving people up to 45 minutes each way getting in and out of town. Something those opposite promised and promised but never delivered. And we've done that in 5 months. Not only did we commit to it, we've delivered the funding. Imagine that, having 2 governments working together to do the things that actually matter for our communities. And that's what's happening with the Watson Street ramps. We heard the Liberal candidates time and time again spread the lies, oh, we're going to do it, we're going to do it, we're going to do it. Yet 9 years in government, what did we receive? Nothing. In fact, that minister and his mate, the member for Hume, were out there saying, oh, you know, that the Labor MP has delivered nothing for our communities in 9 years. 9 years while they were in government. Yet every single thing we have promised is being delivered. He talked about Mitchell and Macedon Ranges roads problems. There is absolutely lots of problems due to weather and a whole heap of things. But that was money they committed to as well. So he's complaining about money that we're actually investing in communities, doing what matters for our constituents, but it's the same money that they were going to invest. Like, the hypocrisy is just amazing. And you'd really wonder, how does he sit on the front bench over there? Guess, you know, it's not actually an IQ race over there, is it? Because they'll be struggling to get double digits at the best of times. But what we've seen is the Albanese Labor government working with state governments, including, you know, the Premier of New South Wales, who said he felt he'd been robbed because New South Wales didn't get everything. Well, we know the former Prime Minister for Sydney, the member for Cook, who was the Treasurer, the Health Minister, the office cleaner, the con-car driver and everything else you could think of, was loading money into Sydney left, right and centre to support Gladys Berejiklian and ripped Victorians off. Victorians and the rest of Australia have said enough's enough. We want a government to actually do things that matter, and that's what is happening. Through this infrastructure spend that we have got and we have delivered through this budget, through a lot of hard work from our MPs and candidates working together and working with their state governments of all persuasions, we've actually got results that matter. So Watson Street will happen only under a federal Labor government and a Victorian Labor government. It will not happen under a Liberal government because it never has and never will. And it's about time those opposite apologised.
I thank the member for McEwen. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Remarkable that we are being asked to acknowledge and be grateful for $2.57 billion in funding in the October budget for Victorian infrastructure from those who are professing to have superior IQs over the other side. The adage is that you should never look a gift horse in the mouth, but it is spring racing time, so we can at least do the form. It's remarkable because in March, the last budget delivered by Coalition allocated $3.3 billion to Victoria for road and rail projects to keep people and freight moving and grow the economy, and that's the difference, growing the economy. The investment took the coalition government's total commitment to transport infrastructure in Victoria to $35.5 billion since 2012-14. We can all do the maths, or most of us can do the maths, but there is a bigger underlying problem. $2.2 billion is being poured into Premier Daniel Andrews' pet project, the Suburban Rail Loop. The $125 billion price tag and the expected finish date of 2085 are staggering. Not only will this city-centric pipe dream siphon off a disproportionate amount of infrastructure investment every year for decades to come, but the Victorian Auditor-General has also found the business case did not support informed investment decision, and for every dollar spent on the project, the return is just 51 cents. Infrastructure Victoria's independent 30-year infrastructure strategy released in 2016 did not include or signal a need for an orbital rail line in Melbourne, yet here we are. The Victorian Auditor-General also looked at the Melbourne Airport Rail project. This isn't a major project that came out of the blue like Suburban Rail Loop or out of someone's head, but it has had numerous false dawns over many decades. The business case for this was also found to be undercooked, including on key questions like affordability and options assessment. Now, this is important because in its current form, the $5 billion will build yet another expensive taxpayer-funded monument to missed opportunity in Victoria. And we've been here before with the regional rail link completed in 2015 under a federal-state partnership that allows trains from Geelong, Ballarat and Bendigo to bypass the congestion on the suburban rail network. The Seymour and Shepparton line that services the electorate of Nichols and other electorates of those opposite was not included in the link, a missed opportunity at the time. And equally, the Melbourne Airport Rail project will do nothing to advance the connectivity of northern Victoria. It could have if the project was designed with the capacity for high-speed electrified trains from the regions, particularly from the north and the northeast. Now, the first Velocity trains travelled to Shepparton just last week, and thanks to $320 million of investment by the Coalition when in federal government, the line will soon support 9 return services a day and faster speeds of 130 kilometres per hour. That is, of course, until those trains hit the suburban rail system. The improvements to rail services in my electorate are welcome and long overdue, but at a time when housing affordability and cost of living are pressing issues, we should be leveraging major rail infrastructure projects to improve regional connectivity. The regions have the capacity to grow and absorb a greater proportion of our population. When spending public money, we should be trying to benefit the greatest number of people, and we should not be missing opportunities. The future is high-speed rail, not just as a connector between capital cities in different states, but to connect regional cities and capital cities within states. If we don't want Australia to become a nation of unaffordable megacities, we need to face up to the challenge of growing our regional cities. The 3 projects I have mentioned total more than $133 billion. For that eye-watering amount, the design should include a dedicated conduit for electrified high-speed trains from regional centres to the north of Melbourne and through the north of Melbourne. Instead, I believe we're squandering billions on the Victorian government's suburban rail loop. And there are other projects. The floods in Shepparton and Mooroopna closed the causeway linking cities, and the Coalition have set aside $208 million to progress the first stages of the Shepparton bypass, a critical project which links the 2 cities of Shepparton and Mooroopna, especially when disasters like flood happen. The Andrews government has not committed to build it. It's played politics with it. The time for games are over, and we need to build the Shepparton bypass.
I thank the member for Nichols, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is about building a better future. We are building a better future for all Australians, and that means building infrastructure that leaves a lasting and meaningful legacy for communities, particularly in high-growth areas like mine in the electorate of Corangamite, which includes the Surf Coast, the Bellarine Peninsula, the Golden Plains and parts of Greater Geelong. The first Albanese government budget takes an important first step in ensuring federal infrastructure spending is responsible, affordable and sustainable. We're delivering on our election commitments with a total investment of $55 billion in transport infrastructure across every state and territory. Infrastructure development is a joint responsibility of all levels of government, a partnership in the national interest. In my own state of Victoria, the budget committed $2.57 billion, including the $22.2 billion for the suburban rail loop, $57 million for the Ison Road rail overpass in Wyndham, $150 million for the Camerons Lade interchange in Beveridge, and $125 million to upgrade Barwon Heads Road in my own electorate of Corangamite. I congratulate the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government for working so closely with the Daniel Andrews Victorian Government to deliver funding on these much-needed and significant projects. The largest allocation for Victoria is for the visionary suburban rail loop. Despite the naysayers, this rail loop will be transformational for the state of Victoria, particularly for the way in which people move around Melbourne and its suburbs. This is what the suburban rail loop is all about, and it's good for the economy, jobs and construction. As with every infrastructure commitment under the Albanese government, the Melbourne suburban rail loop will be subjected to due project assessment and scrutiny. Deputy Speaker, each of the other key infrastructure investments for Victoria in the budget are equally important in their own way and to their own communities. Take, for example, the Stage 2 upgrade to Barwon Heads Road, which services the rapidly growing urban area of Armstrong Creek. I know well the need for this arterial link road. My electoral office is in the heart of Armstrong Creek. The Armstrong Creek growth area is one of the largest urban growth areas in Victoria, consisting of 2,500 hectares. 10 years ago, Armstrong Creek was open farmland with cattle and sheep grazing. Now, Armstrong Creek is well on the way to providing housing for between 55,000 to 65,000 people, with approximately 22,000 residential homes. The old, narrow, two-way Barwon Heads Road could not possibly handle the huge volume of vehicles accessing this new growth area. The first stage of the upgrade is well underway. The funding of $125 million in the October budget will contribute to the much-needed second stage. Stage 1, when complete, will add new lanes for 4 kilometres between Settlement Road and Reserve Road, remove a dangerous level crossing at Marshall and upgrade the intersection at Settlement Road and Breakwater Road. Stage 2 will continue the duplication from Reserve Road through to Lower Dunedin Road. Infrastructure Australia had some years ago evaluated the original business case for the upgrade and confirmed there was significant benefit in duplicating the road, with a total economic benefit of $569 million. Barwon Heads Road is a crucial link between Geelong, the growing Armstrong Creek residential precincts, and towns including Ocean Grove and Barwon Heads on the Bellarine Peninsula. This upgrade is so important to our region, and it will provide better connections to public transport and ensure Barwon Heads Road can support the 44,000 daily journeys expected by 2031. Building a better future is not just a political slogan. It has been Labor's aspiration for many decades. Think about projects like Andrew Fisher's Transnational Railway and Chifley's Snowy River Scheme. Acting Deputy Speaker, Labor thinks long-term and with vision. In years to come, people will look back at the Melbourne suburban rail loop, the Barwon Heads Road upgrade, the overpass at Wyndham and the interchange at Beveridge and see these as essential and visionary. I congratulate the Minister for leading with vision on nation-building infrastructure, and I thank the member of Lalor for this important motion. Thank you.
Thank the member for Corangamite. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Ahead of the budget, my electorate of Indi was anxious about which hard-won infrastructure commitments might be lost to the government's infrastructure review. Yet on budget night, I was relieved that months of advocacy to save our projects had paid off. I thank the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Territories for her commitment to meeting and listening carefully to the mayors and CEOs of the 9 Indi LGAs when she was visiting Bright recently. She gave us close to 2 hours of her family holiday time and heard first-hand of the challenges we face. $80 million promised to the Albury-Wodonga regional deal has remained in this budget. Had this been axed, it would have been a huge blow to locals who've worked in good faith on the regional deal for years. With funding confirmed, we can start scoping out projects in health, housing and more. Also saved was $9.8 million for road upgrades in Mansfield under the Remote Roads Upgrade pilot program. This will deliver considerable upgrades to Highton Lane, Rifle Butts Road and the Burrelite Chapel Hill Road to improve their safety. Our community will also keep $900,000 for the Bigger Recreation Reserve for the completion of the master plan, a huge relief for this little community that's been through so much. But given the massive rain events across the eastern seaboard, it was hard not to be concerned in the lack of new roads funding, not the blockbuster announcements the member for Layla refers to in her motion. I mean the meat and potatoes, highways, byways and back roads that are the lifeblood of regional Australia. In Indi, like electorates across Australia, our roads are disintegrating before our eyes. Floods and rain are eroding the road surface, and the potholes, by golly, the potholes. Whether you're commuting or doing the school pickup, everyone knows a pothole or a dozen that fills them with dread. One man told me driving on the Melbourne Highway is a life and death journey, especially after dark and after rain. There was reportedly a pothole as big as a bath on the Murray Valley Highway. Worse still were the potholes on the Hume Highway near Seymour, which blew tyres by the dozen. And for my constituents travelling to Melbourne on the Hume for specialist medical treatment, this was the last thing they needed. This budget did include funding for the local roads and community infrastructure program to continue out to 25-26. And again, I thank the Minister for this commitment. But I'm hearing from local councils, flat out filling potholes, that they have no hope of fixing roads without a serious injection of funds from state and federal governments. Our road infrastructure needs review, and I'm pleased to be part of the Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee, where we plan to undertake such an inquiry. The local roads responsible for building and local councils, I should say, responsible for building and maintaining road infrastructure are doing more with less. In Indi, our 9 LGAs provide essential services with small rate bases and in challenging geography. Because of this, they rely heavily on the Commonwealth's financial assistance grants. These untied grants allow councils to spend funds where it's most needed, on road maintenance, maintaining community assets like sporting grounds, libraries or pools, or new enabling infrastructure. And these grants make up 42% of the operating revenue for rural agricultural councils, according to the Australian Local Government Association. Yet over the last 3 decades, grant payments have declined from 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue to around 0.53%. At the same time, the demands on these councils have only increased. The number one ask from Indi's local governments year in, year out is to increase financial assistance grants. I took this request to the last government and I was told that pigs flying was a likelier outcome. Fast forward 6 months and I look across the chamber to a new government who committed in its national platform to focus on the long-term financial sustainability of local government, including fair increases to financial assistance grants. Now, what is a fair increase? I would say we start by restoring the grants to 1% of federal tax revenue. This is the infrastructure funding that regions really need. I've been pleased to meet with the Assistant Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories, herself a former mayor from a regional community, to make this case, and I truly hope she can do better than the previous government on this issue. I'll be keeping the pressure up. I will continue with this so that the infrastructure our local regional communities need is there for them to thrive.
I thank the member for Indi. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Lawlott for putting forward this motion. And as a fellow Victorian MP, it's with great pleasure that I stand here to acknowledge and celebrate the fact that for the first time in a decade we have a federal government that delivers Victoria its fair share and delivers the infrastructure our communities need. It wasn't too long ago, of course, that we had a Treasurer who, despite being from Victoria, was not for Victoria. As the motion says, what we saw from the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government was a decade of neglect when it comes to Victoria. The previous Prime Minister was called the PM for Sydney, a well-deserved moniker. Not only did Victoria miss out on infrastructure funding in budget after budget, we were left out as New South Wales got much more vaccine stock than they needed, leaving Victoria and other states short, a record of being left behind. And who can forget the rorts? Pork barrelling as far as the eye could see, the coloured spreadsheets, the commuter car parks. Finally, after a decade, it's at an end. The previous federal government's lack of support for Victoria was contrasted with the substantial and ongoing commitment of the Victorian state government to communities right across the state, particularly in delivering important infrastructure projects. The Victorian government, with a lack of support from Canberra, went out and did it alone. As much as having a partner in Canberra over the past decade to work together on projects would have helped our state, the Victorian government got on with the job anyway. And over 8 years, we've seen so many great projects that I know have made a great difference to the lives of Victorians, including in Jagga Jagga. Every day I drive through Rosanna and under the rail bridge that used to be a level crossing. It can be possible to forget that just a couple of years ago things were very different there. There was a level crossing and people spent a lot of time sitting at those boom gates at Lower Plenty Road, where now they just drive on through. Projects like the removal of the Rosanna level crossing and the building of the new train station there have made a really big change to our community. It's created a welcoming connection on either side of the railway line. There's an excellent social enterprise cafe just down at the railway station there. And as I said, time saved from sitting at a level crossing. I'm so pleased and excited to see that the Andrews government has recently announced the removal of the level crossing in Ruthven Street, Macleod will be the next one, and that'll happen over the next couple of years. As we've seen in Rosanna, I'm sure the Macleod project will deliver a great outcome for the community there, not least by resolving what is another traffic pitch point and making that a space that works for the whole community. And this is the real tangible difference that Labor governments make. We've seen it at a state level, and now that we have a Labor government here in Canberra to partner with the states and territories, we see it at a federal level. We see how we can maximise the opportunities that exist there for us to deliver the important community infrastructure we all need. On the topic of rail, of course, I'm very pleased to note the contribution of $2.2 billion from the Albanese government to the suburban rail loop project. And this is a really big project, but Melbourne is a big city, and it's a city that's only going to keep getting bigger. And the suburban rail loop will help meet the needs of Melburnians, connecting rail lines and eventually linking up to the airport line too. And again, I'm sure this experience is replicated across Melbourne, but in communities like mine in the suburbs, people are looking for those connections. They are looking for the infrastructure work that makes their lives easier, that makes it easier for them to get around. So now, at the moment, Melbourne has a train system that's very much focused on getting in and out of the city. What the suburban rail loop will get us is the potential to get around the city. And while the initial phase of the project is focused to the east of Melbourne, I know there is a very keen interest in my community in the northeast for the future plans to build new stations at Doncaster, at Heidelberg, at Bundoora and beyond. As I've said, people in my community are looking for governments with vision, governments who get things done, who make a difference in their lives. We've had that, we've got that in Victoria with the Andrews Labor government, and now we have that for Australia with the Albanese Labor government. Our government's first budget is just the beginning. There is still a lot of work to do to make sure we are investing in Victoria, that we're investing for my community and all Victorian communities. But I know, with collaboration with the Victorian government, our government will get this work done.
I thank the member for Jagga Jagga. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, the Labor Party wants to tell us all that their budget funding will make journeys quicker and ensure Australians return home to their families safely. Now, which part of cutting previously promised road projects in my electorate of Casey is achieving this? Which part of declining to improve road safety in bushfire-prone areas ensures Australians return home to their families safely? Like always, the Labor Party is saying one thing and doing another. Bipartisan agreement was reached in 2019 to upgrade Wellington Road. The Labor Party and the previous coalition government had committed to this important project that would see the duplication of the key bushfire escape route for those in towns in the Dandenong Ranges. But no, the Labor Party have gone back on their word, with the local CFA labelling Labor's decision to cancel this project as really distressing news for our community. The local council wants it, stakeholders want it, the CFA want it, the coalition want it, even the Labor Party wanted it. But it was cut anyway. The Labor Party felt that there were more important things to try to achieve over the safety of Casey's constituents. Instead, in the Treasurer's budget last month, he committed $2.2 billion to Victoria's suburban rail loop, without submitting the funding to an independent assessment by Infrastructure Australia. Many opposite have spoken about this project. They fail to mention that it hasn't gone through Infrastructure Australia. And it's quite puzzling, because I recall in March that the Prime Minister Albanese said in his budget reply speech, and I quote, "Labor will make sure that these investments really stack up using the Infrastructure Australia model that I established." Like always, like his $275 power bill promise, it's another example of the Prime Minister saying one thing to get elected and another when in government. Now, this project, according to the Victorian State Parliament's Budgetary Office, is expected to blow out to more than $125 billion before its completion in 2085, and we now hear it's going to the north as well. Even the Auditor-General has criticised the lack of detail in this proposal. Ripping up plans for investments in roads, rail, bridges, dams and community infrastructure facilities is not how we build a more prosperous, stronger and sustainable Australia. Investments in infrastructure are a key plank in growing the Australian economy, but this budget has no plan to grow our national economy. The Albanese government's first budget has extracted the majority of its so-called savings by axing or deferring infrastructure projects across the nation, including the Wellington Road duplication. While it's easy to save if you get nothing done, that's what this Albanese government is trying to tell us, that by cutting vital road and rail projects that will get Australians home to their families sooner and safer, the economy is suddenly better off. In 2019, vital infrastructure projects in Casey were funded by the federal coalition government, including the Canterbury Road duplication and the Killara Road and Station Street intersection upgrades. These are investments that are needed in our communities. And 3 years later, Casey residents are still waiting for the state government to get on with the job and start these projects. These projects are now at risk of not being delivered by the Andrews Labor government. And these projects and upgrades are not just a matter of convenience, but a matter of safety. And Labor's decision is more evidence that they don't care as much about Victorians in local communities as they say they do. So I will keep fighting for upgrades for Casey, even as the federal and state Labor governments are avoiding collaboration on these important projects. I'm saddened, Deputy Speaker, that the Labor Party's failings are being felt by my constituents already in this manner. I'm saddened that a bipartisan agreement has been rescinded. It's another example of this Labor government and this Prime Minister playing politics with our community. Once again, they say one thing to get elected, whether it's the promise of $275 power bills, whether it's a commitment to the Wellington Road duplication, whether it's a commitment to getting real wages growing when this budget has shown that they're not. This government says one thing in opposition and breaks its word in government, and it's a disgrace and it lets down all Australians.
I thank the member for Casey. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3, motion relating to stage 3 tax cuts.
I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the stage 3 tax cuts in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, there are many words I could use to describe the recent budget, some of which would likely get me thrown out of this chamber. But one that keeps coming to mind is demoralising. After this recent election, I, like a lot of people, felt something I hadn't felt for some time. Hope about the future. But with this budget, the government seems to be actively trying to crush people's hope, to demoralise people. It's clear to everyone that we're headed for tough times. Inflation on essentials like we haven't seen for decades, unprecedented spikes in rent, rapid mortgage rises not seen since the 90s, energy bills set to jump 50%, fuel costs continuing to go through the roof, wages continuing to stagnate. This budget, despite being accompanied by great rhetoric, offers nothing to meaningfully address any of these issues. People will be worse off with this budget. Since the budget, my team and I have had the chance to chat to a lot of locals in Ryan. At a door knock we held in Upper Kedron last weekend, the mood was palpable. People are all worried about the cost of living rising, but they're giving up on the government helping. They think the major parties are as bad as each other and their family will just have to suffer through it. Is this the kind of society we actually want? One where people are just resigned to their fate? Well, that's what the current budget achieves. Part of what is so demoralising about this budget is that while people are getting no relief on their energy bills, Labor is going ahead with handing out over $9,000 a year in tax cuts for politicians and billionaires. While the government is pursuing a housing policy that will see the need for public housing increase, they're spending over $250 billion in tax cuts, the bulk of which will go to the wealthy. So while the government refuses to offer meaningful support for people struggling, they're going ahead with these stage 3 tax cuts that actually turbocharge inequality and destroy our progressive tax system. I don't want to sound all doom and gloom. There are solutions, but they require a little courage, and they're far from radical or impossible. They're all policies that have been implemented overseas or even in Australia's not-too-distant past. Capping energy bills, bringing dental and mental health into Medicare and guaranteeing people can see a bulk billing GP, implementing free childcare for everyone, making public transport cheap or even free, raising the pension and lowering the retirement age, building enough public homes so that no one is without a stable place to live. They're all actually achievable right now, and combined they would transform the lives of just about every Australian for the better. Labor talks about not wanting to break election promises as an excuse to continue with these absurd cuts. Well, you either break the promise to back the stage 3 tax cuts or you break the promise to look after all Australians, the promise of a better future. You just can't do both. You either scrap these tax cuts and spend that money on helping people, or you keep tax cuts for the mega-rich and leave everyday people to fall behind. So I just want to conclude with a point I think is often overlooked in this discussion. There are plenty of people in my electorate of Ryan who earn over $180,000 who also want the stage 3 tax cuts gone. They understand that plugging that $250 billion into reducing inequality is more valuable to them than receiving an extra $9,000 that they actually don't need. They understand that investing in public services and support is good for everybody. What good is an extra $9,000 to someone on $210,000 when kids end up trapped in poverty and our society loses the opportunity to develop our amazing talents to the fullest? What good is that extra money when the government doesn't invest in reducing emissions and building infrastructure to prepare us for climate change? Australians understand that a more equal society benefits everyone. The Labor government would do well to remember that too. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The motion is seconded, and I call the member for Fraser. The question is the motion be agreed to.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This motion offers the wrong prescription for immediate cost of living relief. First, this motion inaccurately makes the assertion that adjusting the Stage 3 tax cuts would provide immediate cost of living relief. These tax cuts are not due to come in until 1 July 2024. They're already legislated and are incorporated into the budget. This motion, in suggesting that a tweak to those tax cuts would provide people with benefits in the intervening period, is making assertions about the way budgets work that is not correct. And so the core element of this budget is an inaccurate reflection and it should have been rephrased if this motion was going to be focused on cost of living. Second, this motion suggests the wrong overarching approach, given where we find the current economy. The government, in its last budget, suggests a three-pronged approach. First, it is to provide targeted and meaningful cost of living relief. We're responsible but not reckless, because we want to provide cost of living relief in a way that doesn't make battling inflation harder. Second, it targets investments in a stronger, more resilient, more modern economy. And third, it begins the hard yards of budget repair. Let's focus on the first of those prongs, providing targeted and immediate cost of living relief. Now, as the Treasurer has said, reducing inflation is the #1 macroeconomic priority at this point. That is the dragon that we need to slay. Inflation is insidious. It harms people on low and fixed incomes the most. As Keynes said, there is no subtler, no surer means of overturning the existing basis of society and the economy. If not dealt with, it can become entrenched. The way to deal with inflation is not to spray cash around in a way that would make the RBA's job of bringing down inflation all the more harder. That would actually hurt the very people that we are trying to help. What the government has done when it comes to this first prong of our strategy, providing meaningful cost of living relief, is firstly to make fair and responsible structural improvements to the tax base, and secondly, a 5-point cost of living relief plan. The government's structural improvements to the tax base include implementing our election commitments to ensure that multinationals pay their fair share of tax by limiting tax deductions. We are holding large companies to account through transparency. The multinational tax integrity tax package will produce around $1 billion over the forward estimates. In addition, we are extending a number of existing ATO compliance programs. By taking stronger action on tax compliance through this package, the government will improve its tax position by $3.7 billion over the forward estimates. Together, the tax measures introduced in this budget are estimated to improve the budget bottom line by $6.5 billion over the 4 years from 2022 to 2023. Now, of course, over the longer term, there is more work to be done, and as the Treasurer and the Prime Minister have indicated, there is a conversation to be had. But this is a material and meaningful step, and one that is appropriate given the scale of the challenge that we face. But in conjunction with that, in conjunction with a measured and meaningful improvement in the tax base, this government has put in place a number of cost of living measures that are targeted, that are affordable, that have a meaningful impact on those most affected, and that will not put extra pressure on inflation. These include making childcare more affordable for more than 1.2 million families. They include cutting the cost of medicines for around 3.6 million Australians, the largest reduction in costs for the PBS in decades. They include expanding paid parental leave scheme to reach 26 weeks in July 2026. They include a housing accord that will be a long-term strategy for massively boosting social and affordable housing. And they include getting wages moving again. This has been getting wages moving has been the first and I would argue the most significant short-term and immediate means by which we have provided cost of living relief to the most vulnerable. A 5.2% increase in the minimum wage, a significant increase in pay for aged care workers, long overdue. This government is putting in place measures that are targeted, that will not add to inflationary pressure and that are the right measures for the economy.
I thank the honourable member for Fraser. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Poverty charges interest. There is perhaps no greater example of this than in our healthcare system than with a visit to the dentist. You can't afford a filling today? You will need to pay thousands of dollars more for a root canal in 6 months' time. And I know this because of very recent lived experience. Early this year, I noticed a toothache. I got an appointment at the local dentist and was told I needed a root canal on the problem tooth and a filling on another one. I knew this was going to be very expensive, even with private healthcare cover, which itself is a substantial expense on a former retail worker's wage. And expensive it was, around $3,000. My other option? Have the tooth pulled out at a fraction of the cost. I sat in the dentist chair, thinking. My income and savings were about to decide whether or not I was able to keep my teeth in my head. And I'm not alone in this experience. Stories like this are true for countless Australians. People are forced to choose between raiding their savings and keeping their teeth. The problem tooth was so painful that I decided I had to address it first and leave the filling until I could save up enough money again. Flash forward to July and I go back to the dentist. I now have the funds to get the filling done, but I am told it's too late. In the absence of proper treatment, what was originally just a filling had now turned into another root canal. If I had the funds to pay for both procedures up front, I would have saved myself money, but as a result of the barriers of my income, what should have been a cheaper procedure turned into another $3,000 one, all because I did not have the funds at the time that I needed them. The only reason I was able to afford a second root canal was because of being elected to this place. If I had not seen an increase in my income, I would now be missing this tooth. This is a reality that Australians face every single day. And Medicare should not stop at your teeth, and economic class should not be a barrier to essential dental health care. It should not take getting elected to Parliament for Australians to afford the most basic healthcare services. Everyone in this country should be entitled to healthcare, including dental care, as a fundamental right. Now, the Greens were able to secure free dental for kids under Medicare back in 2012, and it's time for a Labor government to work with us again to provide this vital healthcare service to all Australians, regardless of their age. Each year, it is estimated that roughly 40% of Australians skip going to the dentist because of the cost. Poor oral health doesn't just lead to tooth decay, it also leads to serious or even life-threatening infections, an increased risk of heart disease and complications with pregnancy. These consequences mean more trips to hospitals, putting even further pressure on our already overburdened and underfunded hospital system. In fact, the Australian Dental Association has estimated that the avoidable costs of poor oral health to our country exceed $800 million each year. With pressure on our hospital system, cost of living spiralling out of control, and many Australians in regional and rural areas not even being able to access public dental care, bringing dental into Medicare is the path forward. Now, the Independent Parliamentary Budget Office costed the Greens' policy of bringing dental into Medicare at $77 billion over the next decade. This figure absolutely pales in comparison to the $254 billion being given away by the Stage 3 tax cuts. It is estimated that the top 1% of earners in this country will reap at least 65% of the wealth from these tax cuts. Meanwhile, middle and working-class Australians are told, yet again, that the government just can't afford to make their lives easier. Well, we can afford it. It simply involves a shift in priorities to value access to essential healthcare services over the needs for further tax cuts to the wealthy. Bringing dental into Medicare would be a once-in-a-generation reform that would give millions of Australians access to quality and affordable, even bulk-billed dental care. It would be a legacy that has the potential to dramatically improve the lives of people across this country, regardless of their background. To put more money in their wallets to spend on themselves and their families. It would create a truly universal healthcare system. Your bank balance should not determine how many of your teeth you get to keep. It is well beyond time that we ditch these Stage 3 tax cuts and bring dental into Medicare.
I thank the honourable member for Brisbane. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak against this motion moved by the member for Ryan to repeal the Stage 3 legislated tax cuts. Now, make no mistake, Deputy Speaker, any decision to reverse the Stage 3 tax cuts would impact millions of Australians. In fact, it would impact more than 59,000 Australians in the member's own electorate of Ryan. I'm sure there's some very strong feelings about that there, Deputy Speaker. The Stage 3 tax cuts mean the vast majority of Australians will keep at least 70 cents of every dollar they own. 70 cents of every dollar they own. Now, upon full implementation of the plan, we legislated in government around 95% of taxpayers expected to face a marginal tax rate of no more than 30%. So that's 95%. So it's sending a really strong signal to Australians to get out there, build businesses, build careers, take risks and have a go. You couldn't send a clearer signal, 70 cents in the dollar. And of course, if they do, they can use that simple rule of thumb. Between 45,000 and 200,000, they're going to keep that 70 cents in the dollar. Now, the Stage 3 tax cuts deliver to all individuals earning more than $45,000. They weren't introduced in isolation. This is very important to understand. They're part of a broader legislated tax package that, when fully implemented, will deliver income tax relief for 12.5 million Australians. That in total would mean a hairdresser earning $60,000 would pay $1,455 in less tax every year from the 1st of January 2024. So that's a $60,000 hairdresser paying $1,455 less. A teacher earning $70,000 would pay $1,705 less. An executive assistant earning $80,000 would pay $1,955 less in tax every year from mid-2024. A research scientist earning $90,000 would pay $2,340 less, and a qualified diesel mechanic earning $100,000 would pay $3,040 in less tax from the middle of 2024. Now, we know that the Australian Greens have never supported these tax cuts. We know that. And to be fair to the Greens, at least, they have been consistent, unlike the Labor Party. Labor went to the last election with an ironclad commitment. In their election platform, they said, and I quote, "We will deliver the legislated Stage 3 tax cuts." It's on page 11. I was wanting to check. On page 11, it is there in black and white. The Prime Minister and the Treasurer told Australians these tax cuts would be delivered. They said it in the lead-up to the last election. No asterisks, no footnotes, no fine print. It was an ironclad commitment. Now, we've seen over the recent weeks a lot of kite flying from those opposite on this issue, a lot of kite flying, Deputy Speaker, and it should concern all Australians that the Labor government has lost interest in this pledge, and we know from interviews with the Treasurer before the budget that this discussion is being led with the Prime Minister's support, Deputy Speaker. At this point, it seems like it's only a matter of time until the Treasurer starts unwinding the Stage 3 tax cuts, finding a way to ditch the next election commitment on their long list of election commitments they are trying to get rid of. But it's important to remember it is legislated. It's also important to remember that over the coming years, as we battle inflation and high interest rates, we also need to set up the economy for longer-term growth. We need to make sure that the supply side of the economy is strong, and of course that will help to address inflation. Now, sadly, what we saw in the budget was deficits getting wider, $115 billion in extra spending, the exact opposite of what we need in order to battle inflation and rising interest rates. In fact, we know that this has left the Reserve Bank carrying the can to reduce the impact of inflation through higher interest rates. Now, sadly, Deputy Speaker, any move to walk away from these Stage 3 tax cuts will be a broken promise of incredible magnitude. If they do, we will hold them to account. There is no greater marker of values in this term of parliament than what will happen to taxes.
I thank the honourable member for Hume. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Order. I have received messages from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent of the following bills. Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, lifting the income limit for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card Bill 2022, Supply Bill No. 3, 2022-2023, Supply Bill No. 4, 2022-2023, and Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill No. 2, 2022-2023. I have received messages from the Senate. A. Returning the following bills without amendment. Aged Care Amendment implementing Care Reform Bill 2022, Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill 2022, Treasury Laws Amendment, More Competition, Better Prices Bill 2022, and Australian Human Rights Commission Legislation Amendment, Selection and Appointment Bill 2022. B. Informing the House that the Senate concurs with the resolution relating to the variation of appointment of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. And C. Informing the House of the appointment of senators as participating members of the Joint Selection Committee on National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation. As the list of appointments is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. Order. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that the second reading be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Order. I call the Honourable Leader of the House.
I declare that Federation Chamber Order of the Day No. 1, Government Business relating to the Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights Legislation Amendment, Respect at Work Bill 2022, is returned to the House for further consideration.
The matter will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. Clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights Legislation Amendment, Respect at Work Bill 2022. On the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Speaker. The reforms in the Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights Legislation Amendment, Respect at Work Bill, are warmly welcomed and long overdue. As members of the 47th Parliament, however, we must recognise this reform is actually a small first step in what needs to be a much larger and broader reform of the human rights legislative framework in Australia. The Respect at Work report completed by the Australian Human Rights Commission in March 2020 indisputably found the current legal and regulatory system in Australia is inadequate to deal with the prevalence and pervasiveness of workplace sexual harassment. At the outset, I want to sincerely thank all the victims, survivors and everyone who bravely shared their stories to inform this important work. With 1/3 of workers reportedly experiencing sexual harassment, the Respect at Work review was a long and thorough process, finally bringing to light what many women have known to be true for decades. We need to do better in workplaces right around the country. To do this, we must shift the emphasis of the burden of responsibility from the potentially vulnerable individual to the employer who ultimately controls the culture in their workplace. The report noted that the financial, social, emotional, physical and psychological harm associated with sexual harassment is particularly borne by women, with gender inequality a key driver of behaviour. It also found sexual harassment represents a very real financial imposition to the economy through lost productivity, staff turnover and other associated impacts. It is estimated the total financial cost of workplace sexual harassment to the Australian economy was $3.8 billion annually, noting this was likely a conservative estimate and most of the costs associated with that lost productivity, approximately $1.8 billion worth of it, were borne by Australian businesses. The bill before us is a good faith implementation of what is recommended in the Respect at Work report, as it seeks to prohibit conduct which subjects a person to a hostile work environment on the grounds of their sex, and places a positive duty on employers to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate unlawful discrimination based on sex. In what I think is a strong and positive development, the Human Rights Commission will also be empowered to conduct inquiries into systemic and unlawful discrimination and to support businesses to make work environments in Australia a safer place. As is the case in so many overdue reforms, however, it is only when we shine a light on a problem and start to work towards solutions that we end up uncovering other areas of concern that are equally important to address. Human rights in Australia, more broadly, is one such area. This bill provides vital reform to eliminate sexual harassment and gender-based inequalities. At the same time, however, it highlights the patchwork of discrimination and human rights laws in play right across our country. This piecemeal approach leaves all of us as rights holders and, in some instances, victims and survivors on uncertain ground, feeding complexity and confusion for businesses and authorities. This is particularly true when you take into account the intersectional nature of discrimination. As the Australian Human Rights Commission's 2018 National Survey report revealed, almost 40% of women and just over 25% of men have experienced sexual harassment in the workplace in the past 5 years. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are more likely to have experienced workplace sexual harassment than people who are non-Indigenous, and this distorted experience is also the case for people with a disability or for those from a racially diverse background. Given this, while this legislation addresses the challenge from the filter of sex, it does not, nor does it seek to, address discrimination across all protected characteristics. As Human Rights Commissioner Jenkins identified, the introduction of these reforms in the Sex Discrimination Act 1984, specifically focused on sex discrimination and sexual harassment, provides an invaluable pilot for broader reforms that are needed across all levels of federal discrimination law. In this context, then, I am very supportive of these reforms leading the way. For it to be its strongest, we must ensure we do not inadvertently weaken this legislation by pushing for amendments that, rather than strengthen it, spread it so thinly that its potency is lost. The Human Rights Commission has developed a comprehensive reform agenda for our federal discrimination laws called Free and Equal. The paper supporting this agenda identifies a pressing need to shift the focus of the federal discrimination law system to a more preventative approach and towards actions that better support the fulfilment of rights. It is an important piece of work, the recommendations of which need to be actioned as a matter of urgency. I'm therefore calling on the Attorney-General to provide clarity as to what work the Labor government is doing more broadly in the area of human rights policy. The Labor Party has long promised a human rights framework that is fit for purpose, accessible and promotes equality, and the Parliament deserves to know a time frame for this work. I'm pleased the objectives of this bill will be supported by some additional funding to the Australian Human Rights Commission. However, having reviewed this funding allocation and looking at the broad scope of work the Australian Human Rights Commission must do, I do not believe the amount is adequate. Like many independent statutory authorities, over the last decade, under previous governments, the Human Rights Commission has been hollowed out in what can only be seen as an attempt to lessen its impact or to punish it for adverse reports. As noted by the Kingsford Legal Centre at the University of New South Wales, compliance notices will be the main way positive duties are enforced and will be the driving force behind cultural and legal change. But the Commission's ability to issue compliance orders and process complaints may be delayed without increased funding. I also support funding being made available for community legal services to ensure free and independent legal advice is available to applicants. On behalf of the people of North Sydney, then, I'll be watching closely to ensure additional functions and areas of responsibility are properly funded. There are some amendments which have been circulated to the bill, which I'll now touch on briefly. The amendments presented by the member of Wentworth relate to the inclusion of protections for people who identify as LGBTQI+. The bill in its current form prohibits conduct that subjects another person to a workplace environment that is hostile on the grounds of sex. However, this does not cover all attributes protected by the Sex Discrimination Act, such as discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity and/or intersex status. The amendment proposed by the member for Wentworth seeks to expand the hostile work environment provisions and the positive duty provisions to cover hostility on the grounds of sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex status, marital or relationship status, pregnancy, breastfeeding and/or family responsibilities. I support this amendment and thank the member for Wentworth for moving it. The amendment moved by the member for Kooyong relates to the costs provisions. Recommendation 25 of the Respect at Work report provides the Australian Human Rights Commission Act be amended to insert a cost protection provision consistent with Section 570 of the Fair Work Act 2009. This cost model is as outlined in the Australian Human Rights Commission 2021 Free and Equal Position paper. The benefits of this model for access to justice is that it will apply to all Commonwealth anti-discrimination law, providing a clear and certain approach in which parties are responsible for their own costs. With that said, a judge will continue to have the power to intervene and make a different costs award. I look forward to assessing the pros and cons of other cost models in the context of a broader strengthening and harmonisation of our discrimination laws. I would support a wider consultation with a longer time frame on a cost model, which might allow applicants to claim costs against respondents in a wider range of circumstances or other models. The amendments moved by the member of Barrow relate to the role of the Fair Work Ombudsman, and while I can recognise the position that the member is advocating for, having sought broader opinion, I am comfortable and agree with the Australian Human Rights Commission that they are the most appropriate statutory body to deliver a trauma-informed inquiry function. And finally, the amendments moved by the member for Warringah clarify the objects of the Act and posit that it would be stronger if language referring to men and women was replaced with gender-neutral language, and I support this amendment. Mr Speaker, Australia was once at the forefront of tackling sexual harassment globally. Over 35 years on, the rate of change has been disappointingly slow. Australia has been lagging other countries in preventing and responding to sexual harassment. I hope this bill brings us back to the fore, and as a parliament, we continue the important work of keeping us at the front of the pack. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for North Sydney. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of my colleagues coming in to listen to my speech. I'm glad the SMS went around, and they all answered that whenever I rise, that they must rush into this place to hear the pros and the contribution. But this is a really important piece of legislation that I commend the Attorney-General on his work bringing to the House and everyone who's contributed to this Respect at Work piece of legislation. This is a bill where we owe a lot to the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, who has taken on a really significant task for our country to tackle what really is in many ways cultural issues in the workplace, and something that I think we were all astonished to find that up to a third of women in this country experience some form of sexual harassment in the workplace. Up to a third. It really is quite breathtaking when you stop and think about that, about what that means for our colleagues, what that means for our counterparts and what that means for Australian women. And Commissioner Jenkins' work to look at the issues and to look at how we tackle this as a country has been profound, and it has been powerful, and we thank her for that work. In this bill, it tackles a range of things which, depending on how long I have, I will go into. But I want to read something that Commissioner Jenkins has said. The current legal and regulatory system is simply no longer fit for purpose. In the inquiry report, I recommended a new model that improves coordination, consistency and clarity between the anti-discrimination, employment and work health and safety legislative schemes. Workplace sexual harassment is not inevitable, it is not acceptable, it is preventable. Commissioner Jenkins concluded by saying the rate of change has been disappointingly slow. Australia now lags behind other countries in preventing and responding to sexual harassment. And unfortunately, the legislative scheme that we inherited from the previous government wasn't enough, and it needed to be upgraded and it needed to be updated. And I think also, and I do think that this is something that is shared across the parliament, I do think that that the 47th parliament brings with it a new sense of focus and a new sense of constructiveness, hopefully. But I also remember that in the previous parliament, the cultural moment that our country faced right around when this building was under its most intense spotlight for all of the wrong reasons, that there was a moment being presented to this country and to the Prime Minister and to this parliament by the women of Australia. It was an extremely powerful moment standing outside this place, hearing the likes of Brittany Higgins and others speak in a way that was one of the most extraordinary speeches I've ever heard in this precinct. And I remember sitting on the other side of the chamber, hearing in what was a predetermined address for question time, a pre-planned address in question time, not one of the impromptu addresses, but something that the Prime Minister had prepared coming into question time, where he said that in other places around the world, such marches are met with bullets, and that the women of Australia should be glad that that is not the case here. And not only was it disturbing because it was a pre-prepared remark that had obviously been considered by the former Prime Minister and his office, but it was also just so tone-deaf and so wrong in its content that even off the cuff it would have been completely unacceptable. So this bill and Commissioner Jenkins sought to change that completely incorrect and off-putting remark into something far more powerful and far more productive. And so the report by Commissioner Jenkins was commenced, and this bill seeks to respond to it. One of the key recommendations by the Commissioner is around the ability for... We're finished? On approach. Well, I was just building up to the best part of the speech. But as the Prime Minister comes into the chamber, I would just make a couple of very, very small closing remarks. That this has been the subject of a lot of work that's happened by people in order to make change in this country, something that is desperately needed. This is about reform that will last and will be meaningful, and reform that will make Australian workplaces safer. This is reform that I'm proud that this Labor government has brought to this House, and this is reform that will change the lives and make our workplaces safer. I thank Commissioner Jenkins and I thank those who have contributed to this bill.
I thank the honourable member for McNamara. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe very firmly that there are some basic yardsticks by which any civilised society should measure itself. And one of those is that everyone has the right to a safe and a respectful workplace. And yet here we are, nearly a quarter of a way through the 21st century, still working towards this goal. The fact that workplaces have not been safe or respectful for so many Australians is simply unacceptable, as is the fact that the previous government dismissed this goal as impractical, not worth striving for, that what we had was somehow good enough. Mr Deputy Speaker, it was not. and it is not. That is what this legislation seeks to address. And that's why Labor campaigned on a promise to implement in full every single one of the recommendations of the Respect at Work report into sexual harassment in Australian workplaces. And that is why, shortly after I had the honour of being sworn in as Prime Minister, I reiterated that this election promise was now a key part of the agenda of the new government. We owe a great debt of gratitude to everyone who stepped up to share their experiences with Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins, especially the survivors who did so at great emotional cost. It certainly can't have been easy to relive some of those moments and put difficult memories into words, but because of their courage, we now have a map towards a better future. Mr Deputy Speaker, we promised to follow that map. The Australian people can be confident that they now have a government that sticks to our plans. The Australian people put their faith in us and will deliver on the commitments that we gave, including this legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, since the election, less than 6 months ago, we have not wasted a day. We have fulfilled our promise to establish family and domestic violence leave, because no woman should have to choose between her job and her safety. We're acting on our commitments to build more affordable housing for women and children fleeing violence, including the $100 million that we allocated in the budget for emergency housing. We know that tonight, like every night, tragically in Australia, a woman, sometimes a woman with her children, will be turned away from emergency shelters because there simply isn't anywhere for them to go. We know that they're likely to spend the night in a park or in a car or on a friend's couch. We can do so much better in 2022, and we're obligated to do so. We're acting on the commitment that we made and is funded in the budget for an additional 500 frontline workers to support women as they make these courageous and often difficult transitions. We're acting on our commitment to introduce cheaper childcare and early education. And we're fulfilling another commitment with the introduction of this legislation. In short, this bill will strengthen laws to help prevent sexual harassment. Why do we need to do it? Well, it should be obvious that everyone does have a right to a safe and a respectful workplace. The government is acting to help put an end to sexual harassment in Australian workplaces. Let's take a look at some uncomfortable facts. Over the past 5 years, 1 in 3 people experienced sexual harassment at work, with women experiencing higher rates of harassment than men. Time and time again, it is women who bear the brunt. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, people with a disability and members of the LGBTQ+ community are also, on average, more likely to experience workplace sexual harassment. No one should have to suffer stress or anxiety because they feel uncomfortable or unsafe at work. No one should have to leave their job and lose their income or disrupt their career because they're being harassed. And along with all the human costs in terms of physical and mental health, there is also an economic cost of sexual harassment. This has been estimated to be close to $4 billion every year. Mr Deputy Speaker, the former government sat on the Jenkins report for almost a year without responding to the recommendations. And then, of course, they refused to implement many of the key recommendations. In the Parliament in 2021, now those opposite voted against Labor's amendments to introduce a positive duty on employers to eliminate sexual harassment. Dwell on that for a moment. A positive duty to eliminate sexual harassment was a step too far for some, in spite of the very clear recommendations of the Jenkins report. They voted against it. They voted against prohibiting sexual harassment under our workplace laws, voted against protecting victims against massive legal bills when they try to seek justice, voted against making substantive equality between women and men an objective of the Sex Discrimination Act, and they voted against allowing unions and other organisations to bring legal action on behalf of victims. Nothing exemplified the former government's failures clearly as a response to the Women's March for Justice. Many people from across the chamber, and certainly many of my colleagues, walked the very short distance out the front of Parliament House on that day. What we saw was women of different generations responding, not just here, of course, but around the country, saying, as the banner showed, enough is enough, that it was actually time for people to be heard. And that day we heard a truth that we all needed to hear. Afterwards, in the chamber here, we had a bit of a debate. I'll never forget it. The then Prime Minister suggested that we give ourselves a pat on the back as a nation because the protest was not met with bullets. It was quite an extraordinary moment. As I said at the time, the government had not so much a tin ear as a wall of concrete. It's no wonder, given that that was the attitude, that Australia, during the term of the former government, fell to 70th in the world for women's economic participation and opportunity. We went from being the 24th most equal country in the world when government changed in 2013 for equality between women and men to the 50th. We know that across the country, too many working women are underappreciated, underpaid and disrespected. This is an issue for over half the country, for women, but it's also an issue for the nation as a whole, because we're all, as a nation, held back when we don't value and create the opportunity for all of us, men and women, to participate fully in our economy and in our society. Mr Deputy Speaker, on the 21st of May, Australians voted to change this. They voted to support all of the key recommendations of the Respect at Work report, and we continue to work across government with business and others to ensure that all of these recommendations are implemented. The bill will implement key legislative changes recommended by Commissioner Jenkins that were left unfinished by the former government. It will place a positive duty on employers to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate sex discrimination, sexual harassment and victimisation as far as possible. It will give the Australian Human Rights Commission new powers to enforce the positive duty to help make sure employers are meeting their obligations. It will expressly prohibit conduct that results in a hostile workplace environment on the basis of gender. It will ensure Commonwealth public sector organisations are also required to report to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency on its gender equality indicators. In addition, the government has introduced amendments to the Fair Work Act in the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill to prohibit sexual harassment under our workplace relations laws, making clear that sexual harassment is a serious workplace issue. The amendments to the Fair Work Act also include an additional pathway for affected workers to obtain quick and effective assistance from the Fair Work Commission. Those changes, along with the bill before us today, are a key part of our mission to progress gender equality across all our work as a government. Its passage will move Australia forward in our efforts to prevent workplace sexual harassment from happening in the first place. Our budget last month, with its investment in childcare and paid parental leave, represented Australia's biggest ever investment in women's economic equality. With this bill, we recognise that achieving women's economic equality includes making sure that women are safe at work. Mr Deputy Speaker, we must never accept that sexual harassment is somehow either inevitable or unavoidable. It is anything but. Nor should we be tempted by the dangerous fiction that we are somehow incapable of improvement. We are. Let's make these changes and move forward with our national story. I said during the campaign consistently that we do live in the greatest nation on earth, and I certainly believe that. But an even greater nation is within our reach. A greater nation is one that values people across the spectrum, men and women, that provides opportunity, that supports equality. Thanks to the courage of every victim survivor who stepped forward, we have no reason not to provide support to them, to acknowledge their courage by supporting this legislation. These people have shown the way. It is something we should all embrace as part of the determination that we share to shape Australia into the very best version that we can be, a nation that reflects our highest ideals. I know that together we can build a better future, one with equality and respect at its core. I commend the bill to the House.
Yeah. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to rise and speak in support of this bill. Every worker should be free of discrimination of all types, and implementing the recommendations of the Respect at Work report honours that promise we made to the Australian people during the election. The bill will significantly strengthen and clarify the legal and regulatory frameworks relating to the sexual harassment in Australia. It also introduces a positive duty for employers and persons conducting a business or undertaking to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate sexual harassment as far as possible. The Australian Human Rights Commission released the Respect at Work report on the 5th of March 2020. Based on the findings of the National Inquiry into Sexual Harassment in Australian Workplaces, this was a pivotal moment in shining a light on the extent of the sexual harassment in our workplaces. The National Inquiry found 33% of people who had been in workforce for the last 5 years had experienced workplace sexual harassment. As a former union organiser, I am very aware of the impacts of this type of harassment can have on a worker, particularly when they have little to no support from management or HR. These experiences can leave a worker scarred in more ways than one. For many years, if they do not receive the support, their employer has inadequate policies in place. I am pleased important pillars of the union movement, namely the Shop, Distributive and Allied Employees Association and the community and the public sector union, were engaged in consultation the process of this bill. A key reform contained in this bill concerns the implementation of the Recommendation 17 Respect at Work report. The result will be placing the onus on employers to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate unlawful discrimination, including sexual harassment, to the furthest extent possible. Employers will be required to work alongside their staff in ensuring, to the best of their ability, their workplaces are safe from discrimination. To ensure workers and employers are supported in this task, the Australian Human Rights Commission will prepare and publish guidelines for compliance with the positive duty. It will also be equipped to appropriate compliance powers to enforce this positive duty. This will transfer the responsibility from victims of discrimination and harassment to those who are equipped to prevent it, employers. Another way in which this bill will support workers is by amending the Objects Clause of the Sexual Discrimination Act. The amendment clause will state that the object of this Act is to achieve substantiative equality between men and women. It will state that an objective of this Act is to eliminate, so far as possible, discrimination involving workplace environments that are hostile on the ground of sex. To further support victims of discrimination, there will be a change in the time frame from when a complaint under the anti-discrimination law will be lodged. The change from 6 months to 24 months will provide victims sufficient time to consider the best course of action and the level playing field to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to seek justice. The President of the Commission will also retain discretionary power not to be required to terminate a complaint for any matter that occurred more than 24 months before the complaint was lodged. That discretionary power is an important last line of support for victims. In my previous role as a union official, I know how hard it is for people to make formal complaints on sensitive matters such as these, particularly in the timely manner. For many, it can take multiple years of support before they feel comfortable to confront the dark memories that are brought to the surface when raising these matters in a legal format. Furthermore, through this bill, the government will insert a cost protection provision into the Australian Human Rights Commission Act, which will provide greater certainty to potential applicants as to the cost of the legal action. This action is a direct response to the Respect at Work report's finding that concerns about adverse cost orders deter applicants from seeking to resolve complaints through the courts. Importantly, the cost reform model is supported by the Australian Human Rights Commission in their 2021 Free and Equal Position paper. These reforms will apply to applications under the Commonwealth Anti-Discrimination Law. This balanced approach helps to equalise the scales of for those seeking to make a complaint by removing as many barriers as possible, so complaints can be heard without fear of financial ruin if unsuccessful. The passage of this bill would see the Respect at Work's report recommendation fully implemented in the way they were originally intended to, something the previous government refused to do. The suite of reforms contained within this bill is crucial for ensuring safer and respectful workplaces for all Australians. This bill provision serves to streamline and clarify anti-discrimination laws in our country whilst increasing our support for workers and equipping employers with the tool they need to ensure their workplaces are as safe as possible. My many years on the shop floor representing and supporting my former members on these very issues have given me the insight to know that the reforms contained in this bill are not only necessary but essential to proactively stop the scourge of sexual harassment and discrimination before it rears its ugly end. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Holt. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of this important bill. Respect at work is a right that every person should have, and that's what this bill does. This bill represents a significant step forward in implementing the government's commitment to preventing sexual harassment at the workplace. Deputy Speaker, we have committed to fully implementing the recommendations in the landmark Respect at Work report. That is an important first step, because, Deputy Speaker, I believe as a country we have dropped the ball on this issue. We were once regarded at the forefront of tackling sexual harassment. In fact, globally, Deputy Speaker, states including my home state of South Australia, New South Wales and Victoria enacted anti-discrimination laws covering the ground of sexual harassment in the late 1970s. However, the report finds that over the past 35 years in Australia, the rate of change has been disappointingly slow, and that is not a good sign. Australia now lags behind other countries in preventing and responding to sexual harassment. The Australian Human Rights Commission found that sexual harassment in Australian workplaces is widespread. In its 2018 survey, it found that one in three people experienced sexual harassment at work in the past 5 years, and that is totally unacceptable. 1 in 3 in the last 5 years. When you think about that, those numbers are enormous. And we also found that the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people were found to be even more likely to have experienced workplace sexual harassment. Deputy Speaker, it's up to us to stand up and demand that we as a nation do better. We must. Workplace sexual harassment is not inevitable. It is not acceptable, full stop. And it is preventable. We are all responsible for creating safe, gender equal and inclusive workplaces in all workplaces. And this is why we're so supportive of this bill. This bill will significantly strengthen and clarify the legal and regulatory frameworks relating to sexual harassment in Australia. In particular, Deputy Speaker, the bill introduces a positive duty on employers and business owners. In addition, the bill will amend the Sex Discrimination Act 1984, Australian Human Rights Commission Act 1986 and Workplace Gender Equality Act 2012. This is important because the Commission and the Act need to have the capability of enforcing and ensuring these changes in the workplace. It would also provide the Commission with a broad ability to inquire into systematic unlawful discrimination. Deputy Speaker, we are committed to ensuring that Australia gets back to being the leading force on equality and wiping out workplace sexual harassment. We don't want any Australian being held back because of gender or any other form of discrimination. And this is why this government is investing $7 billion to drive gender equality. It is also why we are delivering cheaper childcare for 96% of Australian families, and why we are expanding the paid parental leave scheme up to 26 weeks by July 2026. Deputy Speaker, it is also why we are addressing the growing gender pay gap by investing $20.2 million to establish 2 new expert panels on pay equality. And we are making gender equality an objective of the Fair Work Act 2009 and legislating a statutory equal remuneration principle. Deputy Speaker, we're also investing $42.5 million to implement all the recommendations of the Respect at Work report, and this includes funding women's centres in all states and territories which provide free advice and assistance to women, the implementation of 10 days paid domestic and family violence leave, and additional crisis and transitional housing options for women and children fleeing domestic and family violence, as well as older women on low incomes who are at risk of homelessness. And of course, these changes proposed by this bill are an important part of these widespread reforms. So I commend the bill to the House, Mr Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Adelaide. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. Oh, you got the minister. Sorry. I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank honourable members for their contribution to the debate on this bill. This bill is a significant milestone in delivering on the government's commitment to fully implement the Respect at Work report. It represents a historic shift in how public policy and the legislative framework supports people who experience sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace. I thank the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins. I thank members of the Respect at Work Council and all those who have and continue to work to implement the Respect at Work report recommendations and drive change in Australian workplaces. The government has moved decisively to implement 7 of the recommendations of the Respect at Work report through this bill. These reforms will have an immediate impact in setting cultural norms around preventative effort and are critical for ensuring safer, respectful and more equitable workplaces in Australia. The cornerstone recommendation of the Respected Work report, which is implemented by this bill, is the introduction of a positive duty on employers to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate certain forms of unlawful sex discrimination, including sexual harassment, as far as possible. To ensure the positive duty is effective, the bill will provide the Australian Human Rights Commission with new functions to monitor and enforce compliance with the duty, working with businesses along the way to support their compliance. This will implement recommendations 17 and 18 of the Respected Work report. The bill will replace the object clause inserted by the Respected Work Act 2021, which stated that an object of the Act is to achieve, quote, equality of opportunity, unquote, between men and women, with an object to achieve, quote, achieve substantive equality between men and women, unquote. This will implement recommendation 16A of the Respected Work report. The bill will also implement recommendations 16B and 16C by expressly prohibiting conduct that results in a hostile workplace environment on the basis of sex in the Sex Discrimination Act, and ensuring the provision relating to sex-based harassment prohibits an appropriate range of conduct by removing the reference to conduct of a, quote, seriously, unquote, demeaning nature. The bill will provide the Australian Human Rights Commission with a broad inquiry function to inquire into systemic unlawful discrimination, implementing recommendation 19. The bill will insert a cost protection provision in the Australian Human Rights Commission Act to provide greater certainty to parties during court proceedings in relation to costs. It will also remove procedural barriers in the Australian Human Rights Commission Act by enabling representative bodies to continue representative complaints in the federal courts. These measures will implement recommendations 23 and 25. This bill will ensure that Commonwealth public sector organisations are also required to report to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency on their gender equality indicators pursuant to recommendation 43. The bill will also make amendments arising from the changes made by the Respected Work Act 2021 to provide consistency across the Commonwealth anti-discrimination framework and to achieve the intended outcomes of the Respected Work report. This includes clarifying that victimising conduct can form the basis of a civil action for unlawful discrimination, and ensuring that a complaint can only be terminated by the President of the Australian Human Rights Commission if it is made more than 24 months after the alleged unlawful conduct took place. This bill will significantly strengthen the legal and regulatory frameworks relating to sexual harassment and increase the focus on prevention. In doing so, this bill represents a paradigm shift in how public policy and the legislative framework supports people who experience sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace. Sexual harassment is unacceptable, but it is by no means inevitable. It is preventable. This bill is a crucial step in the government's ongoing prevention efforts. There is more work to do to implement the remaining Respected Work report recommendations, and the government is committed to this task. I thank all honourable members who have moved amendments to the bill for their contributions and engagement with the bill. The amendments moved by the opposition do bear no actual resemblance to the recommendations of the Respected Work report, and so the government will not be supporting them. The amendments moved by the members for Wentworth and Warringah, while I appreciate the intent behind them, go beyond the scope of the Respected Work report. The government will not support them. I would like to spend a short amount of time discussing the member for Kooyong's amendment. This is a very important matter, and it is not a simple matter. The issue of the costs model in the bill has been the subject of some debate recently, and so I'd like to set out just why the Australian Human Rights Commission and Commissioner Jenkins have recommended the model in the bill. And let's be very clear about this. The costs model in the bill is the model recommended by the Australian Human Rights Commission and Commissioner Jenkins. That recommendation was the product of extensive consultation and careful consideration by the Commission. Importantly, we are not talking about a costs provision that would apply only to matters involving allegations of sexual harassment in an employment context, which is the example that has been cited by the member for Kooyong and others. The costs provision in the bill would apply to all federal discrimination matters equally. Under the costs model in the bill, the default position would be that an applicant and a respondent would have to bear their own costs only. However, the court would retain a discretion to award costs in the interests of justice, which will be decided according to a set of mandatory criteria, including the financial circumstances of the parties, the conduct of the parties, whether the proceedings involve an issue of public importance and other matters. This is a vast improvement on the status quo. Currently, when it comes to discrimination matters, the default position is that an unsuccessful party will be ordered to pay the other side's costs. And as Commissioner Jenkins told us in the Respect at Work report, this risk of an adverse costs order deters victims of sexual harassment and other forms of discrimination from pursuing claims in the federal courts. As Commissioner Jenkins recently told a Senate committee, the costs model in the government's bill, and I quote from her evidence, addresses the deterrent factor discussed in the Respect at Work report, while also giving the courts significant flexibility to make costs orders in the interests of justice. End quote. And that is a really key point. I've listened carefully to the member for Kooyong. I've listened carefully to the many individual advocates and organisations who have contacted me and my office and other ministers in the government in support of what is often called an equal access costs model. The government takes the concerns that have been raised very seriously and will continue to consider those concerns as we finalise our response to the Senate Committee's report on this bill. I would note that in her speech on the bill, the member for Kooyong referred to sexual harassment and sex discrimination matters and referred to the need to change workplace cultures that permit discriminatory treatment. I understand and share her concerns and agree that we need to change workplace cultures to permit discriminatory treatment. That is fundamentally what this bill is about, particularly when it comes to the introduction of a positive duty on employers to eliminate sexual harassment and sex discrimination. However, it must not be forgotten that the costs provision in this bill and the alternative model proposed by the member for Kooyong would apply equally to all discrimination matters, not just sexual harassment and sex discrimination matters, and not just employment matters or matters where there exists a vast asymmetry of power and economic advantage. It cannot be assumed that respondents to all discrimination claims will have deep pockets. In some cases, respondents may be sole traders or small business owners. Respondents may be unincorporated associations or local sporting clubs. The costs model in the bill seeks to strike a balance when it comes to discrimination matters generally, and I accept that reasonable minds may differ on whether the bill strikes that balance appropriately. Importantly, the model in the bill includes a discretion for courts to award costs in the interests of justice. And in considering the interests of justice in a particular case, such as a sexual harassment matter in an employment context where, as the member for Kooyong says, there will almost invariably exist a vast asymmetry of power and economic advantage, the bill directs a court to consider the financial circumstances of each of the parties, whether the subject matter of the proceedings involves an issue of public importance and other relevant considerations. And that is a really key point. More broadly, I would like to reiterate that this is just the start. In the earliest months of a new government, of a conversation about human rights and anti-discrimination in this country. It's a conversation that I welcome and I want to keep having. I thank the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee for their considered inquiry and report on the bill. I note the Senate Committee's recommendation that I should refer an inquiry to the Australian Law Reform Commission on the operation of the costs provisions in the bill, including a focus on public interest litigation under those provisions, 6 to 12 months after royal assent. I will have more to say about that soon. I also welcome the Senate Committee's recommendation that the bill be passed. I again thank all honourable members of this House for their contributions to the debate and commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'll put the question. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to discrimination, human rights and gender equality, and for other purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that this bill be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1, 2, 3 and 5 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Is granted. Is granted. The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move items 1, 2, 3 and 5 as circulated in my name together. I've circulated some amendments during my second reading speech and outlined the Coalition's reasons for supporting those amendments. And today I wish to move the amendments in 4 groups, and I'll speak briefly to this first group. The principle we are adopting with all of our amendments is to make it easier for businesses to comply and achieve the intention behind this bill. We're not seeking to see boxes ticked, we're not seeking to burden workplaces unnecessarily, but we are seeking to ensure workplaces are safe places for all Australians. If employers can't easily fulfil the obligation this legislation places on them and an undue additional regulatory burden is imposed, we will create more problems than we solve. We must take a path that's achievable and will lead to tangible change. The bill proposes to insert Section 28M into the Sex Discrimination Act, which would make it unlawful for a person to subject another person to a workplace environment that's hostile on the grounds of sex. This concept already exists under discrimination law, although the provision is drafted broadly. We propose an amendment to align the provision with existing case law. The issue with the way the provision is drafted is that there isn't a requirement for the first person or the second person to actually be in the workplace at the same time, or for there to be a temporal connection between the conduct and the harm. For instance, there are businesses which operate on many different sites in different units. It's important that the complaint be related to the activity that goes on at the site or the unit in which a person works. It's also important that the conduct occurs at the relevant time the person who's bringing the complaint worked in the business. In relation to the temporal connection, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry pointed out in their submission to the committee as follows. From a practical perspective, there are unique circumstances in which an extended lapse period of time could unfairly punish employers, even when they've taken action to address workplace hostility. For example, consider a scenario in which there exists a cultural problem of sexism at a workplace. If an employer takes action to rectify the situation and ensures that the workplace is no longer offensive, intimidating or humiliating to prospective female employees, but a female employee is employed at the workplace at a later date, hears about the prior conduct and is subsequently intimidated, it's likely that the proposed Section 28M is enlivened. Intimidating conduct has been engaged in and an intimidated person has been in the workplace after the conduct occurred, although the two events were not contemporaneous and there's otherwise no connection between the events and the person. That means that where a business previously had a bad culture of sexist behaviour and the employer fixed their culture, but an employee who was not there at the time had heard of that bad culture and was intimidated by it, under the legislation as currently drafted they could bring an action. That does not seem to be the intent of the legislation and it therefore should be clarified. Our amendment would amend Section 28M to insert in relation to and delete after the conduct occurs to bring the provision into line with existing case law. The bill proposes to insert Section 47C into the Sex Discrimination Act to establish a positive duty on employers to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate unlawful discrimination on the basis of sex, including sexual harassment within a workplace. Again, let me draw on the submission of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They say Section 47C would require employers and PCBUs to take measures to eliminate as far as possible certain conduct. Under work health and safety law, the obligation imposed on PCBUs is to ensure the health and safety of their workers as far as is reasonably practicable. The widespread use of reasonably practicable under the work health and safety law has provided PCBUs with a substantial degree of understanding about the meaning of that threshold. There's also extensive case law about the meaning of those words, which offers further clarity. And they quote in their submission in the High Court case of Slivak and Lurgi and the test applied by Justice Gaudron of what reasonably practicable means. They say the new phrase, as far as possible, does not share such clarity. Like ACCI, we believe as far as reasonably practicable is the preferable test. Our proposed amendment to section 47C is to insert as far as reasonably practical and the deletion of as far as possible, and that will more closely align the positive duty created in this bill with the existing obligations on employers under the work health and safety model law. This is essential as we want to achieve the objects of this bill without creating unnecessary additional burdens on businesses, particularly small businesses.
Thank the member for Barara. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. Call the Minister.
Sorry.
Seeking the call?
No.
Nope. Okay,
Thank
those
you,
of that
Deputy
opinion
Speaker.
say aye. Those against no. I think the noes have it. Division. Sorry. I'm calling it for the ayes. Is a division required?
Do you have to do four groups? Why can't you do one?
Because there's different people.
Doesn't matter. Really? Really?
So, what?
Back a minute. Hold that. Or amendment. Hang on.
the doors. The question is that the amendments 1, 2, 3 and 5, moved by the member for Barrow, be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Always. Order. The result of the division is ayes 81, noes 57. I give the call to the member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek leave of the House to move amendments 4, 6, 7 and 8 circulated together in my name.
Is leave granted? I call the
Leave is
General.
granted.
Give a
Thank
call
you,
to the
Mr.
member for
Speaker.
Barrow.
I move amendments 4, 6, 7 and 8 as circulated in my name together. These amendments deal with the transfer of the functions in relation to enforcement and inquiries that have been given to the Human Rights Commission under this bill to the Fair Work Ombudsman. Our area of concern regarding this bill is it seeks to significantly expand the role of the Human Rights Commission. Let me be very clear. We have very great respect for the Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins and the great work that she's done in this space. Our concern again is about the duplication of processes and that workplaces could find themselves being subjected to multiple inquiries through multiple bodies simultaneously, with the Human Rights Commission having enforcement functions in relation to the positive duty. The same matters could be brought before the Work Health and Safety Regulator and the Human Rights Commission at the same time. We are also concerned that the Human Rights Commission's conciliation role will be compromised if they are required to conduct enforcement action in relation to the positive duty, as well as to provide conciliation for the employee bringing forth the complaint. Serving both functions in relation to the same complaint would not be good practice. In order to avoid duplication in enforcement powers in relation to the positive duty, in order to protect the conciliation role of the Commission and in order to prevent the duplication of inquiry powers which could see businesses or sectors subject to inquiry by multiple government agencies at the same time, our amendment says that the Fair Work Ombudsman should hold enforcement powers in relation to the positive duty and the powers of inquiry in relation to systemic unlawful discrimination. Let me explain why this is consistent with the roles the Fair Work Ombudsman already has. There are powers and functions that are aligned with the existing powers and functions of the Fair Work Ombudsman. The functions of the Fair Work Ombudsman are provided for in section 68(2) of the Fair Work Act and include monitoring compliance with the Fair Work Act and Fair Work instruments, investigating conduct contrary to the Fair Work Act and Fair Work instruments, and any other functions conferred on by the Ombudsman by any other legislation. The Fair Work Ombudsman can undertake workplace investigations. In relation to adverse action, it can conduct investigations, and where an investigation finds the employer has or had discriminatory practices that are linked to adverse actions for employees or prospective employees, it can take appropriate enforcement actions. Enforcement actions can include issuing compliance notices, enforceable undertakings, or commencing proceedings in court before the Fair Work Commission. This extends to instituting proceedings for breach of civil remedy provisions, including those that prohibit adverse action, coercion or undue influence in relation to workplace rights, and to adverse action or coercion in relation to industrial activities, and those that prohibit contraventions of the National Employment Standards, Modern Awards, Enterprise Agreement or National Minimum Wage Orders. In relation to adverse action, this includes workplace discrimination on the basis of various protected attributes, including sex, sexual orientation and marital status. The Fair Work Ombudsman notes that bullying and harassment, including sexual harassment, can in some circumstances amount to unlawful discrimination and then falls within its powers. So you can see the link between the role that the Fair Work Ombudsman already provides and the sense in having these matters dealt with the Fair Work Ombudsman. On the Fair Work Ombudsman's broader powers in relation to industries, it can conduct inquiries to monitor compliance with an industry, region or supply chain, even where there is no specific allegation of non-compliance with workplace laws. In response to trends in data that indicate systemic non-compliance in particular businesses or industries, as is posited in this legislation. So in conclusion, these amendments seek to replicate the exact same powers that this bill gives to the Australian Human Rights Commission in relation to enforcement and systemic inquiries, and gives those powers to the experienced Fair Work Ombudsman.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government opposes these amendments, which are shifty amendments in exactly the same spirit as those opposite, brought forward not a full implementation of the Respect at Work report, but rather a partial implementation of the Respect at Work report, and then had the gall to oppose amendments that we moved to the government's bill last year that would have implemented the Respect at Work report in full. We are implementing the Respect at Work report in full, and these amendments, like the previous set of amendments and like the next lot of amendments that the Shadow Attorney-General is bringing forward, are designed to undermine and oppose the intent of the Respect at Work report.
The question is that the amendments 4, 6, 7 and 8 be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that amendments 4, 6, 7, 8 be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 53. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Give the call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 9 and 10 as circulated in my name.
Call the
together.
Attorney-General.
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move amendments 9 and 10 as circulated in my name together. These amendments deal with representative actions and cost orders. Schedule 4 of the bill seeks to amend the Human Rights Commission Act to make it easier for unions and other representative groups to bring representative claims in the federal court. The amendment would allow bodies to commence legal proceedings on behalf of other parties rather than the aggrieved person taking the matter for themselves. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has explained why this provision is not necessary. The ACCI has argued that representative groups are not prohibited from providing financial or legal support to parties pursuing a representative proceeding in the courts. Rather, they're simply prevented from commencing the proceedings on their behalf. It's not clear how allowing trade unions to commence legal proceedings on behalf of aggrieved persons will lead to better outcomes for these persons, especially in light of support of representative groups can already provide. Fundamentally, litigants in representative actions need to be aggrieved persons, not bodies that represent or merely purport to represent their interest. This is how the existing avenue for class actions rightly operates. The interests of representative bodies do not always align with those they represent. Allowing these bodies to commence and run representative actions on their behalf can lead to the aggrieved person's interest being neglected in favour of other motives, such as a desire for a more lucrative settlement or political objectives. Further, representative bodies are not those whose reputations, finances and relationships are vulnerable during litigation. Allowing representative bodies to be the party instructing lawyers on the running of legal proceedings risks the pursuit of interests which are unrelated to those of the affected individuals. On representative proceedings, it should also be said that there are sufficient mechanisms—
The member for Barara will just pause a moment. There is far too much noise in the chamber. Out of respect for the member for Barara, I'd ask members to remain silent or to leave the chamber while the debate continues. I call the member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On representative proceedings, it should be said that there are sufficient mechanisms to enable representative proceedings in the Federal Court under Part 4A of the Federal Court of Australia Act. Further, loosening these rules in favour of unions who can pursue their own agendas rather than those of the complainant is not warranted. Our amendment proposes to delete Schedule 4 and leave the law as it stands in relation to representative actions. In relation to costs, in Schedule 5, the bill inserts a cost-neutral arrangement into the Human Rights Commission Act. This means parties are expected to bear their own costs, with courts having power to make an alternative determination considering the factors in the legislation, including financial circumstances of each party to the proceedings, the conduct of the parties, including conduct dealing with the Commission, whether any parties have been wholly unsuccessful, whether any party has made an offer in writing to settle, whether the subject matter of the proceedings involves an issue of public importance, or any other matter the court considers relevant. We think discretion as to cost best sits with the court, and our amendment will remove Schedule 5 of the bill and leave cost determinations at the discretion of the court, with the principle being that costs follow the event. Thank you.
I give the call to the Attorney-General, and the question is the amendments we disagree to.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government opposes these amendments. They again show the Liberal Party's hostility to the interests of workers, hostility to the interests of ordinary working people in our country, and they show the Liberal Party's hostility to access to justice. What a disgrace.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. Order. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is details of Amendment 9 and 10 be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 84, noes 54. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the honourable member for Berowra.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move Amendment 11 as circulated in my name.
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the member for Berowra.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move Amendment 11 as circulated in my name. Amendment 11 seeks to retain the principle of equality of opportunity, which is a fundamental principle for those of us on this side of the House in the Objects Act. We believe equality of opportunity should be retained because equality of opportunity offers a state of fairness in which individuals are treated equally and is a fundamental principle of the Sex Discrimination Act. The circumstances of an individual's birth should not determine their future status. It's the application of effort and competition that's key. Equal opportunity implies that people should be judged on their merits and not discriminated against on their basis of sex in employment or access to public services. Equality of opportunity is a principle that people should be given the same opportunity to exercise their talents and abilities, but it's up to the individual to apply themselves to that opportunity as to what they will ultimately achieve, and we think this principle should remain in the Act.
Give the call to the Attorney-General. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government opposes this amendment, which yet again, like all of the other Liberal amendments, is directly contrary to the Respect at Work report. Just to be clear, just like the bill that the Liberal Party brought to the parliament last year was contrary to the Respect at Work report, they are at it again and they are seeking to move away from very, very clear recommendations in the report.
Order. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to. Detail amendment number 11. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that Detail Amendment 11 be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Grey and Parkes as tellers for the no. Order. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 52. The result is therefore in the affirmative. And I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 8 as circulated in my name together.
I give the call to the Attorney-General. I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you. I move amendments 1 to 8 as circulated in my name together. Speaker, nobody should be subjected to conduct at work which is offensive, which is intimidating or which is humiliating. And when anti-discrimination law is at its most effective, no protected characteristic is more important than any other. You should not be subject to hostile work environment because of your sex. There is wide agreement on that from our entire community. But that is not enough. You should not be subject to a hostile work environment because of your sexuality. I celebrate the Respect at Work bill and I commend the government for putting forward this legislation at this time. However, in the noble pursuit of swiftly implementing the remaining findings of the Respect at Work report, this bill is too narrowly focused on sex. Hostile environment provisions and the positive duty to prevent discrimination do not extend to the full range of characteristics protected under the Sex Discrimination Act, including sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex status, pregnancy or relationship status. And in particular, this bill does not provide appropriate protection for LGBTQ people. That is absolutely crucial in our consideration because there's ample evidence that LGBTQ people are particularly vulnerable to hostile environments in the workplace and are particularly vulnerable to the mental health impacts of such environments.
Order. Can members please sit quietly or leave the chamber so the member for Wentworth can be heard in silence?
The bill also creates inconsistency in terms of what we're asking from business, who must already comply with anti-discrimination law that relates to all the protected characteristics under the Sex Discrimination Act. Speaker, the amendment I have moved extends the hostile workplace environment and positive duty provisions in this bill to cover all characteristics that are protected under the Sex Discrimination Act. It provides protections for the LGBTQ community and greater consistency and ease of implementation for business. I commend the amendment to the House.
And I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. These amendments that are moved by the member for Wentworth propose to extend the hostile workplace environment, sex-based harassment and positive duty provisions to all of the protected attributes under the Sex Discrimination Act. And while I can understand the sentiment that lies behind the amendments that the member for Wentworth has moved, it is the government's position that this is not the time, that is, the context of this bill is not the time for these particular expansions of a whole range of provisions in the Sex Discrimination Act. The government's focus in bringing this bill to the parliament was to ensure alignment with the recommendations of the Respected Work Report. That Respected Work Report, sadly ignored for more than a year by the former government, that report was delivered by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner following a very broad national inquiry, one of the largest inquiries ever conducted by any commissioner at the Australian Human Rights Commission. It was a broad national inquiry that many hundreds of Australians made detailed submissions to, many public sessions conducted by Kate Jenkins, the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, and produced, as we all now know, I think the former government would have preferred that we knew nothing about the Respected Work Report, the excellent Respected Work Report, because they sat on it for more than a year. But as we now know, here's this major inquiry. The former government's response to it was to say that they were going to implement all of its recommendations, and of course when it came to it in August 2021 and the government did bring a bill to the parliament, we saw that they had no intention of implementing all of the recommendations of the Respected Work Report. What our government has done, having made the clearest of clear commitments at the election, was to consult with a very broad range of stakeholders on the provisions that the House can see are now in the bill that is before the House. These provisions build on the extensive consultation that underpinned the Respected Work Report. They implement, as I've said in my second reading speech, as I've said in my summing up speech, this bill implements the remaining recommendations of the Respected Work Report, which is what this House should be engaged in. Expanding the bill, as the member for Wentworth's amendment would do, beyond what was recommended in the Respected Work Report, would require further consultation with all of the stakeholders that the government has consulted with in relation to the provisions of the bill. And it's our view that this is the appropriate time for honouring the commitment that we took to the election, which was to pick up the remaining recommendations of the Respected Work Report and bring them to the parliament. That's what this bill does. Significant time has passed since the Respected Work Report was released by the former government in March of 2020. The former government, of course, had had the report for some months before then. Further consultation, which would be required to go through the quite complex, albeit very well-intentioned recommendations, well-intentioned amendments that the member for Wentworth brings to the parliament, the further consultation that would be required would delay the passage of this bill.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dungog's iconic tin shed brewery has just celebrated its 6th birthday. brewing beers and serving the local community. The brewery has faced a lot of challenges in those set-up times, but they've grown to a staff of 10, and I'd like to congratulate Jimmy and Hayley Cox for the great results they get and the wonderful brew they make. Despite a number of setbacks, Dungog's annual Pedal Fest pushed on, taking the road recently for a fun weekend organised by John Walton and Dungog Rotary, and they raised $5,500 for local projects. Congratulations, John and Dungog Rotary. I'd also like to mention father and daughter team Richard and Emma Sewell of Taree, who completed the World 70.3 Half Ironman Triathlon Championship race held in Utah. Emma is the 18 to 24 years Australian champion, and Richard competed in the 50 to 54 years division. The Sewells are both members of the Foster Tri Club. Congratulations to both of them. Now, Condoletown's latest golfing talent, 18-year-old Kadesha College, heads to the US in January to start a 3-year stay at Tarleton State University in Texas after securing a full-time golfing scholarship. Kadesha is an outstanding golfer and well known in the mid-North Coast region. So good luck, Kadesha. I'm sure our community will be very proud of what you achieve.
Member for Macon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this year marks the 50th anniversary of bilateral relations between Australia and Bangladesh. Australia was one of the first countries to recognise Bangladesh after Bangladesh became an independent country in 1971, and Gough Whitlam was the first Western leader and the only Australian Prime Minister to ever visit Bangladesh since its independence. Last Friday night in Adelaide, the Bangladesh Jubu League held a community event marking the 50-year milestone. In 1972, Bangladesh was a poverty-stricken country in turmoil after its liberation war and relying heavily on international global aid. Today, it is a middle-ranking economic and military nation, with a population of around 168 million people. Two-way annual trade between Australia and Bangladesh remains relatively low at around $2.6 billion per annum. With around 50,000 people from Bangladesh now living in Australia, as we mark the Golden Jubilee of diplomatic relations between the two countries, we should seize the considerable opportunities and do much more to bolster trade between Australia and Bangladesh. For both countries, there is much to be gained and considerable goodwill that should not be lost or wasted.
Member for Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. According to a recent RAC survey, motorists nominated the busy intersection of Marmion Avenue and Seacrest Drive in Sorrento as Perth's most dangerous junction, with statistics revealing that there have been 31 vehicle collisions at this intersection. Several local residents have contacted me to raise safety concerns on behalf of the community, in particular the difficulty of turning right at the intersection onto Marmion Avenue when heading southbound after completing school drop-offs at the nearby Sacred Heart College. Whilst the federal government has delivered over $100,000 for road improvements along Seacrest Drive, no funding has been allocated in the recent budget for road safety upgrades at this hazardous intersection. I call upon the Minister for Infrastructure to provide, as a matter of urgency, necessary road safety funding required to install a roundabout or set of traffic lights at this local traffic black spot. On a related matter, I am pleased to inform the House that after many years of lobbying, I can thank the City of Joondalup Council for finally approving the installation of a roundabout at the busy intersection of Walter Padbury Boulevard and Hepburn Avenue in Padbury. Thank you.
Member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand here to highlight a petition on behalf of community members who have requested financial assistance for those suffering with epilepsy. Those who are not able to receive disability support and are having to pay for all their own medication, doctor's appointments, dietary needs, transportation and seizure warning systems, all of which are requirements to keep seizures under control. In addition, the side effects of medication, both physically and emotionally, can have a great impact on their everyday lives, and I'm advised can also make working in an employed capacity very difficult. The petition as presented highlights the importance of much-needed financial assistance in order to effectively help those living with epilepsy, helping people to maintain a healthy lifestyle, as many within our communities live with the condition throughout their whole life. Times are tough right now, and seizure control is the key to keeping people healthy. However, unfortunately, many people cannot afford the recommended ketogenic diet, which has proven to be helpful for epilepsy and seizure control. Petitioners have requested that the government provide financial assistance to those with epilepsy who experience cost of living pressure that is much higher than others. I know many within my local community do suffer from epilepsy, and I understand and present their request for this financial assistance, given the impact on their pressures of their daily life. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The arts and culture scene in Indi is back in force. From small rural art shows, theatre, craft markets, from small gatherings to major events, it's all happening. The Wangaratta Festival and Jazz and Blues has had a triumphant return. I had the honour of being part of the 2022 National Young Jazz Guitarist Award, won by Peter Koopman from Sydney, a fantastic performer. Congratulations to all the organisers, to the rural city of Wangaratta and the many amazing volunteers who made this iconic event happen once again. The Hothouse Theatre Company in Wodonga is enjoying full houses as patrons enjoy an impressive schedule of local and national plays. On the border, our internationally renowned Flying Fruit Fly Circus is in fine tune. It's got its troupe rolling and tumbling, ready to present the Borderville Circus Festival, a fortnight of extravagance and wonder leading up to Christmas. It's a heady time in Indi, and I'm so proud of the thriving and exciting art scene that we have there. There truly is something for everyone. And I extend a warm invitation to anyone in this House, and particularly to both our Minister for the Arts and our Special Envoy to the Arts, to pencil in a visit to Indi, enjoy our artisans and our artists. There's so many of them and there's so much on offer.
Thank you. Member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I am delighted to be delivering for our community as part of the Albanese Government's budget with a range of critical projects across my electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast. I wish to draw attention to just 3 of these projects today. Working with our community, I have now delivered $32 million to start the pre-planning works for the Nowra bypass and finally get this crucial project started. $5 million for the Eurobodalla Regional Integrated Emergency Operations Precinct in Moruya and $8 million for a radiation therapy centre in Moruya so that local cancer patients can get the care and treatment they need close to home. This is simply a small snippet of the many commitments I have made, but each of these projects requires action and support from the New South Wales Government so they can get off the ground. Today I call on the New South Wales Liberal Government to release the $8 million it promised for the Nowra bypass to get this project started now. Get behind the community's call for the radiation therapy centre in Moruya urgently. Match New South Wales Labor's commitment of an additional $5 million for the Eurobodalla EOC to bring the total project to $25 million. I will continue working hard every single day to deliver the infrastructure our community deserves.
Thank you. Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, COP27 begins and it will focus on the impacts of climate change. Currently, global pledges to reduce emissions will not keep global warming to 1.5 degrees. We must do more. We know the devastating floods in Pakistan this year, causing over 1.7 thousand people to lose their life, $40 billion in economic losses, are just one example of the scale of the tragedy that awaits us if we do not take more serious action. It's welcome that a loss and damage fund for developing countries suffering the impacts of the climate crisis is high on the agenda, and the COP27 president has said that this reflects that sense of solidarity for the victims of climate disasters. But we must do more. For the Asia-Pacific, it's an existential crisis. Islands are literally disappearing. So Australia must engage productively and pull our weight, as our Scope 3 emissions are major contributors to this impact. We could not possibly host a future COP event until we show we're committed to action, and yet we have the Prime Minister not willing to attend the COP27 and represent Australia on that stage. It is so important that Australia show that we are committed to stronger action, and we actually have the Prime Minister attending with world leaders. To reduce our emissions is absolutely imperative. If we are committed to the Paris Agreement, then we must do more.
Member for Fraser.
Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has delivered its first budget, and I'm delighted that this budget has delivered significant wins for my local community of Fraser. We have announced $1.5 million for Fronditha Care in St Albans, which will create a centre for healthy ageing. A number of aged care providers in my electorate were placed under great pressure during COVID. This government's investment in the sector is much needed. We are delivering on our commitment of $100,000 for upgrades at the Quorum Buddhist Temple in Braybrook, one of the most significant Buddhist communities in the whole of Melbourne's west. We are funding a community battery in Brimbank, which will allow Fraser residents to take advantage of storage options for renewable energy. We are delivering on our huge commitment to fund the construction of the Vietnamese Museum of Australia. This museum will be located in Footscray and will be Australia's first museum dedicated to preserving and celebrating the incredible story of over 100,000 refugees who settled in Australia and have contributed so much since that time. I welcome the recent announcement from the Andrews Labor government to add a further $2.3 million for the construction of the museum. I would like to acknowledge the tireless advocacy for this project from my state colleagues, Katie Hall, Natalie Suleiman and Sarah Connolly. This will be the largest single cultural project for the Vietnamese diaspora anywhere in the world. The Albanese government's first budget has delivered key projects for the Fraser electorate.
Member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I call on the Albanese government to commit to building the large vessel dry dock in Henderson, Western Australia, a vital piece of infrastructure that will service the Navy and coalition ships over the coming decade and beyond. It's now a bipartisan view that Australia's strategic circumstances are growing more dangerous. The Indo-Pacific is now a contested region. Therefore, we welcome the Prime Minister's comments in the Weekend Australian, where he committed to spending whatever was necessary to build our defence capability. We will do what is necessary to achieve it, the Prime Minister said. This is not optional, it's necessary. So, will the Prime Minister and his government commit to building the dry dock in Western Australia? In March this year, the former coalition government announced the $4.3 billion investment set to create over 2,000 local jobs, sending a signal to the West that WA will be a shipbuilding powerhouse. We only have one dry dock in Sydney, built during the Second World War, but it needs an upgrade and also a partner dock on the East Coast. Last month, Defence confirmed to the West Australian newspaper the dry dock would go ahead. However, they wouldn't say whether the Albanese government would commit to the full investment. What's more concerning is that there was not a single mention of the dry dock in Labor's first budget. So again, will the Albanese government commit to building the large vessel dry dock in WA? The clock is ticking, defence industry is waiting, and we need clarity, Deputy Speaker, on this vital piece of infrastructure.
Member for Hawke.
Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is getting on with tackling the rising cost of living facing so many Australian families across Hawke. Across Sunbury, across Melton, across Bacchus Marsh, my town of Balan, and everywhere around. In the recent federal budget, we delivered on our commitment to provide cheaper childcare to Australian families. Almost 7,000 families in the electorate of Hawke are set to benefit from this change, as the maximum childcare subsidy is lifted to 90%. 7,000 families. Fantastic. Along with an expansion of the Commonwealth-paid parental leave scheme to 6 months, the Albanese Labor government is easing pressure on Australian families by making it easier to look after our kids, make sure they're getting the education they need and keep our household budgets under control. The cost of medicines at our local pharmacies across Hawke will also be slashed, as the cost of scripts is reduced by $12.50 from the start of next year. The Labor government is also ensuring that more Australians can afford to buy their own home, with a new housing accord for all levels of government, investors and construction to deliver up to 20,000 new affordable homes. Speaker, of course, the final piece of the puzzle in easing cost of living pressures for all households is to get wages moving. We've introduced the bill. We're making it easier for the Fair Work Commission to order pay increases for those in the community who need it most.
Thank you. Member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to add my voice to the chorus of opposition that has been heard from around Australia to the government's decision to hastily return ISIS brides and their families here to Australia without proper consultation or planning or considerations of national security considerations. And this isn't a view confined to the opposition, Madam Deputy Speaker. Labor state members in Sydney have expressed their concern. Communities that have migrated here from the Middle East over many decades have expressed their concern at the notion that people who voluntarily left Australia to join an evil that is ISIS would be returned and put back in our community without the proper security considerations. And it doesn't really matter who you are, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether you're Chaldean, Syriac, Assyrian, Melkite, Armenian, Yazidis, Turkmens, Shiites, Shabaks, Sabaeans, Kaki, Sunnis who didn't agree. ISIS hated everybody equally. It was a violation against human rights, individual rights and humanity. Now, any Westerner who left the safety and peace of a Western country to go and support ISIS, whether they be a woman or a man, is guilty of a crime against humanity. And the government has not explained what charges will be laid against people who voluntarily left to go and support such an evil. The people who died, the communities who suffered, the people here in Sydney and Melbourne need answers from the government about these questions, and the government has said nothing. This is national security. It is of deep concern to Australians, and the government must answer.
Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I had the pleasure of touring Lloyd Street Primary School in Malvern recently. The school will be celebrating its centenary next year and is a mix of traditional red brick buildings and newer structures around a playground with pear blossoms in full bloom. I had the privilege of meeting some of their students, Charlie, Ellie, Raph, Ivy and Annabelle, who, under the supervision of John Painter, took me on a tour. The children were articulate, thoughtful and personable. Principal John was happily sidelined as they took over. We came across clusters of children on the Oval, all deep in thought, learning about life insurance, health insurance, income protection, which is part of their financial literacy program. I wish I had been offered this in my early years. It would have saved me a lot of heartache and a lot of dollars later in life. Before I knew it, I was in the world of philosophy as part of their International Baccalaureate program. The children said philosophy had taught them to keep an open mind. Watching over us were the sages of humanity lining the walls: Marie Curie, Mother Teresa, Kathy Freeman, Gandhi, Barack Obama, Rosa Parks. They knew her story, and of course, Oprah. Outside was a beautiful painting made with the handprints of the preps, titled "Be Brave, Make a Change," in reference to National Reconciliation Week. The school is a marvel. It is a crucible of thought and of learning and of love, and it should be commended for its wonderful, far-ranging program.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the wonderful achievement of the Under-16 Far North Coast baseball squad, the Far North Coast Timberjacks. They won the New South Wales Country Baseball Championships recently, and it's been a remarkable effort given what the team has been through this year. Their main training venue, the Albert Park Baseball Complex in Lismore, was completely wiped out and unusable following the disaster we experienced earlier in the year. So preparation wasn't ideal. They only had played 4 practice matches between March and October, while the other competing squads in the championship had played a full season. They could only train in cricket nets, tennis courts and touch football fields. When the time came to play in the championships, they were just excited to be there. They started well. They won all their games, but they got beaten, Deputy Speaker, by giving you the member for Newcastle. They got beaten by Newcastle in the rounds, Deputy Speaker. However, with percentage of where they finished, they faced Newcastle again in the final. They started the final in a great way. They scored 10 home runs in the first innings, and then pitching consistently, they completely outplayed Newcastle, going on to win the final 17-0. Sorry, Deputy Speaker, but you got wiped out in that game. The odds were built on determination and a never-say-die character after some of the biggest challenges faced due to the biggest natural disaster in Australia's history. We have suffered as a community. Their wins taught them a lot of rewards about hard work. I want to congratulate the head coach, Clint McCarthy, Paul Boxell, Liam Weeks and Aurora O'Sullivan on the win, and to the players, again a big congratulations to all the players.
And on behalf of all Novocastrians, congratulations. I give the call to Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay respects to those that designed, built and advocated for the ADF's Bushmaster infantry mobility vehicle that has saved not only countless Australian lives but also British, Dutch and now Ukrainian lives. The Bushmaster was used by the ADF in Afghanistan and Iraq wars, and the soldiers, our soldiers, saw it crucial to their survival from IEDs and mines. After his Bushmaster drove over one, Mark Donaldson VC said, and I quote, "If it weren't for the Bushmaster, we wouldn't be here." When travelling around Kabul in 2017, I certainly felt very safe travelling in a Bushmaster with Australian soldiers. Deputy Speaker, the Bushmaster would not have seen the light of day without committed people, including Mr Chev Viviers, who was an engineer at Thales and who introduced the Bushmaster's life-saving V-shaped hull, but also without Lieutenant Colonel retired Mark Egler, ADF Program Manager and Senior Systems Engineer, who is with us with his wife Wadsana today. Thank you very much, Mark. When you were involved from 2000 to 2003, you made sure that the ADF did not drop this critical project that saved so many Australian lives. And I'm proud that we've given 90 Bushmasters to Ukraine to keep them safe as well. Thanks.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Capricornia funds the wealth of the nation, but it seems the nation won't fund Capricornia. Labor have cut $1.6 billion in vital regional and rural project funding that the Coalition fought for, with no regard for the costs and the losses this will bring to businesses and their families in central Queensland. The Prime Minister and the Minister for Infrastructure have delayed vital funding to the Rockhampton Ring Road. Hundreds of trucks must pass through 19 sets of traffic lights to travel through Rockhampton. Emergency service vehicles have delays and they cannot get through the traffic on the existing bridges. The Coalition fought for the Rockhampton Ring Road funding, but Labor have decided to delay it after they had committed to it previously. Cost blowouts from $1 billion to $1.7 billion are being used to justify the axing. Well, Prime Minister, construction costs are only going to rise over the next 2 years. There's no better time than now to start construction on the Rockhampton Ring Road. I joined over 500 people in Rockhampton last week to rally against the cuts the government has made to the Ring Road. Organisers are in Canberra today to plead the case to the Prime Minister. They are in the gallery up here now. As the federal member for Capricornia, I do not accept the painful blow the federal government have dealt to the regional and rural communities. This money needs to be reinstated now.
Member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In McNamara, more than half the people in my electorate are renters. It's much higher than the national average of around 30%, where in McNamara it's more than 1 in 2. And many people who are renting in McNamara, they choose to live in my electorate because it is such a wonderful place to live. It is so vibrant, there is such a warm community, but it is difficult for families, and it's especially difficult for single people as well, trying to get by on a lower or middle income. And it's a misconception, I think, that the Reserve Bank increases doesn't then flow on to the rental market as well. I think it's quite clear that, from what I'm hearing from my constituents, a lot of the feedback is that landlords have had an increase in their mortgage repayments, and that is being passed on to the renters as well. And when you combine the natural rises in the cost of living, people are doing it pretty tough. So I wanted to first come in here and acknowledge that people are doing it tough, and especially renters in my electorate are finding the rental prices quite alarming. Christina from Elwood wrote to me that she was recently issued with a 20% rent increase, and it would be challenging at any time, but particularly after the last few years with a lack of pay increases, lockdowns and childcare challenges. As a family of 4 who've lived in the same residence for the past 5 years, it was a devastating notice. We are here to ease the cost of living. There has been significant work in the budget to ease cost of living pressures for families like Christina, but there's a lot more to do, and we recognise the pain that renters are feeling right now.
Member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 11th of the 11th,
at 11 o'clock will be Armistice Day and a representation of those who served our nation. Now, they ask us only to stop for a minute, but I bet you there'll be a lot of people who will apparently find a cup of coffee more important or some other triviality more important than the 416,800 people from Australia who enlisted out of a population of merely 5 million. 60,000 of them were killed. 156,000 of them were injured, were wounded. 30,000 of them died when they got home from injuries sustained through the labours of the First World War, such things as gassing. And 270,000 of them arrived back, and of the 240,000, there are people who are just buried, a lot of them in unmarked graves. Now, unfortunately, we put $3.7 million to find these graves and mark them and treat them with some dignity. But that funding has been cut to $1.5 million. But they have found money for the Environmental Defender's Office for $10 million. They have found money for the Environmental Warriors. But we should actually be finding money for the people who served our nation, because otherwise, when we say lest we forget, we don't really mean it, because you obviously forget them if you don't want to find their grave.
Member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there's been a lot of conversation around the public's loss of faith in government across recent years, and I want to say that I very much welcome the Royal Commission into the robo-debt scandal, because I believe it might build some faith back into government if we get to the bottom of how that atrocity was committed by the former government. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the member for Maribyrnong, current minister, for his work in opposition to ensure that this happened, and his fight across those years from 2015 through to November 2019. I know in my office in Werribee I sat with many residents who had received these illegal, we can say now, robo-debt notices. This is what causes a lack of faith in the public. It's when governments do unconscionable things. And I look forward to the findings of the Royal Commission. But I don't need a Royal Commission, and neither do my constituents, to know that many of them received notices of debts they didn't owe, and that we had a government who persisted with a scheme that was illegal and was shown to be illegal, and that hurt so many. 400,000 Australians received these debt notices, 400,000 of our fellow citizens. So I want to hope that this Royal Commission builds some faith back in the public for government.
Give a call to the member for Barker.
Mr Speaker, it's my obligation to report to the House that this weekend saw another chapter written in a long-standing and important parliamentary tradition. I speak, of course, Mr Speaker, of the annual cricket fixture played between the politicians and members of the Press Gallery, in which we play for the Peter Vaness Memorial Cup. I am further obliged to report to the House a comfortable victory for the Pollies. Taking the field at the home of ACT Cricket, the Phillip Oval, the Press managed a respectable 9 for 144 from their allotted 35 overs, with Andrew Probyn, despite sustaining injury, fighting on manfully for 34. Taking 3 for 20 for the Pollies was the member for Bowman, on what we should note was his debut. In response, the Pollies comfortably chased down that target with 5 overs to spare and with 5 wickets in hand. And congratulations needs to go to the member for Casey for retiring 50 not out on what was also his debut. A great day, played in great spirits, while Andrew, who I know is too ashamed to join us in the chamber today, but I understand is watching from the Bureau, you won't be able to drown your sorrows with a beer from the ABC beer fridge, but you can always come to my office and help yourself to one.
For a minute, I'll give the call to the member for Bean.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, for the last week, 30 community leaders from Canberra have been walking 142 kilometres along the Canberra Centenary Trail. They were doing this in support of one of the great Canberra charities and not-for-profits, Men's Link. Men's Link provides important mentoring services to young guys who are doing it tough, who actually need to find support and a role model at difficult times in their life. Speaker, there are lots of blisters,
There were a few injuries, but with the support of the Greater Canberra community, and I was privileged to walk for 20 kilometres with them on Saturday, Speaker, they were able to raise more than $300,000 for this vital service, this critical service for the people of Canberra and young men.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 25 October 2022 of the Honourable Anthony Street, a former minister and a member of this House for the division of Corangamite from 1966 to 1984, place on record its appreciation of his meritorious public service and tender its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Mr Speaker, when Tony Street was described as having a talent for spin, it was unusually for a politician meant positively and literally. It was Tony's father, Geoffrey, who introduced him to the art of leg spin. They would spend hours in the garden at home, taking turns landing their leg breaks on a handkerchief spread on a good length. It was the beginning of a lifelong love. During his long arc through politics, one epitomised by such decency that his Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser declared him, quote, the nicest man that ever lived, unquote. Tony always made room in his attaché case for an old cricket ball. That way he could practice gripping and spinning, keeping his fingers match fit. Spin bowlers, of course, depend not just on flight and turn. They rely on patience, planning, sticking to a strategy in the face of counter-attack. All qualities that Tony carried with him when he overcame his reluctance to enter politics. In 1966, Tony became the second Street to hold the seat of Corangamite, following on from his father Geoffrey Street, a decorated war veteran, grazier and Minister for War in the first Menzies government. But few political dynasties have such sorrow at their heart. Tony was just 14 when, just a few kilometres from here, his father was killed in the plane crash that occurred during that war. In a world already upended by the Second World War, Tony's life was changed irrevocably. He enlisted in the Navy. Then, when the war was over, he came back to Alden, the family farm that so perfectly framed his long life. The next 20 years were spent raising sheep and cattle and playing in the Country Cricket League before he finally heeded the call of Canberra. Much was made of Tony's modest physical stature, something exaggerated when he was in the presence of his fellow Victorian, Malcolm Fraser. Fraser said that Tony that he could do any job you asked him. As an instinctive consensus builder, he was a natural fit for industrial relations. Then in 1980 he was given Foreign Affairs, where one of his first tasks was to denounce Pol Pot and his Khmer Rouge regime, which at the time was still recognised by the United States, the United Nations and ASEAN. In 1981 he was heavily involved in Australia's boycott of the Springboks rugby tour to New Zealand. Crucially, he was also an early builder of Australia's relationship with China. When it was all done, the beauty of the farm called him home once more. Our hearts go out to his family and to all who loved him. May he rest in peace.
And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister in honouring the life of Anthony Austin Street. Born in 1926, the son of Evora and Geoffrey Street, Tony was raised on the family farm just near Lismore. His father was a veteran of Gallipoli in the Western Front, who later served as a Minister for Defence, Army and Repatriation in Menzies' United Australia Party. Tragedy struck Tony early in life when, aged just 14 years old, his father was killed in the Canberra air disaster in 1940. Such was his father's influence, Tony would follow in his military and political footsteps. The graduate of Melbourne Grammar joined the Royal Australian Navy in 1944 as a gunnery radar operator. He served on 3 of Her Majesty's Australian ships, seeing action in the Pacific. From the high seas to the seat of Corangamite, Tony was elected in 1966, 32 years after his father's victory in the same electorate. Tony had joined the Liberal Party 20 years earlier, seeing it as the only party which represented the whole of Australia. In his maiden speech, the man born and bred on the land spoke passionately about Australia's primary producers. He espoused the benefits of applying scientific methods to increase production, describing extension work as the primary producer's most valuable weapon in his continual battle against rising costs. And he imparted the value that computers and data analysis would progressively play in managing the increased complexity of farming operations. Such prescient ideas in 1967 reflected the mind of a policy powerhouse, a man who would go on to hold wide-ranging political positions. Under Bill McMahon's prime ministership, Tony was the Assistant Minister for Labor and National Service. During the Whitlam years, he held the shadow ministries of Social Security and Welfare, Health, Primary Industry, Shipping and Transport, Science and Technology. Most prominently under Fraser's prime ministership, he was the Minister for Employment, Industrial Relations, the Public Service and Foreign Affairs, championing Australia's role as a middle power in the latter. While seeking to promote industrial productivity through better employer and union relationships, Tony was nonetheless one to stand his ground. In 1972, he helped break union attempts to ban the export of merino rams. The Courier Mail said that occasional TV confrontations with Labor politicians and union leaders usually found the unruffled Tony Street winning on points with his firmly but polite and concise statements. It was his soft, sincere and conciliatory manner which Bob Hawke respected. The then ACTU president worked constructively with Minister Street in trying to curb the nation's unemployment and industrial downturn. Just as Tony was a loyal Liberal, he was a trustworthy lieutenant of his Prime Minister. With Fraser towering over Street, their critics flippantly labelled the old friends the odd couple. The self-deprecating Street laughed it off, recalling that in his Navy days he and a tall friend were called Dot and Dash. Tony's passion for politics was matched by his obsession with cricket. He was admired for being a mean spinner with a devastating leg break when playing for his school's first 11. After retiring from Parliament in 1984, Tony served on the Melbourne Cricket Club's committee for 14 years. Notably, he is the MCC's longest-serving member with a tenure of just under 90 years, having joined at age 6. A column in the National Times in 1975 gives us a pithy measure of Tony's character, describing him as a conscientious and hard worker, solid family man, polite, cautious and pragmatic. Tony will be remembered as a country-loving, motorbike riding, Cessna flying, cricket tragic, who approached all aspects of life with a balance of realism and idealism. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to Tony's colleagues and his friends and family, especially his wife Ricky and 3 sons, Jeffrey, Ellen and Philip. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable Anthony Austin Street, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. I call the Leader of the House.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for further debate.
I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
I call the Leader of the House.
I move that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Anthony Austin Street be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the member for Shortland will be absent from Parliament this week, representing the Australian Government at COP27, and questions relating to the defence industry and the international development and the Pacific portfolios will be answered by the Deputy Prime Minister.
Questions without notice. I'll give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Last week I met with Louis and Tess, who run a cafe in Fairfield. Louis and Tess were promised that a Labor government would bring down power prices by $275 a year. But Louis and Tess are facing a 56% rise in power prices over the next 2 years and are forced to take measures like turning off the air conditioning to try and rein in surging costs. Will the Prime Minister apologise to families and businesses like the one Louis and Tess run for not delivering on his $275 commitment to cut electricity prices?
Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The Prime Minister will be heard in silence. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. We stand by the evidence, which is that renewables are the cheapest form of power. And the best way to get power prices down
on my left.
is to get renewables up. And that's exactly what this budget has done. Nearly $24 billion for clean energy, investing in Marinus Link, renewable energy zones, offshore wind, pumped hydro, community batteries, solar banks, all of it making up for a decade of neglect, a decade of denial, a decade of chaos. We had on those opposites' watch 4 gigawatts leave the system and 1 gigawatt come in. That's what occurred from those opposite. Now, common sense tells you that with demand and supply, if you have less supply but demand is going up, then you will have pressure when it comes to prices. But, of course, those opposite were too busy fighting for power amongst themselves to worry about generating power for the country. That's essentially the problem that occurred.
The Leader of the Nationals.
That's essentially the problem that occurred. They had a rotation of ministers. They had every time that we had the potential of an energy policy being adopted, even ones that could have been adopted with bipartisan support, instead of adopting them, they just rolled the leader. That's what occurred. Order. They were too busy worried about their own power squabbles.
Will pause. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, I ask that you follow the tradition of Speaker Jenkins and direct the Prime Minister to relate his material to the question at hand, not some kind of historical excursion. He's looking for every reason to avoid answering a clear and direct question.
You may resume your seat. The Leader of the House.
To the point of order, Mr Speaker, this was hardly a tight question. It went for the full 30 seconds available and asked what the impacts were on a cafe in Fairfield of electricity prices. Now, the Prime Minister is going to exactly why there's pressure on those families and those households and their businesses right now.
Order. The Prime Minister is in order. The question was about power prices and the question was about commitments about those prices. I'm listening carefully to the Prime Minister and I give him the call.
Yes, Mr Speaker. Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Of course, what we know is that there are two big reasons why there are pressure on prices at the moment. One of which is, I've outlined already, is the failure of those opposite to actually build enough supply to generate power in the country because they were too busy worried about power struggles within themselves. But the second, of course, is, and this might be a news release for those opposite, the fact of the Russian invasion of Ukraine has led to global power prices rises that has occurred throughout the entire world. It seems oblivious to those opposite that this has occurred, but it is just a fact.
The member for Deakin will cease interjecting. Order. When the House comes to order, the member for Aston and the member for Herbert will cease interjecting so we can hear the member for Robertson and give him the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. On Friday, the Fair Work Commission awarded a 15% pay rise for aged care workers. How does this put security, dignity and humanity back into the aged care system for workers and older Australians?
Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Robertson for his question and acknowledge his service as an emergency department doctor over the years. He knows very well the importance of our election commitments like 24/7 nurses back into residential aged care to take the pressure off our acute care system and the people like him in emergency departments across the country. I am confident that aged care workers like Aditi and Tiana at Orem Terrigal are grateful that he is there fighting in their corner. And fighting we are, because after only 5 months in office, we have now addressed 37 recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care, 37 of 148, compared with only 9 of 148 that were addressed by the previous government in 15 long months, where aged care workers were crying out for assistance. And now, on Friday, aged care workers have this result, and I want to thank those workers for bearing with us and all of the people that supported them, the families, the sector, the people in this place who have fought for a pay rise for aged care workers for so very long. It is hugely welcomed. It is desperately needed, because a key part of the Albanese government's commitment to fixing the crisis in aged care is our steadfast support for the skilled and dedicated aged care workforce who stand among our frontline pandemic heroes. And I'd specifically like to recognise our home care workers who will receive this 15% interim pay rise, who drive from home to home, often unpaid, trying to support and prioritise huge client loads. These workers play such an important part in helping people maintain their dignity and their independence as they want to age at home. And so prior to the election, we promised to support a meaningful pay rise for them and for people in residential aged care. And within weeks of being sworn into government, we delivered on that promise. And now, just 5 months into government, we have this decision, a meaningful pay rise and a very important first step. We welcome the Fair Work's interim decision to increase wages of direct care workers in both home and residential care by 15%. Working in aged care is difficult. It is physically and emotionally demanding, and it is skilled work. And then you had COVID that made everything 10 times worse. So in May 2021, I met, and many of us on this side of the House met with Jude, whom you might remember for her fabulous pink hair, who said to us that she loves the work that you do, but love does not pay the bills. So it is for people like Jude that we have been fighting. It is for people like Jude that we will continue to fight, as this is step 1 of a 3-step process to keep this process going. I'd also acknowledge Teresa, a home care worker who many of us have seen in this place fighting for a pay rise for people like the colleagues that she wants to support. She can't afford to do the job that she loves. She can't afford to pay for the petrol to fill the tank to drive from home to home as a home care worker. This 15% interim pay rise will bring some relief to her and allow her to keep doing the job that she loves. And that is the right thing to do. It's also the smart thing to do, because we need to bring workers back into the aged care workforce. We need to fill the staff shortages after 9 years of neglect. And that'll do.
His time has expired. I'll give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer the Prime Minister to the front page of the Australian.
The Opposition will resume her seat.
On the 2nd of May.
She will resume her seat. Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition knows my position on props. I'm going to. The member for Longman. I'll ask the Deputy Leader of the Opposition to begin her question again, without the use of a prop.
My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer the Prime Minister to the front page of The Australian on the 2nd of May this year, titled "Life Will Be Cheaper Under Me," where the Prime Minister said, "Labor has real lasting plans for cheaper electricity and cheaper mortgages. Given the budget confirmed power prices will rise 56% and interest rates have already gone up 6 times since the election, how can the Prime Minister seriously suggest that life is cheaper under Labor? Why won't he say sorry for yet another broken promise?"
The Deputy of the Opposition will resume her seat. Order. I specifically asked the Deputy Leader of the Opposition not to use a prop. If she does that again, she'll be asked to leave the House. I can't be clearer than that. That goes for every member in the House. Nice try. I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I always read the front page of The Australian, Mr Speaker, so I did read that. I read the front page of every newspaper in this country to try and keep on top of where things are. And a couple of weeks later, in May, the first interest rate increase occurred by the Reserve Bank on their watch, and I thought they were in government at that point in time. But what we also know is that there was also scheduled to be an increase in energy prices, in wholesale prices at the same time. But I didn't get to read about that on the front page of The Australian. I didn't get to read about it. And I wonder why that is the case. Because it was scheduled to occur during the campaign, just like the interest rate increase occurred during the campaign. But we knew about one, but we didn't know about the other. We didn't know about the other. And we didn't know about the other because someone,
Order.
Someone hit it. Someone actually introduced a change in the law so that people couldn't know that there was this wholesale price scheduled to occur. And what date did they pick? What date did they pick? Because the election was on May 21. So do you think they picked a day before May 21 or after May 21? Hands up those who think they picked the day after. Hands up those who think they picked the day after. You are all right. They picked the day after because they were not transparent. They were not transparent about what they had intended, as a result of this government.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? He's concluded his answer. I give the order. When the House comes to order, I'd like to hear the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What steps has the government taken to deliver on its commitment to get wages moving again?
Great question. Give a call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Chisholm very much for her question. And one of my favourite days of the election campaign, I was with the member for Chisholm, indeed, when I was asked if I supported a pay rise of $1 for people who are on the minimum wage. And on that day I said absolutely, absolutely. And the response of the then government was that was loose. They said it was irresponsible to support a pay increase for those Australian heroes of the pandemic, those people who are on the minimum wage, looking after Australians during that pandemic. And they said, no, can't have $1 increase, not $1 an hour, because that will ruin the economy. The sky will fall. A decade of low wages under those opposite being used as a deliberate design feature of economic policy. Well, we on this side of the House are getting wages moving again. And one of the first things that we did, of course, was make a submission to the Fair Work Commission saying that those people who are on the minimum wage deserve not to go backwards. And the Fair Work Commission granted an increase of 5.2%, more than the then inflation rate of 5.1. But on Friday there was further good news, because the Fair Work Commission granted aged care workers a 15% wage rise. A 15% wage rise. And when I was asked whether I welcome that, I said absolutely. Those opposite who presided over a growing crisis in aged care but had contempt for those workers in aged care who worked under such critical circumstances during the pandemic in particular. They are heroes of the pandemic and they deserve more than our thanks. They deserve a pay rise. And that was something that was acknowledged by the Fair Work Commission. On the weekend, on the Sunshine Coast, I met with Deb and Glenn. They told me how much this pay rise means for them. Aged care workers who go to work, who love their work, who love the people that they care for. They certainly don't do it for the money. They do it for their care for fellow Australians. And the fact that those opposite find this somehow a contestable issue when I am praising aged care workers who look after our oldest Australians just shows the contempt that they have for old Australians who deserve dignity and respect. This week we'll have a chance with the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill to actually take those principles even further and make sure we have an industrial relations system that works for people.
Members, time has expired. I'd like to inform the House that present in the gallery today are a group from the Clinical Trials Patient Summit delegation. On behalf of the House, I extend a very warm welcome to you all. And I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you. This question is for the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister agree that real effective wage rises in low-paid industries can be achieved through the awards, as has been shown this week in the Aged Care Awards, rather than through complex IR legislation that wasn't taken to the election, brings in small business and may delay wage rises in protracted negotiations?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'll start and I'll ask the Minister to continue as well. And I thank the member for Wentworth for her question and for her constructive engagement in this House. I think it is, though, not credible to say that we did not take our policy to lift wages to the election. We were very, very clear. We were very clear that we'd make wage theft a crime. We were very clear that we wanted to lift wages. We were clear that we would make submissions to the Fair Work Commission about those on the minimum wage, about those in the aged care workforce. We were very clear that we would make secure work an objective of the Fair Work Act. We were very clear that we would make gender pay equity an objective of the Fair Work Act. And one of the things that's very clear and why we need to change the industrial relations system is that not only have real wages gone backwards over the previous decade as a deliberate policy of the then government, what we know is that the feminised industries, people like our cleaners, our early learning educators, our aged care workers, our disability care workers, have copped the brunt of the holding back of wages in this country. And that's why a fairer country deserves a fairer industrial relations system. That's what our Secure Work Better Pay Bill will do. We believe that there is a need to reform the system. That was something that we took and engaged very much with business, and we continue to do so, as well as with unions. We did so at the Jobs and Skills Summit here. It is one of the challenges that we need to meet. The Reserve Bank Governor made it very clear that we need to lift wages, that it was something that was holding back the economy, and that's why our legislation is worthy of support by this parliament, because we believe very clearly we have a mandate for it. But I'd ask the Minister.
The call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thanks very much, and I reiterate thanking the member for Wentworth for the way in which he's been engaging with this debate and the further conversations that are still yet to happen. But I do have to note as to why we don't just rely on the award system. People on enterprise agreements earn more, and businesses with enterprise agreements get more flexibility and get more productivity. So enterprise agreements do provide a better outcome, but they are largely at the moment less available if you're a smaller business or medium-sized business, and less available if it's a feminised workforce. If we can deliver the pay rise and the productivity, it's a much better outcome.
And order. Give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Government Services. What information has the Royal Commission discovered in its first week of public hearings that would otherwise have remained secret? Who were the relevant ministers during the operation of the robo-debt scheme?
Give the call to the Minister for National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
Thank you, the member Lingiari, for your question. At the conclusion of the first week of public hearings of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, Australians have learned that the previous coalition government received departmental and legal advice that the robo-debt scheme was unlawful from its inception. Specifically, Australians have learned, firstly, that in 2014, at the dawn of the robo-debt scheme, the then Liberal National Government received advice from their own lawyers that the scheme was likely illegal. Secondly, we've learned that the former Department of Social Services Director of Payments and Integrity, who is responsible for seeking the 2014 internal legal advice, had warned that income averaging to raise welfare debts was likely unlawful, that advice. He said he and his team were almost immediately concerned about the proposal, which he also described as unethical. The same official said that the DSS legal advice was black and white. It should have ended the proposal. Indeed, he likened the robo-debt scheme to the Dallas Buyers Club scam of speculative invoicing of unsuspecting victims. Thirdly, we've learned in 2018 top law firm Clayton Utz provided advice that the scheme was not able to be justified.
The minister will resume his seat. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. The Minister for Cyber Security and the Minister for Energy. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, Mr Speaker, there's a Royal Commission underway at the moment, and there is a well-respected principle that the House, the Parliament, not interfere in judicial processes or indeed
the Attorney General will cease interjecting.
And indeed, as practice itself notes, Royal Commission's proceedings have a quasi-judicial character. So it is an important public policy question whether the minister ought to be offering a running commentary on what is an important process that is underway right now. That is an important question, Mr Speaker, for you to determine.
Order. I'll hear from members on my right. It's far too much noise. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just to the point of order, it's been raised before, and so the Manager of the Opposition Business, I presume, knows, because he didn't keep reading page 524 of practice, which is the quote that he just read, where it acknowledges that in the ordinary event, debate is allowed on royal commissions in the House. Certainly not on jury trials, but certainly yes on royal commissions.
I'm listening carefully to the Leader of the Opposition. I thank the Manager for raising that as a point. The Minister for Government Services.
So Australians have learned three things. Firstly, the internal legal advice was this was most likely illegal. Secondly, the former Director in charge of integrity and payments said the scheme should have been stopped. And thirdly, top law firm Clayton Utz provided advice in 2018 that the scheme was not able to be justified. This prompted internal emails saying this was catastrophic. Clayton Utz offered to rework the advice. So, but for this Royal Commission, these three revelations that the Liberal National Government received departmental and legal advice that robo-debt was illegal from 2014 onwards would never have seen the light of day. The other part of the member for Lingau's questions is who were the relevant ministers during the operation of this unlawful scheme? They were the member for Cook, Minister for Social Services 2014-15, the former member for Pearce, Minister for Social Services 2015-2017, the member for Wannon, Minister for Human Services and Minister for Social Services, our friend the member for Bradfield, our Minister for Families and Social Services, the member for Fadden, Minister for Human Services, the member for Aston, Minister for Human Services. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, there have always been three explanations for the conduct of ministers in this operation. One, they were obeying the law and it was lawful, or two, it wasn't lawful but they just didn't know what was happening beneath their noses, so they were essentially negligent, or three, that they did know but didn't care. We've eliminated the "it was lawful, Your Honour" defence. We wait to see what the answer is to the remaining two explanations.
The member for Aston. The member for Aston is warned.
Turn the camera on.
Give the call to the member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the Prime Minister's opinion piece on the 24th of April 2022, which read, "Australia needs a government that will accept responsibility and not seek to blame others." The Prime Minister's first budget confirms electricity prices are going up by 56%, inflation will hit 8% and unemployment is set to rise.
Order.
Will the Prime Minister
member for
take
Hume will resume his
responsibility?
seat. Will resume his seat. There is far too much noise. I cannot hear where the question is directed and I can't hear the question. So I'm going to ask the member for Hume to begin again, and I want the House to remain silent to show him the courtesy that he deserves. I give the call to the member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the Prime Minister's opinion piece on the 24th of April 2022, which read, "Australia needs a government that will accept responsibility and not seek to blame others." The Prime Minister's first budget confirms electricity prices are going up by 56%, inflation will hit 8% and unemployment is set to rise. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for a budget with no plans to deal with these pressures?
I give the call to the Prime Minister, who will be heard in silence.
Well, Mr Speaker, they say all roads lead to Rome, but all road scholarships clearly don't lead anywhere. because the shadow treasurer.
Members on my left will remain silent.
The shadow treasurer had a moment of clarity recently. This is what he had to say about energy policy. He said this: "The development of interconnectors and transmission is critical to bringing new generation capacity into the energy system, while shoring up reliability and affordability across state borders." Pretty good statement. Pretty well done, Angus.
The member for Hume.
Then he went on to say, "Thousands of kilometres of new transmission is likely to be needed to connect new generation." So you compare the rhetoric that they have and they had before the election, where they spoke about they were going to have all this new generation, but in fact they had 4 gigs out and only 1 gig in. They now are trying to run a scare campaign about transmission and that we should have an energy system without transmission. That completely contradicts what they said before the election. They didn't do anything about it. And they had some 22 energy policies and didn't land one. So it's no wonder that my friend the Treasurer here, and we've only got one, can't get a question from the Shadow Treasurer. Can't get a question from the Shadow Treasurer. All we get is recycled questions from the bloke who was the largest failure.
Prime Minister will pause and order. The member for Moreton. And I give the... When the House comes to order, I'll hear from the member for Hume on a point of order. The member for Hume.
Relevance, Mr Speaker, is a very clear question. Whether the Prime Minister will take responsibility for his failed budget.
Resume your seat. The question was broad about the Prime Minister's budget, about inflation, about prices and other aspects, and order the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, while I'm speaking and ruling on the member for Hume, I'd ask the House to remain silent. The Prime Minister is in order and I give him the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. In the point of order, the Shadow Treasurer then finally got around to asking a question about the budget. But he did it in a point of order rather than ask the question to the Treasurer, because he's simply not up to the task of taking on the Treasurer when it comes to economic policy. Those opposite were responsible for a decade of denial, a decade of failure, 22 different policy announcements, and didn't land one. Didn't land one. Not a single one, because they were too interested in the power struggles of their internals and not worried about powering up Australia by fixing up the energy sector.
Order.
We will do it.
Prime Minister's time has concluded. I give the call to the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Could the Treasurer explain to the House, in 3 minutes or less, how the budget responds to the challenge of rising inflation?
I give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Bruce for asking that question with characteristic panache and class. Mr Speaker, the budget we handed down nearly 2 weeks ago was overwhelmingly influenced by the inflation challenge, and it was primarily a response to that challenge. And it had to be an inflation-focused budget because inflation is the #1 challenge facing our economy right now, just as it is for economies right around the world. And that meant that the budget had to deliver cost of living relief, and it had to invest in the drivers of the economy, and it had to start cleaning up the mess that was left to us from the wasted decade, and had to do all of those things without adding to inflation. And that's exactly what our first budget delivered. By providing targeted cost of living relief in areas like cheaper early childhood education and cheaper medicines, by investing in the capabilities of our people and the capacity of our economy with free TAFE and more university places, with the National Reconstruction Fund and our Powering Australia plan. And most importantly of all, when it comes to this inflation challenge, keeping spending under control and finding responsible savings in the budget. And this responsible approach to the budget marks a total change from what we got from those opposite over the previous 9 years. In our budget, an average 0.3% annual real spending growth over the forward estimates, compared to an average of 2.6% a year in their budgets, and that was before the pandemic. More than 90% of tax revenue upgrades returned to the bottom line in our budget, compared to 40% by the previous government, and $22 billion of savings in our budget, but not a single cent of savings on the expenditure side in the March budget handed down by those opposite. Now, we knew we had to act differently from our predecessors. We knew we had to be more responsible, and because we did that, this budget doesn't make our inflation problem worse. In fact, if we had done what they did and spend all of the revenue upgrades, that they had done that on 14 occasions, they'd spent every cent of the revenue upgrades, and that would have added another ½ percentage point to inflation over the next year, and interest rates would have to go even higher as a consequence. So the budget, Mr Speaker, was right and responsible. It was defined by the times and it was designed for the times, and it will help us steer us through the difficult days that are ahead of us, so that we can build an economy that does get wages moving again after a wasted decade of wage stagnation. It will deal with the aged care crisis that we inherited, the energy policy chaos that we inherited, the labour shortages that we inherited, and begin to deal with the $1 trillion of debt that those opposite left behind with almost nothing to show for it.
Give the call to the honourable member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Heritage Hotel in Warringah in my electorate of Cowper has their electricity supply contract due to be renewed next year. They've been informed that the hotel's annual electricity price is set to increase by $25,000, or almost 60% in 2023. Why are businesses like the Heritage Hotel in Warringah having to pay for the Prime Minister's broken promise to cut power prices?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, and I thank the member for Cowper for his question. Indeed, Warringah's a great town. He's very privileged to represent such a great local community. You might like to tell the small business, though, that in the hidden power price increase, that small businesses in New South Wales were due to, according to the release, of course, that was the 25th of May. 25th of May, I don't think it's very hard for you to blame this side of the House on, was due to go up by 19.7%. 19.7% as a result. 19.7%.
Member for Hume will cease interjecting.
And over there, when they had a Liberal Party in Western Australia, they were led once by Richard Court, the former WA Liberal Premier, and he's had something to say over the last couple of days. And I agree with his comment where he said the past decade of national energy policy has been, to quote him, a slow-moving train wreck.
And I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Workplace Relations. What will the Albanese Labor government's Secure Jobs Better Pay bill do to get wages moving after a decade where wages were kept deliberately low, and has the government considered responses to the bill?
Give the call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations and the Minister for the Arts.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Solomon, who shares the concern that in Australia we need to get wages moving. And I hear opposite, oh, we all do. We all do, from those opposite. 10 years of wanting to make sure that they didn't move, 10 years keeping them deliberately low, and look at the different measures that we've taken already. So when we took the measure to put the submission in for the annual wage review, that was what they described as being a loose unit with the economy. That was what they described as being reckless and dangerous. That's what delivered a 5.2% increase on the minimum wage. And then they also refused to put in a submission backing aged care workers. Well, I challenge those opposite. Go to the aged care centres around your own electorates now and let them know that the 15% that's been awarded, that you're opposed to a government fighting for that. But they won't have to wait for you to do that, because already those opposite are making clear that they're opposed to legislation that will get wages moving. There is no doubt that if you're on an agreement, you get paid more than if you're on the award. New figures came out today, and the Fair Work Commission is now regularly releasing figures as to what are the pay increases that are coming if you are on a registered agreement, an average of 3.6%. Now, that's at the exact same time that wages at the moment are running at 2.6%. Now, for those opposite, we know why they opposed it. The Shadow Treasurer gave away why he opposed it in one of the most extraordinary arguments against our bill. He said it pushes up wages. Pushes up wages. That was his reason for opposing it. But it went to a new level today, and I do have to thank the Leader of the Opposition. I'm so glad when you did the reshuffle, you kept Michaelia Cash where she was. Senator Cash, now remember previously Senator Cash had said Labor policy would end the weekend, which we had presumed that Monday to Friday were therefore still available. Today, the bill will potentially close down Australia. Close down Australia. They've got a real sense of nuance, those opposite. Close down Australia. Well, I'll tell you what. People who are watching wages run at 2.6 while inflation's running at 7.3 and projected to reach 8% want action now. They want the parliament to act now. And when they hear those opposites saying, oh, can't we just wait another month? Can't we just wait a little bit longer? They know that they were kept waiting for 10 years while wages were deliberately kept low, and they should not be left waiting. They should not be left waiting in a situation where it becomes harder to make ends meet because the parliament has not yet acted.
Give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Mr Speaker, my question goes to the Prime Minister. The government's budget has disproven the Reputex modelling behind Labor's Powering Australia energy plan. And I note over the weekend that the Department for Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water has removed reference to that modelling from its website. Since Treasury and the Department don't trust Labor's modelling, why should the Australian people?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. The member for Fairfax was heard.
I'll get to you in a minute.
The member for
you got to wait for
the Leader of the Nationals. The member for Fairfax was heard in question. So will the minister. I'll give him the call.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question about modelling. And yes, the modelling commissioned by the Labor Party in the opposition is very important because it underlines the fact that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy, Mr Speaker. It underlines the fact that renewable energy will create jobs across our country, Mr Speaker. Now, we understand that. Any sensible economist understands that. Those opposite are still struggling with that, Mr Speaker. They're still struggling with that. They think that the cheapest form of energy is nuclear, Mr Speaker. They think the cheapest form of energy is nuclear. The Leader of the Opposition was asked the other week about nuclear energy being more expensive, and he said, no, Chris Bowen, that's an assertion by Chris Bowen. It's not supported by the facts from Europe and North America. Now, the Leader of the Opposition is on to me, Mr Speaker. He's on to me. I did call the CSIRO and Australian Energy Market Operator, the GenCost report, and asked them to write that nuclear energy is the most expensive form of energy. Then I got on Stanford University and asked them. Then I got on to Harvard University and asked them. Then I got on to the International Energy Agency and asked them. Then I got on to the International Nuclear Report and asked them. These are all groups who say that nuclear energy is the most expensive form of energy, but it has passed by the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker.
The member for O'Connor, I'm trying to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business. I'll give him the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, you have previously asked a minister to return to a question because he's, quote, had a preamble. The minister has had a preamble. He needs to answer the question, why has the modelling been taken down from the website?
The question contained more than that one component, but I'm listening carefully to the minister and ask him to return to the question specifically regarding the modelling, and I give him the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. We're happy to talk about modelling. I look forward to the opposition releasing modelling of the impact of nuclear energy on power prices. I look forward to the opposition releasing information as to where the nuclear power plants will go. I mean, will it be in Yeppoon or in Yeppen? Where will it be, Mr Speaker? That's what we want to know. The LNP, Mr Speaker, stands for Local Nuclear Power Plant, Mr Speaker.
The member for Fairfax was warned numerous times he will now leave the chamber under 94A. When the House comes to order, we will hear from the member for Tangney in silence, and I give him the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How will the government's plan for cheaper childcare benefit Australian families and the economy? Thank you.
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Tangney for his question and for his passionate advocacy of cheaper childcare to benefit his electorate. And of course we know that cheaper childcare will be good for productivity, it will be good for workforce participation as well as good for population growth. It's good for families, it takes pressure off family budgets, and it also is of course good for children, given that 90% of human brain development occurs in the first 5 years. And last week I had the opportunity with the member for McNamara visiting the Avenue Children's Centre in Balaclava. There I met Louise Hurd with her son Jack and Laura Hill with her son Levi. And it was Halloween. The kids were all dressed up, superheroes. They were all very keen. And what they were keen on, the parents there, was the fact that they now have a government that recognises the importance of early learning. The workers there, the educators, were keen as well by the fact that they now have a government that respects the work that they do. And I then went on with the member for Boothby to Good Start Early Learning in Somerton Park. And the kids there, again, were growing their very own veggie garden, learning about food nutrition, also learning about cooperation and the skills that you learn at an early learning centre, something that parents value and certainly this government values. There, of course, I met as well Honey and Chili, the centre's little guinea pigs, where kids get to take turns taking them home because many of the kids at that childcare centre don't live in houses where they're allowed to have a permanent pet. Makes a big difference to them. And I even went to the member for Fisher's electorate at Warringah last week as well. And there, of course, we had there on the Sunshine Coast a growing community full of families who really said to me very clearly, thank you for the government's actions which will make childcare cheaper, which will be able to help Warringah's on the Sunshine Coast in a region, in Queensland.
The Leader of the Nationals will cease interjecting.
I have to educate those opposite Queenslanders about where places are. This is a brand new centre in what is a growing new suburb of Warringah. And there, of course, I thank the children there for giving me a book
if I was Prime Minister, they wrote and illustrated themselves. And we won't be giving free ice cream or bringing back dinosaurs, but we can make childcare cheaper.
And I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, your government wants to host the 2026 COP Climate Summit with the Pacific, yet Australia is one of the world's biggest fossil fuel exporters, with a further 114 new coal and gas projects in the pipeline. Prime Minister, to help secure the hosting of the Global Climate Summit, will you now commit to not opening any new coal and gas projects?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question and for her engagement and her passionate advocacy for action on climate change. The government will be implementing the plan that we took to the election, our Powering Australia plan, our plan to reduce emissions by 43% by 2030, our plan to engage with our Pacific neighbours. At the Pacific Island Forum, which Prime Minister Bainimarama hosted in Fiji, it was clear to me that the entry card to get into discussions around the globe is action on climate change, is taking climate change seriously. And the fact is that the communique from that summit, from the Pacific Island Forum, welcomed the Australian government's new position, welcomed it, as it's been welcomed around the world, as it's been welcomed in North America by President Biden and Prime Minister Trudeau, as it's been welcomed in Europe by the European Commission, as it has been welcomed and will be welcomed at the COP, which the Minister will be attending next week on behalf of the Australian government. Australia is now back engaged with the global challenge of dealing with climate change. And we know that one nation alone can't deal with it. We need to be part of bringing the community with us, and we need to be part of bringing the whole globe with us as well, which is why I've been very pleased in the discussions I've had. In most countries, this is not a partisan issue. I discussed with the new Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, just last week, and the first issue that we discussed as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, a Conservative Prime Minister and an Australian Labor Prime Minister, was action on climate change and our common positions on that, just like I had that discussion with Prime Minister Johnson when he was in office and Prime Minister Truss when she was in office as well. The extraordinary thing about when you engage with international leaders, and we will be engaging to secure the hosting of the COP in a few years' time, and we will be attempting to host that with our Pacific neighbours. We're receiving strong support from around the Pacific for that objective. It would be a good thing for Australia to do, and I look forward to success and to notifying the Parliament and for us to working to host what is a very important international event.
Give the call to the member for Bennelong.
My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How will the Albanese Labor government's plan for more affordable early childhood education and care alleviate pressure on families struggling with the cost of living?
Give the call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bennelong for his question and acknowledge his commitment to young families in the electorate of Bennelong, 9,400 of which will benefit from the legislation that we introduced to make early childhood education and care more affordable. More affordable, Mr Speaker, for 1.2 million families right across Australia, including 9,400 in Bennelong. As the member knows, access to affordable early childhood education is great for our children. As the Prime Minister mentioned in his previous answer, rightly so, mentioning that 90% of a child's brain develops before the age of 5. And it's vital part of their a child's development is that access to early childhood education, good quality early childhood education. But it's also a vital part of our economy, Mr Speaker, a very important part of our economy. Because it's important for parents, and particularly women who happen to be the primary caregivers most of the time, who are looking for opportunities in the workforce. But of course, even when women get those opportunities in the workforce, there are barriers to them participating, whether it's opportunities for further study, opportunities to develop their careers, or opportunities to take on more hours. There are structural barriers, and the cost of affordable early childhood education is one of those barriers. By making early childhood education more affordable, what we're actually doing is achieving substantive equality for women, something that those opposite voted against substantive equality for women, because it's not just about providing opportunity, but creating the conditions under which women can undertake and take advantage of those opportunities by being able to go back to work, by being able to take on extra study or extra hours. But, Mr Speaker, like the member for Bennelong and like the members on this side of the House, I've also met with families in my electorate of Cowan who would like to be able to go to work, would like to be able to supplement their household income, particularly at a time where we know families and households are doing it tough, and they can't do it because of the competing pressures on the family budget. What our government did, what the Albanese Labor government did within its 5 months of being elected, making early childhood education more affordable for 1.2 million families right across Australia. Not just good for children, not just good for parents, particularly women who want to take advantage of those opportunities and achieve substantive equality, but also good for household budgets, because it means that parents can go out and earn more and alleviate those cost of living pressures that we're seeing at the moment.
Give the call to the member for Casey.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, under your budget, how much will gas prices go up by?
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. And I note that, remember, there was a time where questions used to get asked on this side of the House by Dixers, and they spoke about the gas-led recovery. The gas-led recovery.
Then they put Angus in
and they spoke about how they actually appointed Andrew Liveris, who I'll be meeting with this afternoon, actually, Mr Liveris. He's a quality person. He's someone who's been put in charge of—
Prime Minister—
Seriously.
Will pause. The Prime Minister has been answering the question for 30 seconds, so I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition out of courtesy.
Well, on relevance, Mr Speaker, the question was, Prime Minister, under your budget, how much will gas prices go up by? Nothing broader than that, as tight as you've requested. And, Mr Speaker, he refuses to answer a basic question.
So the question was about— the Leader of the Opposition has raised his point of order. He may resume his seat. The Prime Minister— the question was about gas, and the Prime Minister is referring to gas. I'm listening carefully to his answer. And I give— order on my left. And I give him the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm certainly talking about gas, which is what the question was about. Not the gas coming from those opposite,
members on my
but
left,
the gas in the system that we need. And what we used to have was that we used to have questions of the Minister.
The Leader of the Opposition— the Leader of the Opposition will cease yelling across the
He's
table.
very angry, Mr Speaker.
Order. Order. The House will come to order. I'm trying to hear the Prime Minister, but the yelling on the left makes it almost impossible. The Prime Minister will be heard in silence. I give him the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'm talking about gas. And we used to hear about the gas-led recovery, and why the gas-led recovery, so-called, is important in terms of price, is that was envisaging this massive increase in supply. But of course, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. There wasn't anything come online. As a result of this big review, and that was going to be the big recovery post the pandemic. It was going to be a gas-led recovery. And I'll give you the big tip. The government didn't change in 2020 or even in 2021. The fact is that those opposite presided over a system whereby 4 gigawatts went out and
the Leader of the
1
Nationals is on a
gigawatt went
warning,
in. And that has an impact in terms of supply. And what this government has done, unlike what happened when we came into office, we heard all sorts of rhetoric from those opposite about how the lights were going to go out, the system was going to fail, and of course that didn't happen because the Minister for Energy got together with the states and territories and delivered an outcome. And then, of course, we heard that there was going to be a shortage in gas supply. And we were told the shortage would be 56 gigajoules, petajoules. Instead of that, we delivered 157, an increase of more than 100 over what was anticipated. And we did that on the basis of the heads of agreement that was negotiated by our very fine Minister for Resources. So if those opposite want to have a debate,
Order. There is far too much noise on my left. I give a call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government helping protect Australians from scammers after a decade of inaction?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I thank the member for Holt for her question and congratulate her on her election to this parliament. From Colombo in Sri Lanka to the federal parliament, hers is a magnificent migrant story, adding to the lustre of this parliament. Today I had the great honour of announcing the establishment of a national anti-scam centre, fulfilling an election commitment. It will monitor and respond in real time the pandemic of scams that is going up and up and up. We will have new codes of practice and we will bring together the capacity and the expertise across the Commonwealth, state and territory governments, regulators, but importantly telecommunications companies, banks and the finance sector, bringing together the expertise to ensure that we can track scams down and protect consumers. Our objective is to ensure that for scammers, Australia is the destination of last resort. Scams have gone through the roof. We learnt today from the ACCC $2 billion have been lost to scammers over the last 12 months, $4 billion projected over this year. The Minister for Home Affairs advises us that every 7 minutes there is an attempted data breach in this country. Average cost to business and households $40,000. It is easy to dismiss this as something which is just preying upon the helpless and the gullible. Yes, we have a lot of work to do to protect people who have disadvantage and who are vulnerable to scams, but it is not just them. From the highest officers in the country to the farmers in the regions, all have fallen victim to scams. Crypto scams, romance scams, investment scams, invoice interception scams. This is a legacy that we have inherited. And I hear the member for Deakin, who's had a fair bit to say throughout question time, has just gone quiet. He's just gone quiet, and there's a very good reason that he's just gone quiet.
Member for Deakin.
This issue is beyond politics, but it's not beyond incompetence and it's not beyond indifference. Because on his watch, it doubled and then it doubled again. The member for Deakin had more people working on branch stacking in his office than the ACCC had working on this project. This is his legacy. This is his legacy. No wonder he is so lucky.
Assistant
and he's
Treasurer
got
will resume
so
his
much
seat.
to...
The House will come to order. You don't have the call. You don't have the call. The Assistant Treasurer, resume your seat. I know where the manager is going, and I'll give him the order. I give him the call. I give him the call.
This breaches a whole series of standing orders, reflection on members, offensive words. He ought to be very firmly told that this must not happen again, Mr. Speaker.
I uphold order. I uphold the point of order and ask the minister to, regarding the member for Deakin, ask him to withdraw that point that he made about him, to assist the House.
Withdrawn, but this is a legacy of negligence. A legacy of negligence, and it is on their head, and Australian businesses and households are
The
paying
minister's
for it.
time has expired. Order. Members on my left. I give the call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Treasurer. Over the last 3 decades, Australia's petroleum tax has collected a paltry amount of revenue from the sale of our natural resources, compared with other countries. While Norway collected trillions of dollars of wealth for their citizens, Australia's petroleum tax has declined from 19% of total oil and gas sector revenue in 1992 to just 1% in 2020. What will the government do to fix Australia's broken petroleum tax system?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the member for Mackellar for her question and for her engagement on the budget and on the PRRT in particular. It's worth the House noting, Mr. Speaker, that with the member for Mackellar's one question, she has asked more questions about the budget in the last 2 question times than the Shadow Treasurer has already with that one question, Mr. Speaker. Now, as the member for Mackellar knows, the war in Ukraine is pushing up substantially the price of gas, and that has a range of consequences, which I'll come to in a moment, but it also does have consequences for the budget. And what we've seen in the last little while is an increase in the PRRT take, but I do understand that there is a view in the community, perhaps the view that the member for Mackellar shares, judging by the question, that there is an appetite for Australians to get a decent return on the resources that they own. But it is worth noting that even in the budget I handed down a couple of Tuesdays ago, the PRRT take for last year was about $1.6 billion. For this year it's expected to be about $2.6 billion. That's about $200 million more than was anticipated before the election. Next year a little bit more than was anticipated as well. And in addition to the PRRT take going up a little bit over the course of the next couple of years, the company tax take is also up, as people know, and we've got policies and plans to make multinational taxes fairer as well. But when it comes to the gas market, so we've talked about the consequences for the budget when gas prices are high, but there are obviously consequences as well for Australian industry and for Australians everywhere when gas prices are high, and that's why our priority has been, whether it's the good work of the Minister for Resources negotiating more supply, whether it's the work that we are doing together with the Minister for Industry and the Minister for Energy and others to strengthen the Code of Conduct, to make it mandatory and to introduce considerations of price into that work. This is important work. And when it comes to the PRRT, there's an element of bipartisanship in the sense that the member for Cook and then the former member for Kooyong introduced a review of the PRRT that the Treasury is yet to conclude. When they conclude, obviously I'll take their recommendations seriously. But even if we were to go down the path being proposed by a number of people around changing the PRRT, that wouldn't change some of the near-term pressures on the gas market and on the energy market, more particularly as a consequence of the war in Ukraine. And so our near-term focus is on the Code of Conduct, is on price and supply. We think that's where our time is best spent, without taking some of these other options off the table when it comes to the future tax arrangements.
Give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring regional communities devastated by flooding have the funding they need to rebuild local infrastructure?
Give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Macquarie, who's experienced not only bushfires but floods over the last couple of years. And I know how important that engagement with your local councils in the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury has been, and thank you for the advice that you've provided to me and my office. As a mayor of a former regional council, we experienced 9 declared natural disasters in 4 years, and the impact on communities, on businesses and on livelihoods is extensive and ongoing. Right now we're experiencing devastating floods. Over 100 local council areas across 4 states are currently declared natural disaster areas. I've been liaising with a number of mayors across the country, as well as members across this chamber, on the impacts being experienced by communities at this point in time. The cost to local councils is extraordinary, though. In my own electorate, Cooma, Adelong, Yass, Murrum Bateman and Bega have experienced flooding, as well as a number of other localities. In Adelong, residents were ordered to evacuate, cars were swept away and paddock fences were erased, just like so many other places across our regions. And in Gunning, not far from here in the member for Hume's electorate, 2 lives were sadly lost, and my sincere condolences go out to their families and to all families who have lost loved ones in these floods. The impact to our agricultural sector is immense, from damaged crops to livestock deaths to delays in getting machinery on farms to start to repair some of that damage. The government has acted quickly, though, to make disaster assistance payments available, and I want to thank Minister Watt for the timeliness in his response to this. Over 1 million disaster payments have already been made to date. Disaster recovery funding arrangements are in place with state and territory governments already, and we are providing on-ground assistance to them. In the budget, our government committed $38.3 million over 4 years to boost federal disaster response payments, in particular to the veteran-led Disaster Relief Australia, because we know we need boots on the ground when disasters hit. We're providing financial support to people in Victoria, Tasmania, New South Wales and Queensland affected by ongoing and extensive flooding, and we are investing heavily in mitigation and resilience, over $1 billion in over 5 years for mitigation and resilience projects, and we want state and territory governments to partner with us to build things like flood levies, fire breaks, invest in community resilience projects. We have to be there not only now but well into the future. Grants of up to $25,000 are available to support small businesses and primary producers impacted by October flooding with clean-up and restoration activities. This year, we invested an additional $250 million under the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program, and there will be a particular focus on regional roads to enable those local governments to deal with their roads' impacts. Roads to Recovery continues to provide an important source of funding for our local councils. We need to be here not only for the—
Call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order.
Can I give Mr Speaker a shout-out to Andrew, Craig, Harry and Adam, proud members of the Australian Workers' Union who I met with earlier this morning.
Order. Members on my left.
Good on you. Thanks for coming and having a chat.
I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker.
Order. The House will come to order.
Some members will be aware, but just before we started question time today, Justice Ian Ross, the President of the Fair Work Commission, who's served in that role for more than 10 years, gave notice of his resignation to the Governor-General, which will be effective on midnight Friday, the 18th of November. I had a chance just before question time to talk to Justice Ross and reflect on his service to governments from both sides of politics over that decade and his extraordinary work in service of the Fair Work Commission. In only recent years alone, he was responsible with the changes to the Horticulture Award to remove some of those piecework provisions where people had been paid wages as low as $4 a day. He laid the groundwork for what became this parliament's legislation on family and domestic violence leave. He was responsible for overseeing the 5.2% pay increase and the aged care 15% pay increase that have been spoken about today. He also, only last Friday, released a statement on the gender undervaluation in feminised industries, with the gender pay gap still sitting at 14%. He has served the role of the Fair Work Commission for 10 years with absolute integrity and solid service, and working people in Australia are better as a result of his service.
The member for Hinkler has asked for the call.
I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Most grievously, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today in today's Australian, the headline says ex-Nationals appointee John McVeigh evicted from Murray-Darling River's panel chair. And briefly for context, Mr. Speaker, Labor has dropped former Nationals MP John McVeigh as head of the expert Murray-Darling Rivers panel and as chair of the Modernising the Murray River Systems Review panel. 2 points, Mr. Speaker. The first one being the Dr.
It's a point of order. Now, just to call the Leader of the House.
On personal explanations, the standing order that the honourable member is using is a really specific standing order where you have to show where you have been personally misrepresented. And if the misrepresentation is not personal and not established that at the outset, members have normally not been allowed to proceed.
I will allow the member to proceed and ask him to come immediately to where he has been misrepresented.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The story also claims wrongly by the Minister for Water, Mr. Speaker, that this is typical of the Nationals' approach to the basin. And I make 2 points. The story also did not include.
Order.
The story did not include.
The Leader of the House
Speaker.
will resume his seat. I'll give you one more chance to immediately demonstrate where you have been misrepresented. Not the Nationals, not anyone else. You. You have the call.
The point that was made was that I had incorrectly appointed Dr. McVeigh. His qualifications were not included, and they include, for example, that he has a Bachelor in Business, a Master's in Business Administration, a PhD, Mr. Speaker, including in, would you believe, sustainable water use in Australian irrigated agriculture, which is directly relevant to the appointment, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member. I've just got to give the call to the member for Melbourne and then do papers and then call the manager. Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. Very briefly, I advise the House that the member for Brisbane has been elected to the Greens whip in the House.
Thank you. And on papers, the Leader of the House.
Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the document will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
And I present the presiding officer's statement regarding the condition of Parliament House. And I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That 1. A joint select committee on Fair Work amendment legislation be established to inquire into and report on the provisions of the Fair Work legislation amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022. 2. The committee consists of 10 members, being 2 from the House of Representatives nominated by the Prime Minister, 2 from the Senate nominated by the Leader of the Government in the Senate, 2 from the House of Representatives nominated by the Leader of the Opposition, 2 from the Senate nominated by the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, and 1 from the House of Representatives and 1 from the Senate to be nominated by any minority group or independent member or senator. 3. Every nomination of a member of the committee be notified in writing to the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives. 4. In the event that a House is not sitting and is not expected to meet for at least 2 weeks, Prime Minister, the Leader of the Government in the Senate, the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, minority groups or independent members or senators may nominate any appointment or discharge of a member of a committee in writing to the relevant presiding officer. The change in membership shall take effect from the time the presiding officer receives the written nomination. At the next sitting, the presiding officer shall report the change to the relevant House, and the House shall resolve that membership of the committee. 5. The persons appointed for the time being to serve on the committee shall constitute the committee, notwithstanding any failure by the Senate or the House of Representatives to appoint the full number of senators or members referred to in this resolution. 6. Members of the committee hold office as a joint select committee until presentation of the committee's final report. 7. The committee elect a chair and deputy chair. 8. In the event of an equally divided vote, the chair or the deputy chair, when acting as chair, have a casting vote. 9. 4 members of the committee constitute a quorum of the committee, provided that in a deliberative meeting the quorum shall include at least 1 government member of either House and 1 non-government member of either House. 10. The committee have power to a. Call for witnesses to attend and for documents to be produced, B, conduct proceedings at any place it sees fit, C, sit in public or in private, and D, adjourn from time to time and to sit during any adjournment of the Senate and the House of Representatives. 12. The committee report on or before the last sitting day in February 2023. 13. The bill not proceed past its second reading until the committee has reported. And 14. The provisions of this resolution, so far as they are inconsistent with the standing orders, have effect notwithstanding anything contained in the standing orders.
Is leave granted?
Mr Speaker, leave's not granted, but for the benefit of the House, there won't be I presume a suspension will be moved, so that debate will run, so there won't be a division, I presume, for 25 minutes.
I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the Manager of Opposition Business from moving the following motion, that a joint select committee on Fair Work amendment legislation be established to inquire into and report on the provisions of the Fair Work legislation amendment Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022. 2. The committee consists of 10 members, being 2 from the House of Representatives, nominated by the Prime Minister, 2 from the Senate, nominated by the Leader of the Government in the Senate, 2 from the House of Representatives, nominated by the Leader of the Opposition, 2 from the Senate, nominated by the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, and 1 from the House of Representatives and 1 from the Senate to be nominated by any minority group or independent member or senator. 3. Every nomination of a member of the committee be notified in writing to the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives. 4. In the event that a House is not sitting and is not expected to meet for at least 2 weeks, the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Government in the Senate, the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, minority groups or independent members or senators may nominate any appointment or discharge of a member of a committee in writing to the relevant presiding officer. The change in membership shall take effect from the time the presiding officer receives the written nomination. At the next sitting, the presiding officer shall report the change to the relevant House, and the House shall resolve that membership of the committee. 5. The persons appointed for the time being to serve on the committee shall constitute the committee, notwithstanding any failure by the Senate or the House of Representatives to appoint the full number of senators or members referred to in this resolution. 6. Members of the committee hold office as a joint select committee until presentation of the committee's final report. 7. The committee elect a chair and deputy chair. 8. In the event of an equally divided vote, the chair or the deputy chair, when acting as chair, have a casting vote. 9. 4 members of the committee constitute a quorum of the committee, provided that in a deliberative meeting the quorum shall include at least 1 government member of either House and 1 non-government member of either House. 10. The committee have power to A. Call for witnesses to attend and for documents to be produced, B. Conduct proceedings at any place it sees fit, C. Sit in public or in private, and D. Adjourn from time to time and sit during any adjournment of the Senate and the House of Representatives. 12. The committee report on or before the last sitting day in February 2023. 13. The bill not proceed past its second reading until the committee has reported. And 14. The provisions of this resolution, so far as they are inconsistent with the standing orders, have effect notwithstanding anything contained in the standing orders. Mr Speaker, standing orders must be suspended so that the House can agree on mechanisms to allow proper scrutiny of and informed debate on Labor's Industrial Relations Bill, the so-called Fair Work, Fair Pay Bill, in the House of Representatives. This is urgent because it is clear that the Albanese Labor government is planning to use its numbers to ram this bill through the House of Representatives. This is not good process. This is a 249-page bill and it needs proper scrutiny and examination. That is why this motion would establish a joint select committee to examine the provisions of this bill and to report back by the last sitting day in February 2023. Mr Speaker, the model of establishing a joint select committee is exactly what the government did with its National Anti-Corruption Commission bill, and the drafting of this motion draws substantially on the drafting of the motion moved by the Attorney-General to establish the Joint Select Committee into the National Anti-Corruption Commission. The matter is urgent because the government has been taking precisely the opposite approach to that which is required in relation to this lengthy and detailed bill, which would introduce the most radical changes in industrial relations in Australia for decades. This is absolutely the kind of bill that deserves the proper and careful scrutiny of the House of Representatives, but we have seen precisely the opposite approach from this government, seeking to ram this bill through the House as quickly as possible, using their numbers to do so. The Joint Select Committee which this motion would establish is designed to correct some of the flaws in the government's approach by allowing a more proper and thorough process of investigation into this bill. There is little doubt, Mr Speaker, that this is what the Australian community would expect of their parliament in considering this important legislation. There is little doubt that every electorate which has elected a member to this place expects that member to be able to do his or her job in scrutinising and overseeing legislation which is before this House. And it is not a sufficient answer to that proposition to say, oh, there's no need to worry because there will be a Senate committee. There are two houses of this parliament, Mr Speaker, and it is important that this matter be properly and thoroughly considered by both houses, and of course that's a principle that was again acknowledged by the government in establishing the National Anti-Corruption Commission Joint Select Committee, because there is representation from both houses on that Joint Select Committee, and that is the principle which the opposition believes should underpin the establishment of this Joint Select Committee. The facts are, Mr Speaker, that many concerns have been raised across the community about what the government's bill will mean for businesses, for workers, for all Australians. And many concerns have rightly been raised about increased strike action, increased industrial action, the impact on small business and many other considerations. Australians deserve to have those concerns heard, to have those concerns examined, to have those concerns ventilated, to have those concerns scrutinised, and for this House to be able to reach an informed position on this bill. By contrast, the deeply deficient process which the government is pursuing is that this 249-page bill was introduced in the previous sitting week, so only a few short days ago, and we now understand that the government intends to ram this through this chamber with very little time for appropriate consideration, appropriate examination and appropriately putting forward and debating amendments. This is, let's be clear, let's understand the urgency here. Let's understand why standing orders need to be suspended. This is radical industrial relations legislation. This is the government jumping to the tune of the union bosses. It will mean more strikes, it will mean unions coming into small businesses when they've not been there before, and it is a recipe for chaos in our economy. It means that the militant CFMEU will be able to ride roughshod on building sites around the country, because this legislation abolishes the Australian Building and Construction Commission, which has been an important check on some of the worst excesses of that particular thuggish organisation. It means a return to the pattern bargaining that bedevilled Australia's economy in the strike-ridden 1970s, Mr Speaker, and the reason why it is urgent that this matter be considered now, the reason why it is vital that standing orders be suspended so that the Parliament, the House of Representatives, can consider and vote on the establishment of a Joint Select Committee, is that the policy matters here are weighty. The process that has been proposed for consideration of them is deeply inadequate, and we need simply to do better. The government, key figures in the government, the Prime Minister, for example, talked big when in opposition about accountability, about the need for a full and proper debate. He told Australians that he'd changed his spots. He was no longer a tough career politician. We were going to have a new kind of gentler politics. He said, quotes, that he wanted to, quotes, change the way we do politics in Australia, close quotes. Well, despite those promises, Mr Speaker, what in fact we saw was that on the very first opportunity upon coming to government, the Albanese Labor government fundamentally changed the way that procedures work in this House of Representatives, giving themselves power to impose gags, giving themselves power to shut down debate, simply on the say-so of a minister, without any need for the matter to be voted upon at all. And sadly, gagging bills has become a pattern of behaviour from this government. Now, Mr Speaker, the facts are very clear as to why this matter is urgent. and why standing orders need to be suspended. The Fair Work legislation, Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill, 249 pages, is a very complex and detailed bill, and on any view it will have material consequences for industrial relations in Australia and for the operation of our economy and our society in Australia. That is why this motion seeks to establish a joint select committee, or seeks to have standing orders suspended so that a motion could be put to establish a joint select committee so that the issues connected to this bill can be subject, as they should be, to the fullest weight of parliamentary scrutiny. It's been drafted having regard to the approach the government took in relation to the National Anti-Corruption Commission and in relation to other precedents in the way that joint select committees work. This is good process, Mr Speaker. It's being proposed to correct a clear weakness in process, and so I commend what we are proposing to the House, and I commend the motion to the House.
Is the motion seconded? And I give the call to member for Page.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and I do stand to second the motion. This is an important suspension and a very important motion, what we're talking about with this Joint Select Committee. Because what this bill is about, Speaker, what this Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill of 2022 is about, let's make no mistake about this. This is about the Labor Party paying their union piper, Speaker. This is about them paying back the money that the union movement has paid into the Labor Party, the fact the union movement fund the Labor Party into their positions. This is about paying the piper, Speaker. We know that the unions control the factions of the Labor Party. We know that the unions control the pre-selections of everyone over there within the Labor Party. So the unions now control the Labor government, Speaker. That's the basic facts of what we're talking about. Now, I don't have a problem with unions. I think unions play a very important role in our economy and the workforce. But the unions represent 14% of the workforce, Speaker. 14% of the workforce is what the unions represent. Over there, Speaker, everyone is basically part of the union movement. You don't get your job. So what they're not reflective, this new government is not reflective of the labour of the workforce in Australia, Speaker, just because they are looking through the prism of what 14% of the workforce, how 14% of the workforce operate. So what this legislation is about is they're paying their puppet masters. This legislation was one of the first pieces of legislation they moved. As the manager of opposition business said, this is one of the priority legislations they work to get through because they have to pay the puppet master. They are paying the piper, and that's what this is about. This is actually the disturbing thing about this, Speaker. This is actually going to go back to pre-Hawke and Keating days, Speaker, because what Hawke and Keating actually did, they weren't run by the union movement. They were standalone Labor operatives who knew that the unions occasionally had to be reined in. They weren't. Keating wasn't taking his tune from the Labor from the union movement. Then, of course, so what we're doing is we're going back and reversing. We're reversing with this legislation some of the reforms that actually were implemented by the Hawke-Keating government, Speaker. That's where we're going back to. So what does that mean? And what don't they see? When you're only reflecting 14% of the workforce, Speaker, what no one over there understands, and we've said it many times in the past, no one over that side of the House, Speaker, understands what it's like to run a small business.
That's right.
They've never run a small business. They've never in private enterprise gone, you know what, I've got to pay someone else's salary. I've got to pay someone else's salary. I have to work out how do I run my balance sheet, how do I run the P&L of this business to make sure that I can pay people back. Now, there might be one or two that claim it, but I'd like to see the proof of it. So that is why they do not get they do not see the wider prism of how an economy and of how the workforce operates. They still have the mentality, it's almost like a 1950s mentality, that everything is one versus the other. So they view it as labour versus capital. Now, that's not how the world operates anymore. Any small business person will tell you, any large business operator will tell you the most important asset they have, the most important people in their workforce are their staff. And that's how they treat them. The vast majority of employers, Speaker, treat their staff well, give them incentives to stay, because they know they are the most important people that they have. They know their business will only survive if they have good staff. But that's not how these guys and ladies are going to understand that, because it's all labour versus capital. The union movement's always, well, they're the bad ones and we're the good people. And that's how this legislation is drafted. So this is going to give a big power imbalance. This is, as the Manager of Opposition said, means that we're going to get more militancy onto workplaces. We're going to have more strikes. What does that mean, Deputy Speaker? Unfortunately, the worst thing that this legislation will be for, Speaker, the workers. This is because what happens is it makes us uncompetitive. It makes us unproductive. We saw as a community why Keating and Hawke led this charge with workplace relations reform is that they saw that we needed to become more competitive, and they saw that we needed to become more productive as a country that is operating within a global economy, and we have to be competitive with everyone else. And this legislation unfortunately takes us back to the 70s, Mr. Speaker, but no surprises, because we know what this is about. They are paying the puppet master.
The question is the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, it won't surprise people to know the government's opposing the resolution in front of us. But I think, given the comments we just made, I think it's important for me to explain why, in the view of the government, that we are pressing the timelines on this. And it's important, given that this has been raised, and I will pay respect to the Manager of the Opposition business. This is an appropriate use of a suspension, absolutely. This is not just to blow up the parliament. It's an argument about delay that those opposite have put publicly and now putting within the parliament. A few things were said, so I want to explain why the government does have a timetable where we want to be able to get this in front of the Senate when the Senate returns. And to be able to do that, that means it going through the House this week. And this resolution, obviously, if carried, would mean that it couldn't go through the House this week and, in fact, couldn't go through the House at all this year. Reference was made a few times in the contributions that were just made to the reforms of the Hawke and Keating years. And those opposite, when they talk about those years, often only talk about the beginning of that time with the accord where you effectively had the trade-off of wages in return for the social wage. What they rarely talk about, those opposite, and certainly didn't come in that debate, was what happened in the later part of that period in terms of enterprise bargaining. Because it was at that moment that you had a way of wages moving forward and productivity moving forward. So the trade-off concept of wages versus social wage no longer had to occur, and you had a serious shift to be able to get wages moving in enterprise agreements. And the 14% figure that they referred to is not the 14% figure that I'm really mindful of. The 14% figure I'm really mindful of is that is a percentage of the workforce that is on enterprise agreements that are currently in date. That is a huge part of the story of low wage growth over the last 10 years. Now, there have been attempts, and those opposite have said, oh, well, they introduced legislation to try to get agreements moving, and that's true. In the Omnibus bill, they did do something that would have potentially caused more agreements. But their way of getting more agreements was to suspend for 2 years the Better Off Overall test. So their way of getting more agreements was to keep the productivity dividend and get rid of the wages part of the equation, to allow wages to go backwards in order to get more agreements. Now, that was never a sensible way, and it simply would have made the problem that Australians face right now so much worse if you'd been allowed to have the one way of getting wages above awards become a pathway for wages, in fact, to be below award levels. And that was their approach to getting more agreements. Our approach to getting more agreements is to do a couple of things that make a fundamental difference. The first is to reform how the Better Off Overall test works. Now, that's in this bill. Business has been calling for this for a long time. Had this been the only thing the government had put in the Omnibus bill when that came through last time, they would have had legislation that could have been supported, because they would have had legislation that in no way drove wages down. But effectively, what is in this bill, in terms of the rejigging of the Better Off Overall test, is a way of making sure that if someone is found to fall below it, then the Commission has the power to fix it for that individual rather than blow up the whole agreement. The reality that you could end up with the whole agreement being blown up has been a key reason why a whole lot of employers have just said this system's too complex and have walked away from it. And as they've walked away from it, the productivity benefits haven't been made available for them, and at the same time as the productivity benefits haven't been made available, the wage rises haven't happened either. It was amusing, as someone from a small business family who's run his own small business, being told as I sat there that nobody on this side has run their own business, while I'm sitting there having run my own, sitting beside someone who's run his own business. But I'll tell you one thing that I'll never forget, a manager at Kmart telling me at one point, was going through the Kmart agreement and saying to me how good it was to have an agreement that took out all the rubbish in the award that was irrelevant to their workplace and just had a document where every paragraph was relevant. And I remember hearing that conversation and thinking, well, for the business I used to run, and certainly for the business my dad used to run, we never had a chance of that simplicity, because we never had an HR department, and we never had a chance of an HR department. And the only way you would have a pathway to that simplicity is if similar businesses could just hire the one consultant and bargain together. It's the only chance you ever have of getting a document that will work in those ways. And I hear those opposite. I hear those opposite. Shadow Treasurer, it's amusing that he clearly hasn't looked at any of the businesses that have called for this. He hasn't looked at the Victorian childcare centres that have called for exactly this. He hasn't looked at the sheet metal operators who have called for exactly this. He hasn't looked at the cleaning companies where, when they've tried to get an agreement and what has then happened, you get an agreement in place, some new operator comes in, completely undercuts, and the good employer who wants to compete on grounds like better equipment, compete on grounds like smarter operations, compete on grounds like quality of service, finds themselves straight away losing their contracts because they're competing on grounds of a race to the bottom on wages. There's plenty of good employers who would like to be able to have the certainty of delivering the sort of pay they know in their current business operations they can offer, without being undercut in a race to the bottom on wages. As long as you don't open up multi-employer bargaining, you always will have that problem. So if you go, and he's there again, it's going to force it up, it'll force it. Yeah, wages will go up. Wages will go up. And those opposite, having spent 10 years determined to keep wages down, are now saying, well, can't we keep wages down for a couple more months? Well, can I tell you, in terms of dealing with wages, and sorry, Shadow Treasurer, he's saying, I said prices, yet the quotation says it pushes up wages. It pushes up wages.
The member for Hume will cease interjecting.
So those opposite have wanted to continue, having had 10 years of deliberately keeping wages down, and now saying, can't we have a few more months? Can't we have a few more months? And what would happen if it went through to January? They'd have another reason. Can't this bit be delayed a bit further? Can't we keep delaying it? Because that has been the experience of workers. And can I tell you, if inflation is now running at 7.3 and projected to get to 8%, I can't think of a time, certainly in my working life, where delay had a greater impact on households around Australia. So I'll leave it at this, because I did see members of the crossbench jumping when I jumped, and I don't want to use up all the time. But allow me to simply say the government is determined to get wages moving. We are in the hands of the Senate as to when this legislation gets through. I want to make sure that we have the legislation in front of them as soon as the Senate returns, and we will continue to push for wages to get moving, because households that are feeling the pinch of higher prices need to see improvements in wages after 10 years of them being held back.
The question is the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Look, I just rise to say that I support this motion because I think more than any other piece of legislation this year, we have in front of us an incredibly complex piece of legislation. and we need to follow process. Whether you agree with the legislation or disagree with the legislation, this place is supposed to be the place in Australia where we look line by line, detail by detail, and we give fair consideration to changing the laws in Australia. This goes to transparency, this goes to process, but the thing is, and this is, I think, to be said of both sides of this House for generations, when we've rushed things through in this place, we've made mistakes. Doesn't matter who's in government, that happens. Now, this bill was introduced on the last sitting day that we had, and now today we're going to be debating this legislation. In my hand, I have the explanatory memorandum, more than 250 pages. The bill's the same, again over. I think it's incredibly unreasonable for us not to have proper debate and proper scrutiny of an incredibly complex piece of legislation. There are unintended consequences when bills are rushed through, and that is that we make mistakes, and those mistakes are borne by the people of Australia, whether they be businesses or whether they be employees. So I would ask the government to consider this. Let us have an inquiry. An inquiry fleshes out the issues.
The time for the debate has concluded. The question is the motion be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Motion to suspend standing order to disagree with.
Okay. Let's try.
I lock the doors. The question is that the suspension moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to. Those of opinion say aye. We'll move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is aye 77, no 63. The question, therefore, is resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights Legislation Amendment, Respected Work Bill 2022, further consideration.
The question is the amendments moved by the member for Wentworth be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the amendment circulated by the member for Wentworth. While there is much to commend, the scope of the Respect at Work Bill does not extend the same protections to everyone who is protected under the Sex Discrimination Act 1984. And that's why I'm supporting this amendment, because everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect at work. The attribute of sex only is too narrow. In its submission to the Senate inquiry, Equality Australia argued that the new protections regarding hostile work environments and the positive duty to eliminate discrimination should apply to all protected attributes under the Sex Discrimination Act, including sexual orientation, gender identity and intersex status. This would ensure consistency and coherence in federal discrimination law and ensure that all protections in the Sex Discrimination Act apply equally to people regardless of their gender, sexual orientation or sex characteristics. As the Prime Minister has said in this chamber today, statistics show that LGBTIQA+ people experience high rates of discrimination, including harassment and sexual harassment. In the largest study of its kind, Private Lives 3 documented the experiences of almost 7,000 LGBTIQ+ people living in Australia. Around 1 in 4 said they'd experienced harassment in the past 12 months because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Young transgender people are one of the most vulnerable groups in our society, experiencing discrimination, bullying, harassment, often a lack of family acceptance and barriers to medical care. Life can be challenging enough for these groups. It shouldn't be that way in the workplace too. No one should feel unsafe or uncomfortable in their place of work, and this reform therefore shouldn't stop with the Sex Discrimination Act. There's also a place for a positive duty to eliminate discrimination in all federal discrimination laws: the Racial Discrimination Act 1975, the Disability Discrimination Act 1992 and the Age Discrimination Act 2004. I urge the government to undertake a comprehensive review of its federal discrimination laws as a matter of priority, and I commend this amendment to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. If there are no further speakers to that amendment, the question is that the amendments be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells, please, for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendments moved by the member from Wentworth be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Parkes as tellers for the yes and for the ayes, and the honourable members for Wentworth and Goldstein as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 69, noes 15. The question is resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 3 as circulated in my name
Call
together.
the Attorney-General.
Leave is granted.
Call the member for Kooyong.
I move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to submit this proposed amendment to the Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights legislation amendment Respect at Work Bill 2022. The landmark Jenkins report found that workplace sexual harassment is prevalent and persuasive. It occurs in every industry, in every location and at every level in Australian workplaces. This bill is an important and historic landmark on our path to a fairer, more equitable and safer workplace for all Australians. I applaud the Albanese government for committing to prevention of and addressing the consequences of workplace sexual harassment and other forms of discrimination. I also welcome the Attorney-General's comments this morning that this is just the beginning of a conversation on these matters, and I agree with him that reasonable minds may well differ on their execution. I remain of the belief, however, that the issue of cost provision as managed in this bill is problematic, and it's this which is addressed by the proposed amendment. Recommendation 25 of the Respect at Work report clearly articulates the need to ensure that fear of adverse cost orders does not create a barrier to victim survivors of workplace sexual harassment seeking access to justice. In passing this important legislation, we have to make it easier for victims of workplace sexual harassment to speak out and to receive justice. We must ensure that employers understand their responsibility to protect their workplace and their workforce and the ramifications of not doing so. The risk of adverse cost orders is clearly a disincentive to applicants considering pursuing sexual harassment matters in the federal court. The Respect at Work report proposed that costs might be ordered against the applicant only where the court was satisfied that the party instituted the proceedings vexatiously or without cause. That model has not been adopted in this bill. Instead, this bill proposes a cost neutrality approach, in which litigants bear their own costs unless the court orders otherwise. The bill does set out various factors that the court must have regard to in making costs orders. Superficially, the cost-neutral arrangement represents an improvement on the status quo. In effect, however, its design and the uncertainty around its operation will serve to undermine access to justice by limiting the availability of applicants to secure legal representation. Taking a cost-neutrality approach to a relationship characterised by systemic inequality only serves to entrench that inequality. The amendment I have proposed offers an alternative, an equal access approach. Under this proposal, each party will bear its own costs except when the applicant is unsuccessful, i.e. the cost has found that the respondent has engaged in discriminatory conduct, in which case the respondent will be liable to pay the applicant's costs, as they should be. You should not be excused from bearing costs when you have broken the law. People and organisations found to have engaged in discrimination or harassment in breach of the law should have to pay the legal costs of the applicant. This will act as an incentive to change workplace cultures that permit discriminatory treatment. This should apply not only to sex discrimination cases, but also to cases or instances of discrimination on the basis of race, age or physical capacity. As the government knows, an equal access model has already been adopted domestically for whistleblowers. In introducing this change to the usual cost rule, the Parliament recognised at that time that, and I quote, legal costs can be prohibitive to any person seeking compensation for damage, and the risk of being ordered to pay the costs of other parties to the proceedings can deter whistleblowers and other victims from bringing the matter to court. This reform will increase access to justice. People who have experienced harassment and discrimination will be able to take their case to court, and discriminatory behaviour will be appropriately penalised. There will be a flow-on impact to workplace culture. Each of the 7 recommendations being implemented through this bill is important and long overdue. Combined, they will fundamentally change how acceptance and respect are perceived in our workplace. But I urge the government to accept this proposed amendment to improve the path to representation in federal court.
And I give the call to the Leader of the Greens.
Just briefly, the Greens support this amendment, and I thank the member for Kooyong for moving it. And the Greens first raised this issue in the Senate report, in the inquiry into this bill. The cost provision is important because this bill gives people now a number of very important rights that we support and we welcome the passage of this bill. But to have those rights, including to be in a workplace free from discrimination and harassment, you have to be able to enforce them. Now, the barriers in the way of people enforcing the rights that they have under this bill will often be financial. Now, there's 2 things that need to be done to remove that barrier. One is to say that you are not going to be exposed to having to pay your employer's costs if you bring a case in good faith and you lose. But the second is in those instances where if you bring a case and you're successful, to have the capacity to have some of the costs recovered. And what is very, very clear from the evidence that has been submitted to the Senate inquiry during the course of this bill is that in many instances it is only the capacity to recover some of those costs and not for someone to have to bear them out of their own pocket, their own costs I'm talking about, that means that people can seek justice and can seek that the law be enforced. So the provision that is being put forward is one that says if you come and bring an action, you know that unless you're acting in bad faith or vexatiously, you are not going to be out of pocket. And if you succeed because you've demonstrated that the employer has broken the law, perhaps by providing an unsafe workplace or perhaps by allowing discrimination to happen against you, then you're going to get your costs met, or at least a substantial part of them met. And all of the organisations who have come and given evidence and have signed the open letter today have all made the point very, very clearly that this is often the only way we're going to be able to enforce the law. I listened carefully to the Attorney-General's contribution during the summing up of the debate, and I was pleased to hear, if I think I understand it correctly, that this is something that the government will be giving further consideration on. As the Greens flagged in our Senate report, this is something we will, if it is not resolved, move to amend in the Senate when the bill comes before the Senate, because this is an important bill and one that we welcome. But the rights that are granted to people to be in a workplace free from sexual harassment and discrimination have to be rights that can be enforced, And this cost provision, which is modelled on whistleblower legislation, where the similar provisions apply, and this is in many instances going to be women who are blowing the whistle on sexual harassment in their workplace, they have the right to be not only protected from adverse costs orders, but to know that if it's demonstrated that the employer has done the wrong thing, then their costs, all or in part, are going to be met. And so I appreciate and I thank the Attorney-General during the summing up debate for saying that this is something that is going to be considered as this bill works its way through the Senate, because a change to this provision, whether it's along the lines of that proposed by the member for Kooyong or along the lines of what the Greens propose in the Senate or on another, along the other lines, will actually expand access to justice and ensure that the new rights that are gratefully given in this bill will be able to be enforced.
The question is the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As I have said in the summing up on the bill, addressing this question of costs, the cost model in this bill does seek to strike a balance when it comes to discrimination matters generally, not merely sexual harassment matters. And I was pleased that the member for Kooyong is prepared to agree that reasonable minds may differ on whether or not the bill strikes the appropriate balance for costs for all discrimination matters. Now, it is really important to note that the model in the bill, which follows the recommendations of the Respected Work report, includes a discretion for courts to award costs in the interests of justice. And I think, without wishing to predict the development of jurisprudence in this area, but I do think that the interests of justice in a particular case, when considered by a court in a sexual harassment matter in an employment context, where, as the member for Kooyong has said, it is very likely in most cases that there will be a vast asymmetry of power and economic advantage. It's in circumstances where we have a bill which is going to create legislation that directs a court to consider the financial circumstances of each of the parties and whether the subject matter of the proceedings involves an issue of public importance and some other relevant considerations, we're likely to see cost orders. And I do think that's a very key point. As honourable members have noted, speaking to this amendment, I have said that this is just the start, in the earliest months of this government, a new government, of a conversation about human rights and anti-discrimination in this country. It's a conversation I look forward to continuing to have with all members of this parliament and indeed the whole Australian community. But at this time, the government will not be supporting this amendment.
The question is the amendments be disagreed. I put the question. All of those of the opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question is that the detailed amendments moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Warringah as tellers for the ayes, and the members for Brisbane and Kooyong as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 83, noes 9. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the honourable member for Warringah. I give the call to the member for Warringah.
There are two components to the amendment that I've circulated. It's a simple amendment to the way the drafting of the objects of the social service of the bill. But what's important in the first part of this amendment is it's consistent with the recommendation 16A of the Respect at Work report. And this amendment omits the "so far as practicable" from the objects. And this is necessary because the current wording introduces a lower standard than is proposed in the recommendation 16 of the Respect at Work report. It's inconsistent with the several other objects contained in section 3 of the Sex Discrimination Act, which set a higher standard, and it may give rise to the implication that rights codified in the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women will only be protected domestically to the extent that it is practicable to do so. In relation to the second part of the amendment, it is about changing the language used. The objects as drafted by the government in the bill refers to men and women specifically. We need to start moving to gender-neutral language. Legislation in this place needs to start embracing the future and younger generations who are not defined by gender language. In line with the Commonwealth Latimer House principles, gender-neutral language should be used in the drafting and use of legislation. And I've heard the Attorney-General say in this place this is changes for later and we're just going to stick to exactly the wording of the Respect at Work report. But the reality is it is incumbent on all of us in this place to think about the population that we are going to bind by this legislation. We need to make sure people identify, see themselves in this legislation. And by restraining the wording, even just in the objects of the Act, you are saying that you are limiting it to just those two categorisations. And the reality in this day and age, in 2022, that does not represent everyone. Many people in our communities do not identify in that way. And so by limiting the language that way, you are limiting the effect of this legislation, which is good. It is very good that we're implementing Respect at Work, that we're making sure sexual harassment and discrimination is limited. But gender-neutral language is a way of showing, especially to young people, that everyone in this place is future-focused, recognises that times are changing, and it is important that legislation does so as well. It should reflect and respond to community expectations. We know that gender-neutral language is important, and there's a strong case for it. The Australian Human Rights Commission National Survey found that several harms that the Respect at Work report are seeking to address are incredibly acute for people who identify as LGBTQIA+. In fact, some 1 in 4 out of 7,000 interviewed reported harassment in their workplace. So the goal of this legislation is to limit this. Then the language in the legislation should be inclusive, not exclusive. And that is what this amendment simply seeks to do. And this is aligned with the recommendations and the submission of the Law Council of Australia. I should say, it's consistent with the conclusion of the final report of the inquiry into this bill. The report on the inquiry into this bill concluded that, with respect to the Objects Clause, the committee notes that there are different and strongly held views that the construction of paragraph 3E of the Sex Discrimination Act. The committee acknowledges the importance of gender-inclusive language throughout Australia's anti-discrimination law and urges the Australian government to give more thought to the matter. So I would urge the Attorney-General and the government to consider changing the language of the objects and consider this amendment. It is a simple amendment. This is not opening up a floodgate or changing anything drastic from where the Respect at Work recommendations go. But it is a strong signal
to young people, to people of LGBTQI or people that are non-binary, that don't identify with man or woman, that they are also meant to be protected and included in this legislation.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I acknowledge the remarks of the member for Warringah, but I need to say that the government is focused on ensuring alignment with the recommendations in the Respected Work Report and the existing structure of the Sex Discrimination Act. That was our election commitment. The drafting of the bill provisions is consistent with Recommendation 16A in that it applies to substantive equality as between men and women. And I can also say that the Sex Discrimination Act already contains an objects clause related to the elimination of discrimination on the other grounds of discrimination covered by the Act. The member for Warringah's amendment is not consistent with the Respected Work recommendation, and the government does not support it.
The question is the amendment be disagreed to. I'll put the question. All of those of opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. The question is that the amendments moved by the honourable member for Warringah be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Warringah and Parkes as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Warringah and North Sydney as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is aye 63, noes 14. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
I move the amendment circulated in my name. I commend the government for keeping to their promise to implement all the Sex Discrimination Commission's recommendations for making the workplace safe for all employees, regardless of sex. None of us should face discrimination for any reason at any time, but more so in our workplace, be it in big corporations, small business or government agencies. Creating a safe and respectful workplace are keys for a productive and inclusive workforce. If people feel safe, respected and heard, they can perform to the best of their abilities. However, with that being said, if employers can't easily fulfil the obligations that the proposed positive duty imposes, then an undue administrative red tape is imposed, particularly on small businesses with culturally and linguistically diverse owners and employees. Employers are already subject to significant obligations to prevent sexual harassment in the workplace. The opposition mentions Section 106 of the Sex Discrimination Act, which makes employers liable for the actions of their employee or agent. I would now ask the House to specifically consider the challenges that culturally and linguistically diverse Australians face on either side of this issue. The report noted that while sex discrimination was increasing, reporting was not. The explanation given for this was a lack of faith in the reporting system. I would argue that those who speak English as a second language also face difficulties in reporting these issues effectively. It is undoubtedly a daunting task for this group of people in our workforce to share their stories. For this reason, greater clarity is required. In a Senate committee submission, Diversity Council Australia raised some important points around intersectionality. Employees from culturally diverse backgrounds not only face increased prevalence of sexual harassment, but there is a compounding effect where there is also unconscious cultural biases at play. It is pervasive in some corporate structures, which I discovered in my previous life as an advocate for cultural diversity in leadership. We need to ensure that those from non-English speaking backgrounds have the necessary resources and understanding of these new guidelines if we want them to engage with it, and that they feel confident in pursuing action despite cultural and linguistic barriers. While it's important that government policy tries to create a widespread culture of respect, it is evident that some businesses have a greater capacity to comply than others. For example, large corporations have access to HR teams capable of putting together and ensuring compliance with a company-wide policy. This, however, is a large burden to place on a small business where the task may be left with one individual who also doubles as the accountant, shift manager and other roles. Small businesses, who are the backbone of our economy, are known to be a diverse sector, where 2/3 of small businesses come from a migrant background. Therefore, the guidance materials from the relevant bodies must be thorough and meet the needs of a wide cross-section of businesses who wish to ensure a safer workplace. While some businesses will have to be vigilant regarding internal issues, others, especially those in industries where employees are customer-facing, will have to create policy to reasonably diminish the chance of discrimination from customers. I call on the government to ensure that they have given enough support to businesses to comply with this new legislation, in particular small businesses run by culturally and linguistically diverse individuals in a variety of industries. In saying this, a worrying part of the legal process can be found in Schedule 4, which makes it easier for unions and other representative groups to bring aggrieved claims to the federal court. I urge the government to reconsider this schedule as it allows large representative groups initiating legal actions in their interests, rather than being solely about the protection of employees. We want to ensure those from non-English speaking backgrounds have the support they need, but won't be taken advantage of by other bodies with other vested interests. Litigants should be taken by the applicant with the support of the unions or representative bodies, not the other way around. In sum, my complaints line up with the aims of this bill, but rather with the lack of consideration for culturally diverse workplaces and their employees. I call on the government to ensure our culturally and linguistically diverse populations can access the reporting mechanisms as employees and support small businesses through compliance hurdles. In its current form, these opaque guidelines are sparking debate amongst a group of individuals who largely speak English and have access to briefings and staff to help them understand the regulations. It's excluding those who lack these resources and who don't speak English as their first language and unfairly expects them to reasonably comply. Thank you.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Section 35A of the bill sets out the education, research, public engagement and compliance functions of the Australian Human Rights Commission in relation to the positive duty. The amendment proposed by the member for Fowler would impose two requirements on the Commission with respect to how it is to perform these functions. These include having regard to providing its guidance material on the positive duty in multiple languages and to the cultural diversity of Australian workplaces. The amendment is consistent with the existing approach of the Commission when undertaking its education, research and public engagement functions. The Commission does publish its materials in multiple languages and engages with a diverse range of businesses, individuals and the community as a whole. In addition, the Commission already has regard to the diversity of Australian workplaces when exercising its existing functions. The Commission adopts an intersectional approach when exercising its functions, and I very much expect that the Commission will continue to do so in relation to the positive duty. The government supports this amendment.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill as amended has now been agreed to. And I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
I give the call to the member for Barker. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. And I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to discrimination, human rights and gender equality and for other purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, social services and other legislation amendment, workforce incentive bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the House for the opportunity to speak on the social services and other legislation amendment workforce incentive bill, and I move that all the words after that be omitted with the view to substituting the following words, which I've provided to the clerks. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House 1 notes the severe workforce shortages across the country, record levels of job vacancies, and almost a third of employing businesses having difficulty finding a suitable staff, and 2 notes hiring and retaining employees remains a key challenge for small businesses, and 3 calls on the government to provide certainty by increasing the work bonus from $300 to $600 a fortnight, to incentivise eligible pensioners to work more hours without penalty from the 1st of July 2023, and reviewing this increase every 12 months to ensure these settings remain appropriate. Mr Speaker, by way of background, I want to congratulate the government for adopting measures that were first introduced to this House by the former coalition government, which on the 10th of February introduced the Social Services Legislation Amendment Workforce Incentive Bill to incentivise recipients of the age pension, disability support pension and certain veterans' entitlements to undertake or increase their paid employment. Under the Coalition's legislation, pensioners with employment income whose total income exceeded the income limit would have their age pension suspended for a period of up to 2 years, rather than what was the case at the time, which was cancelled after 12 weeks. If at any time during the 2-year period their income was at a level that they could return to the age pension, they would benefit from essentially an abridged reapplication process that only required them excuse me, Mr Speaker, I'm just looking at this note, but rather than being cancelled after 12 months, an abridged reapplication process that only required them to update their circumstances. including their income and asset information with Services Australia. The former coalition bill also allowed for working-age pensioners, disability support pensioners and certain veterans' entitlement recipients and their partners to retain their pensioner concession card for up to 2 years after their payment ceased. As is known to the House, the bill didn't progress due to the election, but not long after the election, in an attempt to encourage the government to actually take these workforce shortages seriously and move quickly, which sadly they have not done, the coalition announced that a future coalition government would support older Australians who choose to work more by doubling the amount of the income-age pensioners and veteran service pensioners can earn without reducing pension payments. Quite a bold thing to do in the immediate aftermath of entering opposition, but it was very clear to us at that time that the government was not acting with any sense of urgency in an area that we had seen workforce shortages just exacerbating and the government on a go-slow. This announcement that we made, a gesture of goodwill to the government, giving them an idea that they could adopt, as they've adopted many other, to their credit, many other good ideas and measures that were put in place by the former government, that this would enable pensioners and, of course, relevant veteran entitlement recipients to earn up to $600 a fortnight and still receive the maximum amount of the pension payment. We estimated that this would benefit about 80,000 aged pensioners and veterans who are choosing to work. Pensioners under our announcement would continue to accrue unused pension work bonus up to a maximum of $7,800, which can exempt future earnings from the pension income test, and this increase would be reviewed annually. On the 3rd of August, credit to Senator Dean Smith, who introduced a private member's bill to give effect to the policy announced by the coalition. The bill that he introduced also included extended qualification for pensioner concession cards and suspension of benefits and entitlements instead of cancellation, in accordance with the bill introduced by the former government, as I said, in early February. Additionally, in September, the Senate agreed with Senator Dean Smith and indeed the opposition bill, successfully amending the government social services legislation to include the measures that were contained in Senator Smith's bill. The first two schedules in this government bill replicate those two measures. So we are in an interesting situation where those measures, which were agreed to by the Senate, put forward by the opposition in an attempt to actually get the government understanding the urgency that is required here, saw the government vote against those amendments that were contained in a bill that returned from the Senate, and yet we see them back here today in this bill. So we will, of course, be supporting the bill, save for the amendments that I've already announced, because these are measures that were put in place by the former, introduced by the former government, and indeed encouraged by us in opposition to get the government moving. So, credit where it's due. Congratulations to the government. They've been slow, and sadly the workforce shortages faced by Australians since the election in May have just got worse and worse. And in speaking to a number of groups, particularly a number of groups representing senior Australians, they have been quite frustrated at the snail's pace that has been adopted by the government on an issue that I think even they concede is a very urgent issue, and the entire purpose of this bill is to help alleviate those workforce shortages by removing the disincentives for those on a pension to actually engage in the workforce even more. So we will, of course, be supporting them, late though they are. Mr Deputy Speaker, Schedule 1 of the bill, which relates to the suspension of benefits and entitlements instead of cancellation will essentially allow for what I mentioned earlier, which is aged pensioners and veterans entitlement recipients to have their payments suspended up for 2 years instead of cancelled, and that is the essence of Schedule 1. The schedule also provides for the same suspension period for partners of the aged pension, disability support pension and certain veterans entitlement recipients where the partner is receiving a social security pension or certain other veterans entitlement. This schedule also makes some minor changes to the existing suspension provisions for disability support pension recipients as well. Schedule 2, again, we support. It extends the qualification for pensioner concession cards, and this will provide that working age pension, disability support pension and certain veterans entitlement recipients and their pensioner partners can retain their pensioner concession card for up to 2 years after their payment ceases. Schedules 1 and 2 commence on the later of the 1st of January 2023 and the day after the end of the period of 1 month beginning on the day that the Act or the Bill receives royal assent. Again, highlighting the urgency that we have tried to bring to this debate, the urgency that we tried to impart on the government that these workforce shortages were acute. They've been acute for the last 5 months since they've been in government, and sadly we didn't see that level of urgency from the government, but again we'll support them because it's better late than never. Schedule 3, the pensioner work bonus temporary increase. This schedule will enable eligible social security pensioners over pension age and again certain veterans entitlement recipients over the qualifying age to benefit from a $4,000 increase to their work bonus concession balance and a temporary increase to the maximum concession balance that they accrue until the 30th of June 2023. In essence, it just means that pensioners will be able to earn more before the pension income test is applied and their payments are affected. Schedule 3, Mr Deputy Speaker, reeks of a government who saw our announcement that we made months ago and have sought to achieve the same effect in a different way, although there's one significant issue with what the government has announced, and indeed, which is why I've moved an amendment here. These workforce shortages are not going to go away in a hurry, and levelling the playing field for pensioners and others on fixed incomes to do a little more work won't end on the 1st of or on the 30th of June next year. And the problem with Schedule 3, the problem with the temporary $4,000 increase is that it in no way, shape or form takes into account what are clearly going to be ongoing issues into the new financial year. And had the government listened to the opposition, they would have put in place a longer-term solution in accordance with what we announced, which would allow for a government to make a decision on a yearly basis. So if those workforce shortages or if the policy had to change for whatever reason, the government would have that flexibility to do that. Just giving this sugar hit between now and 30 June will give 6 months of respite, in a sense, to those pensioners who want to work more. It's a very short period of time, and I think it's very courageous for any government or indeed opposition to assume that these issues that have brought this to the fore are going to be gone in 6 months' time. So we'd encourage the government to support the amendments we've put in place, which will enable it. In its pre-budget submission last December, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think ACCI said it well when they noted that there's an army of older workers with the skills Australia needs who'd like to work but don't participate in the workforce in the full extent because it reduces their pension. We know that there are so many industries in Australia that are feeling the effects of these labour shortages again, which is why we have tried to implore the government to get moving with this, to put this on the agenda, in particular in regional areas. As members throughout the House would know, regional areas, in a sense, have felt it in a more acute way than the rest of the country, partly because of depressed labour mobility and, of course, the reduced migration that we've seen due to the pandemic over the last couple of years. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are measures that are really important to businesses throughout our country, really important to businesses in particular in regional areas, and highlights the problem that employers are still facing. Indeed, the ABS recently reported that almost a third of employing businesses are having trouble finding suitable staff. I must admit I thought that was a bit low when I compare that to the anecdotal evidence I get out there speaking to businesses, but by any measure the ABS saying a third of businesses are struggling is, I think, a huge wake-up call, and we hope will be partly alleviated by this bill. Now, we know that about 80,000 aged pensioners are supplementing their pension income with paid employment. That's part of the reason why we made our announcement so shortly after losing government. Yes, it was partly to give effect to things that we had introduced in a bill in February, but also to get the government moving, to create that sense of urgency, sadly urgency, that we haven't seen. That announcement was on the 26th of June, I might add, where we announced that we would support older Australians by increasing the threshold by which you would have your pension impacted from $300 to $600 a fortnight. A very neat way of essentially ensuring that people can double the hours, double the amount of income without it impacting their pension. So we support the intent of, well, certainly Schedules 1 and 2, which replicate what we put in place in a bill before the election in February. With Schedule 3, as our amendments highlight, huge inadequacies. Inadequacies both to being very slow, the workforce shortages that we have been dealing with, as highlighted today, have been here since the election. They've been getting worse since the election, and we've had a government on the go slow with these changes. And indeed, we have a government that voted against identical amendments that we will support in this bill the last time we sat, for no obvious, or there's no obvious explanation for why they would have voted against those amendments supported by the Senate in the last sitting period, yet they will bring these forward today. We won't do that. We will support measures that we supported last fortnight. We will support again. We won't show that same pig-headedness that the government has shown. And indeed, sadly, in the government not supporting those amendments when we had a bill returned from the Senate with those amendments contained in them, Australians have suffered and waited even longer. So we've got a Minister for Social Services who's sadly been on a go-slow here, and sadly put in place in Schedule 3 here, a measure that assumes that the workforce shortages and the incentives that should be provided to pensioners now will only be in place until 30 June next year. So for those pensioners who might be looking at putting in place more permanent work arrangements, going from 1 to 2 days on a more permanent level, they have that great uncertainty under Schedule 3 of this bill in not being able to plan in any serious way or commit to their employer in any serious way on a date past 30 June. Now, if the government thinks that these workforce shortage issues that have brought this to light are going to have disappeared by 30 June, they should come out and say it and show us what economic evidence they've got to back that up, evidence I've not seen. So in the absence of that, we would encourage the government to support the amendments that I have moved, which will mean that the government will be able to provide an incentive, a further incentive, post 30 June of next year into the new financial year that will provide pensioners with the certainty that they need to be able to enter into some of those commitments that they might want to enter into with their employer, to do those extra hours without it impacting their pension. Otherwise, we support the bill because, in the end, the bill contains all of the Coalition's proposals, albeit sadly months late. But as I said, we will support them because it's better late than never. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Is the amendment seconded? The member for Calare seconding the amendment.
I am seconding the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Deakin has moved as an amendment that all words that after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Herbert.
I'd like to draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required. Ring the bells for a quorum. Quorum being present, I call the Assistant Minister for Social Services.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And I also rise to speak on the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Workforce Incentive Bill. And, Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to be speaking on this bill today because it really reflects and recognises the importance that this government places on our older Australians and the high respect that we hold them in. And as members, all members in this House, we would all, of course, have the privilege and honour of representing communities with older Australians. These are the people who built our nation, they've worked hard, raised their families, paid their taxes, and they should be treated with dignity and respect. And that's exactly what the Albanese government is doing. We understand our older Australians and are committed to restoring dignity to them. The fact is it's only our government who will protect the pension, who will support those in aged care, provide cheaper medicines for our seniors, and also provide a means to be able to earn more whilst not impacting their pension. We know how important this is, Deputy Speaker. And of course, our commitment to providing older Australians with real support includes a whole suite of measures. one of which is our workforce incentive, or the one-off increase in the work bonus income bank. We want to ensure that our older Australians have the option, if they wish to or they want to, take up work or work some more. And this bill will ensure that our older Australians have the option to take up shorter-term or intermittent work, or help older Australians remain in the workforce without fear or losing access to their pension. We know that is a major concern, and that's why we're acting. We also know that our seniors, our older Australians, have a wealth of experience, and they have highly skilled working backgrounds. And that's why our one-off income credit will act as an incentive for them, for those who do want to work, whilst also allowing an immediate boost to the supply of workers. And we know this will help in addressing the skills shortage as well. Of course, we know this is throughout the country, particularly in regional areas like mine. It is indeed a real challenge, and I know, speaking to many seniors in my area, they're very pleased with the government acting so swiftly on this. They think it's really important for those that would like to do some of that occasional or short-term work, but also for local businesses too have really been very positive about this move and the difference that it will make, particularly in terms of the extent of the skills crisis that we see, and particularly for those of us in regional Australia, how much more we are feeling it. Now, Deputy Speaker, the government's Jobs and Skills Summit, which was held earlier this year, saw this government come together with all the states and territories, businesses, community leaders, unions, to discuss ways that we can boost the labour supply in order to meet the current shortages. And I really commend the Prime Minister and the Treasurer for hosting the really important Jobs and Skills Summit. That's the approach of this government, working right across the board with people to get outcomes. And that's exactly what happened. From that summit, there were indeed many positive outcomes. And one of the outcomes was we announced that we'd give older Australians the option to work and earn more. And of course, it came out of that summit. It's also what we've heard from older Australians. We've heard it from many of their advocacy groups as well, because we listen to what the community and what people were saying and work with them. So, as I say, we've provided this now, and pensioners will be able to earn an additional $4,000 without losing any of their pension through the one-off increase in their work bonus income bank. The bill strengthens existing incentives for people over pension age to take up work or increase the number of hours they work if they want to do so. It's an option that they have if that's what they choose to do. Now, Deputy Speaker, at present, only around 3% of aged pensioners earn income from employment. And by providing these incentives and increasing opportunities to work more without a penalty, even a marginal increase in the number of older Australians in work will, of course, benefit those who do want to work and, of course, our local businesses, our local economies. It will assist so much. And the $4,000 increase will be added to the work bonus income bank of pensioners. Specifically, this will increase the amount pensioners can earn from $7,800 to $11,800 before their pension is reduced. And the one-off increase will give our older Australians the option to both work and keep more of their money, and that's what they've been telling us that they want to do. Now, the work bonus allows pensioners over pension age to earn an extra $300 per fortnight from work before the income test is actually applied. The combination of the income-free area and work bonus means, for example, a single-age pensioner with no other income could earn up to $490 per fortnight from work before their payments actually begin to reduce. Pensioners are able to build up any unused amount of the $300 fortnightly concession in a work bonus income bank, which is also vitally important. And this amount can be used to exempt future earnings from the pension income test. And it means that a pensioner could choose to do intermittent or seasonal work and still benefit from the work bonus. So it's designed to fit the requirements of our seniors and what they've told us they need in terms of their work commitments or the opportunities that they would have. As I said, from commencement, aged pensioners, disability support pension and carer payment recipients over aged pension age, as well as certain veterans entitlement recipients over qualifying age, will have $4,000 credited to their work bonus income bank. And as I say, Deputy Speaker, many I know in my community and throughout the country have really welcomed this in terms of a very positive step by the government to providing those incentives for our older Australians. The other important part about this bill, the second key part of the bill, means that those on the pension do not have to reapply for payments for up to 2 years if their employment income exceeds the income limit. Because currently the case is that aged pensioners with employment income whose total income exceeds the income limit have their pension cancelled after 12 weeks, and that is the current situation. Instead, now, what will actually happen is their payment will be suspended for a period up to 2 years, and if during the 2-year period the income is at a level where they can become payable again, an abridged process would assist their return to the aged pension. And that is a much more reasonable and feasible way to move forward for our seniors, a much better way to do it. It corrects the current system where social security payments were cancelled after 12 weeks of exceeding the income limit, hence they're having to start the process again when they were eligible. So having this abridged version makes it a lot easier. And really, really importantly, Deputy Speaker, to further remove barriers to older Australians re-entering the workforce, pensioners will also retain access to their concession card, and that is vitally important for them to be able to have this to access so many services. So we have listened and we have acted. And Deputy Speaker, we are delivering on our commitment to support older Australians right across the board, and we've been doing that since day one of the election of the Albanese Labor government. Firstly, we had the pension increase, the largest indexation increases to payments in more than 12 years for pensions, very much welcomed by pensioners. And since we've been in government, as I say, we've already ensured that more of our older Australians can gain access to the seniors' healthcare card, allowing eligible seniors and self-funded retirees to receive a number of beneficial health concerns. And this has been very, very widely welcomed. I know in my electorate, and I'm sure electorates right throughout the country, so many more people are eligible for that seniors' health card. It is so vitally important, and it's been something that many people in my community have raised for a very long period of time. We're also delivering cheaper prescription medicines because we know the maximum cost for medications on the PBS has doubled since 2000. So we're ensuring that millions of Australians will pay 30% less for PBS scripts. Again, a major concern of our seniors. In addition, we've introduced legislation to help incentivise our pensioners to downsize by reducing the impact of selling or buying a new home. And this measure will allow more time for recipients to complete the process of purchasing their new home without the proceeds being subject to the assets test. And of course, this government, the Albanese government, committed to freezing deeming rates at current levels for 2 years through to the end of June 2024. Again, an issue that had been raised with us by seniors. And of course, Deputy Speaker, through our successful repeal of the cashless debit card, we put a stop to the former government's harsh plans to force aged pensioners onto that card. So we have shown time and time again how committed we are to restoring dignity for our older Australians and actually delivering for them. And we are doing that through so many measures, whether it be on the health front or whether it be on the work bonus or providing those incentives to downsize. We listen to our seniors and we do act. And, Deputy Speaker, I must say, hearing some of the speakers in relation to this bill, I mean, they had 9 years and they didn't do anything. They didn't actually do anything. So it's taken our government. We've had to correct a decade of the Liberal Nationals' waste, mismanagement and incompetence. That's what we saw. And in fact, the opposition has no credibility when it comes to supporting our pensioners, because we saw time and time again, we saw when we were here, they routinely made cuts to the pension, they froze the pension rates, they shortchanged pensioners with their deeming rates. We saw that on many occasions. And in fact, Deputy Speaker, you and many members of this House would remember in 2015 what the Liberals and Nationals did a deal with the Greens to actually cut the pension for around 370 older Australians by actually changing the pension assets test. Well, the pensioners certainly remember it. I remember it at the time because of the anger in the community about the fact that it happened. So when we see any of these members from the opposition standing up today lecturing us, they had 9 years. When did they do it? They didn't. Instead, what they did was make it harder for our pensioners by their cuts that we constantly saw. But, Deputy Speaker, we are committed to constantly helping our older Australians whenever we can. Indeed, in all of those measures that I spoke about, and particularly in the area of aged care as well, we have acted so swiftly. because it's only an Albanese Labor government that supports our older Australians. They were let down by a decade of mismanagement and waste under the former government, but we are committed to fixing that. And the bill before us today works to support and better support those seniors who do want to work, gives them greater capacity to work, and also expands the workforce at a time of labour shortages. And we know how vital it is to do that. And, Deputy Speaker, we have listened to our older Australians. We always have. We've always fought for them, and since being in government we have continued to deliver, and these workforce incentives is the latest measure we're absolutely committed to delivering. So if they do want to work a bit more, they can do that, and they won't have their pension impacted by it. And, Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. The member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the amendment moved by the member for Deakin, and as he outlined in his contribution, this amendment doesn't stand in the way of passing the bill, and we of course support these three measures, although in Schedule 3 we would really love to see more support than what is been announced by the government in the recent budget. And this comes at a time, of course, where inflation is at a frightening level, 7.3% in the September quarter, and it's pensioners and other people on fixed incomes that feel inflation the deepest and the toughest. And the previous speaker was talking about the biggest increase in the pension in whatever period of time she quoted, and of course, as we know, the pension goes up linked to inflation. So the pension increasing because inflation is increasing is a zero-sum outcome. It is just keeping people's head above water, and that's why something that happened under the coalition and a legislated outcome that happened automatically under this government, and regrettably it was at the highest level ever because inflation is at such a significant level, and that is something that is creating a lot of angst for pensioners and other people that are on a fixed income, those that are on lower incomes, because inflation is the most terrible thing for people in that circumstance to have to battle. And unfortunately, the Reserve Bank and certainly the budget papers indicate that inflation is only going higher than 7.3%. So it was 7.3% in September, and the pension was increased recently on inflation figures that might prove to be much lower than the sort of inflation that pensioners and seniors generally are going to have to battle with in the months and possibly even years ahead, because regrettably all these forecasts, every time they get updated, they are going higher and higher and higher, not just in this country but around the world. So 7.3%, that is tough. That is really tough, and of course it's higher than that in some of the staple items in the household budget, like groceries, like energy, 56% over 2 years. So unless the pension's going up by 56%, a pensioner's amount of money they spend on electricity in real terms is going to have to increase dramatically. And when you're on a fixed income, that means your discretionary expenditure will have to drop commensurately, and that means that there's a lot of things that pensioners in this country are not going to be able to look forward to doing like they could in the past if prices keep going up in such an out-of-control way, like electricity prices have been confirmed in the budget to be going up by 56%. And of course, if that forecast is anything like some of this government's other forecasts, no doubt the next time they update it, it'll be even higher. So it's an important time to be doing all we can to help senior Australians and pensioners in particular, which this bill does, in 3 schedules. The first 2, as the member for Deakin pointed out, have been lifted from the previous government that we had put into this parliament at the beginning of the year, and the new government are adopting that, like many other pieces of legislation that we've been putting through this parliament in recent times. They were introduced and lapsed in the last parliament. So Schedules 1 and 2 regarding the consequences of breaching the income limit on the pension, not being thrown off the pension and having to go through all the difficult process up to 2 years to reapply for and get the pension again, instead to be able to simply update your circumstance when you are eligible for the pension again with Services Australia, and start receiving the pension again without that rigmarole. And in Schedule 2, keeping access to the concession card. So for people that have triggered the income limit and were receiving the pension, and because of that higher income they've earned, go off the pension for whatever period of time it might be, that they don't get the concession card taken away from them, and that's a very important thing as well. But Schedule 3 is the new and significant element of this legislation, which increases the amount of income people can earn before triggering a loss of the pension or a step down from the full rate of the pension, depending on their circumstances. And at the moment you can earn $300 a fortnight and not have your pension affected, and you can also accumulate that in a financial year up to I think it's around $7,600. It might $7,800. I apologise. That you can get in this. That you can accumulate that, and then you can earn that amount of money before it affects your eligibility for the pension. And what the government are doing here, with the intention of this coming into effect from the 1st of December, is saying that just for the period from the 1st of December through to the 30th of June 2023, we will allow you to earn an extra $4,000 accumulated into that income bank. So instead of $7,800, you could potentially go up to $11,800. And between the 1st of December, when that would be applied, and the 30th of June, you can earn in this financial year up to $11,800. And of course, this is effectively putting in place a policy that was announced by Peter Dutton earlier in the year, at a time when unemployment is at historical low levels. I think the 3.5% goes back to the early 1970s, the last time unemployment was at that point, and a time of extreme labour shortages in our economy, and of course also a time, as I've canvassed, where inflation, growing at such a rapid pace, is putting an enormous amount of pressure on the household budget of everyone, pensioners in particular, and equally a time when unemployment is so low, the cost of the budget of unemployment benefit payments, of course, are reducing commensurate with that reduction in unemployment. And so it is extremely common sense to help our pensioners that want to work and earn some extra money on top of their pension, to support them as best we can to do so, and to help the businesses out there that equally have the skills shortages. And in many ways it's a win-win outcome. Now, can I particularly acknowledge my constituent, Mr Ian Henschke, who's been an excellent advocate for Australian seniors on this policy initiative, going back way before the last few months, and it's been something they have been calling for a long time. And I was very pleased when the opposition leader made the announcement of our first coalition policy being to support pensioners who want to earn more before it impacts their pension, and obviously provide the equal outcome for businesses as far as getting more units of labour into the economy to address skills shortages. But Ian has been working on this for a very long time, and through his hard work, and I would think also the fact that we made the announcement, the government then subsequently decided that they would put in place a measure that sort of goes down this path. As the member for Deakin made clear in his contribution, it's the view of the opposition, and I would have thought it was a pretty obvious point to make in the economic circumstances that we have right now, that this should not simply commence on the 1st of December and end on the 30th of June 2023, so run for 7 months. And we've said that we think the $300 a fortnight income limit should increase to $600 a fortnight, and that this needs to apply beyond the 30th of June 2023, into the future with sensible periods of review every 12 months or so. But I certainly don't think the principle and the point of this policy can be properly achieved by putting it in place by such a contracted period of time and bringing it to an end 7 months after it starts. Because if we are trying to help pensioners who are having their cost of living skyrocket on them, who would like to re-enter the workforce and earn some extra money to help with those cost pressures and save for things that they want to help enjoy better their retirement, as is absolutely we should support them to do, then ending this on the 30th of June is a very, very short-sighted policy position, and it's also really not going to help as many people as it could properly plan into the future for how they might structure the way in which they earn this extra money. There's a lot of people would probably avail themselves of seasonal labour opportunities. If you can earn $11,800 a year, it might be that, particularly in regional communities, there are some seasonal opportunities that won't come about between the 1st of December and the 30th of June. They might be in a different part of the annual cycle, particularly in the agricultural industries, etc. And bringing it to an end on the 30th of June means that a lot of people that could be in a position to take advantage of it might not end up doing so, because by the time they've put in place the plans and some changes around what they have going on in their lives to take up this opportunity up, that the opportunity will have been removed from them. And we clearly are going to have ongoing skills challenges in our economy, and we're definitely having dramatic cost of living increases for a long time into the future. That is a very regrettable confirmation by both the Reserve Bank after their meeting last week and in the budget papers 2 weeks ago. Both the Commonwealth Treasury and the Reserve Bank of Australia are projecting that inflation is only going to increase from its current levels. And as I pointed out earlier, unfortunately, every time we see these inflation projections and some of the other sub-projections about things like energy costs, etc., they seem to ratchet up and up and up. We have not had for some period of time now any economic forecasts that are going anywhere but up when it comes to cost of living pressures. So this is a measure that, of course, puts pensioners in a position to earn more money to help them deal with that cost of living burden, and we want to do all we can in this place to support them with those challenges. And if inflation is only ever increasing, then more and more pensioners, understandably, are getting nervous about how they're meeting their costs, are having to make sacrifices and take things out of their household budget that they shouldn't have to do. Retirement should be something that is enjoyed, that is not a financial stress. And this measure, if it were extended beyond the 30th of June, would put people in a position to be able to earn some more money, take that pressure off, maybe earn even more than what takes the pressure off, and put them in a position to do some more things that they wouldn't be able to do within their existing budget just from the pension, and make that contribution to our economy. And employers out there, and particularly those that require seasonal workforces, etc., that would see the opportunity of providing a pathway for people to, who are on the pension to not take on some permanent full-time role that would breach the income cap, but instead do some seasonal work perhaps, or do some light duties on a weekly basis, whatever the structure of it might be, increasing from $7,800 to $11,800 just for a 5-month period. So that $4,000 in a 5-month period is a lost opportunity to provide a lot more benefit to our economy from this policy, and to give pensioners the ability to plan with much more certainty into the future about how they manage their finances. So the second reading amendment in this place makes that point about going from $300 to $600 a fortnight, and not bringing these measures to a closure at the 30th of June 2023, but instead extending the ability for pensioners to keep earning that higher rate, which is being ever eroded anyway by inflation, so 300 to 600, when inflation's at 7.3% and possibly going to 8% or higher. Frankly, pensioners need this support and this option to them, and they need the certainty of it extending well beyond the 30th of June. So I commend the second reading amendment to the chamber, and as I say, we support the three schedules in this bill, but we wish that they would go further. Schedule 3 would go further. With those comments, Deputy Speaker, I wish to draw your attention to the state of the House.
Is a quorum required? Being less than 30 members in the House, ring the bells for. Yeah. Yeah, I know they came for you. They came for you. You have an aura of greatness about you. Quorum present. I thank honourable members. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and with that I call the member for Dobell, the Minister, and those in the chamber take a seat. We've got quorum. You can stick around and listen to the wonderful contribution from the honourable member for Dobell, or leave the chamber quietly, please. Just hold for a moment, member. I give the call to the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Workforce Incentive Bill, and I'm so pleased to see so many members of the government in the chamber at this time, because it just shows how important this is to the government, to members like me representing places on the central coast of New South Wales and people representing electorates right across Australia. Right now, many industries are struggling to find workers with the right skills to fill vacancies. It's something that I hear day to day, including in the health and care sectors. We also have many older Australians who are highly skilled, capable, experienced and keen to work more hours or to rejoin the workforce. Unfortunately, they face many barriers and penalties to working or working more hours. And, Deputy Speaker, you should be aware this was one of the key issues that was raised during the government's Jobs and Skills Summit. We're determined as an incoming government to listen widely, and to be inclusive in our decision-making. This was one of the key issues that was raised, and we heard that aged pensioners are often overlooked for work. There is ageism in the workforce, with only around 3% of Australians' 2.5 million aged pensioners currently earning income from employment. It's clear that if we want to address these skill shortages, including in regional parts of Australia, then this needs to change so that older Australians, senior Australians who want to work or work more can do so without the risk of losing their pension, can continue to make a contribution, can continue to contribute with their experience, with their expertise, in meaningful ways in many parts of the economy. By providing incentives and increasing opportunities to work more without penalty, we could see more senior Australians, more older Australians take up work, which would both benefit them, local economies, and the businesses who employ them. Deputy Speaker, I want to speak now about the electorate I represent, Dobell, on the Central Coast of New South Wales. And as it's known, it is a very popular place for retirees to live. 1 in 5 people in the community that I represent is aged over 65, and nearly 22,000 are receiving the age pension. There are also carer payment and disability support pension recipients over age pension age. And I was talking to this, or have been having an ongoing conversation with Paula Martin, the New South Wales Regional Director of the New South Wales Business Chamber on the Central Coast. And she provided me with the latest Business New South Wales report, which, according to the latest Business New South Wales Business Conditions Report, 95% of Central Coast businesses are reporting labour shortages. And that's across sectors, across industries, from manufacturing through to hospitality. And shortages are increasingly being reported in middle to senior management roles, as the Central Coast competes with Greater Sydney and the neighbouring regions for skills. The fastest growing roles, she pointed out to me, and are borne out in this report, in demand across the Central Coast are professional, management, sales and marketing roles, with an increase of over 50% demand year on year for these roles locally. And what she pointed out to me was that these are roles that older Australians, senior Australians with experience and expertise and skills and knowledge could take up. And she gave me an example of someone recently who has returned to the workforce and the contribution that they're making in a middle management role, mentoring, coaching, and genuinely contributing to build the capability of that workforce and that business. The report also went on to identify, in the latest labour force data, that the Central Coast has at this point in time the lowest participation rate of over 65-year-olds in Greater Sydney within the workforce. We have, the report indicates, or the report says, 83,900 people in the Greater Central Coast over 65 years of age, and of which 6,700 are currently employed. And what she emphasised to me, and what this report shows, is that when this legislation is passed, that of any region in Greater Sydney, the Central Coast can gain the greatest impact of any increase to productive working hours of mature-aged Australians, which will be good for those individuals, which will be good for our local economy, and which will be good for the greater economy overall. Deputy Speaker, these measures, or the measures in this bill, will strengthen existing incentives for pensioners over age pension age who want to take up work or increase the number of hours they already work. And in communities like mine, there are so many people with that skills, experience and expertise who do want to work more, but currently have been held back by some of these penalties and disincentives that are in place. So, Deputy Speaker, through increasing the work bonus through the Social Security income test, with its income-free area and proportional withdrawal rate combined with the work bonus, pensioners are better off financially if they earn additional income rather than relying solely on income support. Pensioners can earn an amount of income before their pension is reduced, which is known as the income-free area. For each dollar of income over the income-free area, the single pension is reduced by 50 cents. For a couple, each individual pension is reduced by 25 cents a fortnight for each dollar of income the couple earns over the income-free area. In addition, the work bonus allows pensioners over age pension age to earn an extra $300 per fortnight from work before the income test is applied. Deputy Speaker, the combination of the income-free area and the work bonus means a single age pensioner with no other income could earn up to $490 per fortnight from work before their payment is reduced. And that's significant and make a significant difference for the individual and their household. Pensioners can build up any unused amount of the $300 a fortnight concession in a work bonus income bank. And this amount can be used to exempt future earnings from the pension income test. This means a pensioner could choose to do occasional or seasonal work and still benefit from the work bonus. At present, Deputy Speaker, the maximum work bonus income bank balance a person can accrue is capped. It's capped at $7,800. And this bill has two key policies designed to encourage pensioners to work more if they want to. The first is a temporary increase in an increase in the work bonus income bank. Age pensioners, disability support pensioners and carer payment recipients over the age pension age, as well as certain veteran entitlement recipients over qualifying age, will have $4,000 credited to their income bank. The maximum work bonus income bank will increase accordingly, taking the maximum balance from the current cap of $7,800 to $11,800. And eligible pensioners who are currently working and have already benefited from the full value of the work bonus concession, their income bank will increase from $0 to $4,000. Eligible pensioners who do not currently work and already have the current maximum income bank balance of $7,800 will also have their income bank topped up by $4,000. This makes good sense. It's good for the individual person of age pension age, and it's good for our economy. And I'm really keen to see what it will mean for the local economy in communities like mine in regional Australia. Because the $4,000 increase will be added to each eligible pensioner's work bonus income bank up front, every pensioner will be able to have an extra $4,000 of employment income disregarded from the income test from the start of this measure. Deputy Speaker, the second key policy area of this bill is making it easier for pensioners who work to resume the age pension. Age pensioners and equivalent Department of Veterans Affairs payment recipients with employment income whose total income exceeds the income limit will have their payment suspended for a period of up to 2 years, rather than cancelled after 12 weeks, which is what currently occurs. This will make it much more straightforward for a person to be able to start work or work more hours, and then if during the 2-year period their income is at a level where they become payable again, and a bridge process would assist their return to the age pension to reduce that burden, that admin burden on them, which is currently a disincentive for people to participate more if they want to. Bridging and streamlining the reapplication process for age pension payments provides a genuine incentive to engage in paid work for age pensioners who do not want to regularly complete application forms following periods of paid employment. Deputy Speaker, I also want to turn to another initiative of the government. And from my personal experience as a pharmacist and running a department in a hospital and hearing from local people, many of them say to me that even if they are working, older Australians often have additional medical needs. As one of my constituents, Phil, and he's a president of a local surf club that I'm a member of, at Tawoon Bay Surf Life Saving Club. Phil, he often tells me when I'm down on patrol that healthcare costs are the hidden cost of retirement. It's something that he's experienced personally and that many other older Australians experience. And he contacted me about the pensioner concession card, because what it does is provides access to a range of Commonwealth healthcare concessions, including cheaper prescriptions under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. And what Phil said to me was that this will make such a significant difference to older Australians and give them peace of mind. This will be, with rising costs of living and when they're trying to work out their household budget, that this is something that they'll give them peace of mind, that they will know that healthcare, and which is one of the biggest concerns and costs that older Australians have, will be more affordable. If age pension and disability support pension recipients with employment income are suspended because their income is too high, they'll also be able to keep their pensioner concession card for up to 2 years. Currently, age pensioners lose access to their pension concession card after 12 weeks and working disability support pension recipients after 52 weeks. When a recipient of age pension, disability support pension or certain veterans' entitlements is employed and has sufficient income that a pension is no longer payable and their partner is also a pensioner, they'll both keep their pensioner concession card for 2 years. And as I said, Phil contacted me about this, and I know this is something that impacts so many older Australians, and will give them that peace of mind to know that their healthcare is affordable. And in this situation, both will be able to easily resume their pension payments within the 2-year period. If their income reduces to a point, they'll be payable again. And the other thing I wanted to go to, Deputy Speaker, before I finish, is the benefit of workforce participation on someone's mental health and well-being. Yeah. And we know that workforce participation improves a person's quality of life, and that's on top of any financial benefits, benefits to their super. For pensioners in paid work, getting more income and additional super can help deal with cost of living pressures, but it can also boost their mental health and well-being. And according to Beyond Blue, they've said that around 10 to 15% of older Australians experience depression or anxiety. That's significant, that 1 in 10 people, older Australians, might in that period of retirement feel depressed or anxious. And we know that in retirement, as it is across our life, finding purpose and making meaningful connections is critical to our mental health and well-being. And this is part of this measure that I think really needs to be spoken about, because for some people that this might mean taking up a part-time job or working a few more hours, and the benefits that will have to their own mental health and well-being is significant. So I think another part of this is the benefits to someone's mental health and well-being, and given the cumulative impacts of natural disasters and COVID, any measure that the government can do that will help boost older people's mental health and well-being is one that must be supported. And Deputy Speaker, I'll return now to a conversation I had with Paula Martin, the Regional Director of New South Wales Business Chamber on the Coast. And Paula joined a Jobs and Skills Summit that the member for Robertson and I co-hosted on the Central Coast, at Central Coast Leagues Club, ahead of the National Jobs and Skills Summit. And Paula said, and I quote, "Businesses also stand to benefit from the skills and experience of older Australians who have much to contribute to the workforce, especially in industries where there are significant shortages, including in teaching and health." Paula went on to say that mature age Australians can help businesses with management skills, mentoring and training, that businesses will benefit from using the knowledge and experience of mature age Australians to help them develop management experience and upskilling their existing workforce to really build that capability of workforces. There is a current shortage of trainers. So she goes on to say that we can better leverage the experience and support of this cohort and to pass on that experience to others. So, Deputy Speaker, as well as this being a measure that will help older Australians to be able to go back to return to the workforce or work more hours if they want to, the benefits that they'll get financially, including to their super, what it will also do is to boost people's mental health and well-being. And as I said earlier, and as the government spokesperson on mental health and well-being, we know the significant impacts on older Australians through the COVID-19 pandemic, through isolation, through that loss of connection. And if this measure means that someone is more likely to be able to return to work or pick up more hours, then I think it's something that we all should support. Deputy Speaker, our government values the contribution that older Australians have made and continue to make to our economy and to the social fabric of Australian society. They continue to contribute as workers, as volunteers, as advocates, as carers, as elders, as grandparents, as good friends and neighbours. And I will, on that point, give a shout out to my neighbour John, who waters my plants when I'm here in Canberra. He's a good neighbour. Through the measures in this bill, we will support those pensioners who still wish to participate in paid work in order to do so. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. And if it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in my name, that the House calls on the government to lift the rate of all income support payments to above the poverty line. Late last month was Anti-Poverty Week, and across the country, activists, campaigners and community members came together to highlight the fact that in Australia right now, 1 in 8 people live in poverty, and for children, that figure increases to 1 in 6. For those living on Centrelink payments, 62% of recipients are either skipping meals or eating less than they need. In a country as wealthy as Australia, this is simply unacceptable. The Senate Community Affairs Committee launched its inquiry into the extent and nature of poverty in Australia, hearing from community organisations and public housing residents. And I want to commend my colleague Senator Rice for her advocacy on this issue and her work chairing that inquiry. The first hearing heard devastating evidence. The Victorian Council of Social Services reminded the committee that by far the most effective policy to combat poverty would be to raise the rate of job seeker. They told the inquiry that the rate of job seeker is so low that it traps people in poverty. It's no longer a safety net. It's not a springboard to prosperity. It is now a cage. So I'd like to share some stories of people who have shared their stories with me about what it's like to live on income support in Australia. I am 61 years young and have been on JobSeeker for a year or so. I have had 2 skin cancer operations, both of which required several months off in the last 12 months, leaving me unable to work for months at a time. I was working as a casual doing around 30 hours a week before that, earning good money, trying to live on the Centrelink payments if possible. After paying rent, there is barely anything left. Not to mention gas, electricity, phone, internet, water, fuel, car expenses, after which I was left most weeks only able to afford scraps for food. Meat has been out of the question, as were most other items, and you can forget anything like clothes and underwear. It is the most undignified way to live that I have ever experienced, and brought with it a deep feeling of shame, worthlessness, and anxiety. I am good with money and sticking to budgets, but this was something that could not be balanced, which meant using my credit card for simple things like Christmas and birthday presents for my grandchildren. This also accumulated great shame, depression, and despair. I've worked my whole life and been an active part of my children's and grandchildren's lives, as well as the community, but I'm too scared to go anywhere unless I absolutely have to now, because I need to be so frugal, even when it comes to using fuel. I am sure I'm not the only one who has fallen on hard times out of no fault of their own and is being put through this humiliation. And I'd just like to share one other story. I'm currently on JobSeeker while studying to join the mental health workforce. My disabilities are chronic without cure, and I've had to stop taking medication for my mental conditions because the impact on my body conditions was too high. Every week, I'm assessing whether the priority is to buy enough protein to sustain myself, or if I need to make room in the budget for my specialist appointments. I want to get to the bottom of my mobility issues. And I want to finish my studies and placements so that I can support the well-being of my community.
Order. The member, the Assistant Minister, has the call.
Speaker, might I draw your attention to the state of the House?
Can you Thank you. The quorum required. Ring the bells. My apologies. It was an interesting contribution, member for Brisbane. do? Looks like you got it. I thank honourable members. Quorum is now required, full, and I give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I think it's quite telling that the Coalition would interrupt a story on people's poverty to call quorum in this place. I just want to finish this story now from my constituent, saying that they haven't been able to save money since they were laid off at the start of 2020. Only due to the generosity of their friends am I mostly still debt-free. Scraping by on income support and the measly $50 of rent assistance makes me feel like our government has forgotten what people need to survive in the economy they've created. And sadly, these stories aren't just unique to JobSeeker, but to the recipients of the age pension as well, and all income support. So despite the clear and present need, the government has not substantially increased the age pension or the rate of JobSeeker in their budget. At the same time, the cost of Labor's Stage 3 tax cuts has blown out to $254 billion over 10 years. Make no mistake, poverty is a political choice. It's a choice that the Liberal government made for a decade, and now, after its first budget in as many years, seemingly the same choice that Labor is making. They have made a political choice to keep people subsisting on income support payments below the poverty line. They are choosing to keep struggling Australians in poverty at the same time they vote to give themselves a $9,000 tax cut. But despite the bipartisan commitment from the old parties to keep people living in poverty, there is a different way. At the last election, the Greens took a clear, concrete proposal to provide a guaranteed livable income for everyone on income support. This would lift all income support rates, including the age pension, to $88 a day. It would abolish cruel, punitive measures like compulsory income management and work for the dole that make it harder for people to access income support. Because the Greens do not believe that we should live to work, and in reflection of these values, we believe that we must bring the retirement age back down from 67 to 65 so that every Australian pensioner can have access to income support above the poverty line. And we'll keep fighting to ensure that no older Australian is left behind. So yes, we will be supporting this bill. We will be supporting it because it makes it easier for people to access income support, and we welcome the Labor Party's commitment to taking this small step to support aged pensioners. I want to also thank National Seniors Australia and the other countless advocates who have pushed for a better income support system. The Greens stand with you. We will keep pushing for an increase to income support payments so they are all above the poverty line. And I just want to respond to some comments made earlier by the Minister that I believe were not a fair reflection on the approach the Greens have taken to the age pension. I just want to put it clearly on the record that we took policies to this election that would see an increase to the age pension to $88 a day and earlier access to the age pension from the age of 65. And if anyone in here wants to match these policies, we would welcome that. We want to see an income support system that provides more support, and that's something we will keep fighting for age pensioners, for people on JobSeeker, for people on the DSP and everybody else.
I thank the honourable member for that contribution. And the original question was that the bill now be read. Oh, sorry. That the amendment is the amendment seconded?
The amendment. And I reserve my right to speak.
I thank the honourable member for Ryan. I jumped ahead of myself there by one line. A critical part of it, we need to make sure it's seconded. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Deakin moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Brisbane has now moved that an amendment to that amendment and that all words after reading be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question before the House now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Deakin be disagreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this bill and to support the amendment by the member for Deakin. Mr Speaker, arguably, the silent generation and the baby boomers are the hardest working generations since the Industrial Revolution. They built this country. You see feats like the Harbour Bridge, and the Opera House, the highways around Australia, and those people are now, many of them, our pensioners. And not all of them want to be retired. Not all of them want to go and play golf or travel around in a camper van. And not all of them currently on pensions can afford to do so. And these two hard-working generations that I talk of, the silent generation and the baby boomers, many of them are facing tough times with the cost of living, the pressures, the fuel. Many of them still rent. But what you can say about those generations is that their work ethic generally was second to none. That they got out there and they worked hard, they didn't complain, and unlike some generations, and I include mine, they didn't have their hand out. They never stuck their hand out and asked for something from their governments. They got up, they dusted themselves off, and they got on with it. And they worked hard to get ahead. But some of those who worked to support this country and built this country do rely on their pension. And that is why I support this bill. Because they deserve to be able to go out there and put a little bit more money in their pocket to combat the cost of living pressures that they're facing today, or actually just giving themselves something nice, a treat, or even buying Christmas presents for the grandkids. And when you talk to employers around the electorate, and no doubt from all the members who are contributing today around Australia, you go into a retail shop or a cafe or a restaurant or industry, and the first thing that employers will say to you is, we cannot find workers. We cannot find enough workers on the floor, skilled or unskilled. The previous member referred to teachers. We can't find them, and yet they're there willing to work but can't because their pension won't allow it. Well, this is a step in the right direction. I would have liked to have seen a much larger step in the right direction to enable twice the amount, $600 a fortnight, rather than the proposed $453. But, as I said, it is a step in the right direction. In Cowper alone, there are some 130,000 eligible voters. Over 30% of that 130,000 are over the age of 67, in my electorate alone. So to think how many people across Australia would be willing to work. We have a shortage, a workforce shortage in the agricultural sector, 180,000 people. We're seeing farmers plough their fruit, their vegetables, horticulture back into the ground because they can't find people to pick it. They can't find those workers who want to go out there. And I've spoken to plenty of pensioners. In fact, over the weekend I was at the Kempsey markets, Riverside markets, and a fellow came up to me and said, when is the government going to pass this bill so I can go out and get some work? Because it's been 4 months, 5 months. Fortunately, we'll be able to do it today, but unfortunately it won't be the amount that he was looking for. So I'm sure we've all had these stories of pensioners saying, I want some more money in my pocket. And I do commend the government for taking up what was our bill previously and approaching it on a relatively bipartisan approach. And when you see the employers knowing that what you will have in pensioners with that work ethic, they know they'll show up, they know they're going to be honest as the day is long, and they know that at least for part of the time they'll be able to fill those job shortages, rather than somebody who should be working on the business is there working in the business. I was talking to a lady in a bottle shop the other day, and she was telling me she was on her 17th day straight doing 12-hour shifts, and she was in her late 50s. And she said, "Pat, I just cannot find anyone. Everywhere I go, and I'm sure you're the same, Deputy Speaker, you'll see the signs in the windows. You know, vacancy. My 15-year-old son put 4 resumes in for 4 jobs and got all 4 of them. That's how desperate they are. I wouldn't let him take all 4 jobs, but he's got to do his schoolwork first." The other issue raised previously, and it was something that I hadn't turned my mind to, but it was an excellent point, and that is the mental health and the well-being of many pensioners getting out into the community. I know that many of them do volunteer, but many of them need that camaraderie, need that community support, and by getting involved in work, working with other staff members, it actually gives them a form of confidence and will to get out there and be part of the community. So in terms of the mental health aspect, this can only be a positive thing. Deputy Speaker, based on the Coalition's proposed bill in June of this year, or some 4 months ago, to double the amount of the income that aged pensioners and veterans can earn without reducing their payments, which in real terms means an increase of potential earnings from $300 to $600 per fortnight, would go a long way for the pensioners. And while I do commend the government for recognising that this is a good thing, it's a common sense thing. It really is. You have a workforce shortage. You have people who want to work. Let's put them together. It won't solve the problem. As I said, we're 180,000 people short in the ag sector, and that's not looking at all the other industry and sectors across. So I do commend the government, but I would urge them to support the amendment by the member for Deakin. I will support it, even if the government won't support the amendment, because we need to get on with it. We need to give some sort of certainty to those pensioners and veterans out there that they can actually earn some more money, most importantly to combat these rapidly increasing costs in life. And it's been 4 or 5 months now, but I'm sure that pensioners watching this or listening to this or being involved in this would also urge the government to do the very same thing. So let's not give them a lukewarm, weak cup of tea. Let's give them a nice, hot, strong coffee and get it all moving. Deputy Speaker, importantly, and I'll say it again, I do urge the government to reconsider the strength of this bill as soon as financially viable. I certainly hope it goes further than the sunset clause in the bill. We have to provide that certainty to the pensioners. We have to, provide that certainty to our employers, not just for the next 6 months or 12 months, for the next 10 years, for the next decade, to ensure that we can work through these times that are coming that are going to be very difficult. It is going to be difficult for businesses. It will be difficult for the average punter. Prices are starting to rise. We've seen that significantly in gas and petrol and electricity. So for a pensioner, it must be very difficult under normal circumstances, where you see electricity prices going up 57%. That must be terrifying knowing that you have a limited amount of money coming in every fortnight and knowing that those cost of living pressures are going through the roof. So I do commend this bill. I do urge the government to support the amendment by the member for Deakin, and I hope that they take it very seriously and think about the pensioners when they do so. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Deakin be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the proposed amendments to the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendments Workforce Incentive Bill 2022. I acknowledge the government's proposal to incentivise pensioners and disability support pension recipients to stay in the workforce in light of these recent workforce shortages. I think this is a step in the right direction. However, I think what this bill does is a drop in the ocean compared to what the government should be doing to get pensioners back into the workforce. We are living in a cost of living crisis. With the rising cost of fuel, food and petrol, it comes as no surprise that many pensioners are feeling the pinch.
Order. A member, Deputy Whip, is seeking the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I call your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required.
Quorum required.
Ring the bell for 4 minutes. Member for Durack, I believe you have to stay present for the call. Thank you.
At least nowadays we were actually cross about something.
Just call them the shots.
When the whip's away,
We let them have the debate.
I thank honourable members. Quorum is present. Those leaving the chamber can do so quietly, and I give the call to the honourable member for Fowler in continuation.
We are living, so the clock, Mr Speaker, does it matter? Okay. We're living in a cost of living crisis. With the rising cost of fuel, food and petrol, it comes as no surprise that many pensioners are feeling the pinch and want the opportunity to earn more income to maintain a comfortable standard of living. According to a recent survey done by the Association of Superannuation Funds, Only 6% of respondents believed the age pension level of about $40,000 a year was enough to retire on. 33% believed comfortable retirement standard of $65,000 a year would be enough. It's clear that Australians think the pensions alone isn't enough to help sustain the increased cost of living. However, under this new work bonus scheme, pensioners could accrue a total income bank of $11,800 a year, in which they are able to take seasonal shifts. This gives a potential income of $491 a week for pensioners if they were to work every week for 6 months, which is about 2 shifts a week. This scheme was originally meant to last for 7 months until June 2023. While this is a good solution for the short-term and seasonal workers, it doesn't do much in a way of incentivising seniors to stay in the workforce and to keep consistent shifts. National Seniors Australia have argued that the 6-month scheme is far too short to encourage uptake, and it requires time for the government to effectively communicate these new changes to both pensioners and businesses. Our business community, which is comprised of 98% small businesses, would also require the necessary multilingual resources to inform the senior and pensioners communities of these new work opportunities. However, I'm happy to say that after consultations with my office and the Member for Mayo, Rebecca Sharkey, the government heard our concerns. The pilot scheme will now be amended to extend until December 2023. In an electorate like Fowler, where nearly 77% of our residents use another language other than English at home, there must be a plan to ensure they are not forgotten by this new scheme due to lack of communication from the government. A 1-year pilot program would be long enough to educate and inform my pensioners and businesses who hail from many different cultural backgrounds, but also gives ample opportunities for new pensioners to also take up the scheme. This is definitely a step in the right direction. However, more can be done to incentivise seniors to re-enter the workforce. National Senior Australia has also raised that the $4,000 limit is far too low to truly incentivise seniors to participate overall, and is not nearly high enough to incentivise pensioners to navigate the complexities of Centrelink. The Department of Social Services had also reported that the original 6-month pilot may only result in an uptake of 1,000 extra workers a year, which is a ridiculously slim figure, considering we have over 470,000 job vacancies around Australia. What my constituents are calling for are consistent work opportunities, not only so they can put food on the table and increase their quality of life, but also so they can be productive citizens and feel like they're part of the community in which they live. I refer to my constituent Catherine Allen, who is 29 years of age, has 3 kids and is on a disability support pension. She's expressed her desire to work and contribute to the local economy. However, has found getting consistent work would reduce her pension to the point where it would be impossible to support her and her 3 children. With 3 mouths to feed, she says it's more financially viable to stay on the pension rather than to work, and has spent her time volunteering for local community groups instead. We must take a look at the entire pension system as a whole, instead of focusing on small schemes that only would benefit a few. It's unfair that pensioners like Catherine are scared of having their pensions taken away just because they want to give back to the community by working at their local cafe or giving a few extra days to a nursing home. If a pensioner were to use up the $11,800 workforce income bank, they're still allowed to earn $190 a fortnight on top of that. However, even this barely equates to a single day's work. If they exceed the $190 limit, their pension is reduced by 50 cents for every dollar earned over the income limit. This is a small little incentive for pensioners to take on a long-term job if they fear they could have their pensions docked for working extra hours. This would only drive pensioners to work in what the ATO refers to as, quote, the shadow economy, working cash-in-hand jobs that are unregulated and untaxable. I know this is very much the norm in the community of Fowler, where many prefer cash-in-hand jobs as they're deterred by the complex reporting mechanisms of Centrelink and aren't willing to risk their pensions for a few sporadic shifts over the year. The government must look to invest more into overhauling the pension scheme so people aren't afraid to work. In saying this, I appreciate measures taken in Schedule 1 and 2 of the bill to ensure a pensioner's concession card be suspended for 2 years, not cancelled, if their total income earnings taper their pension to nothing. This means that if a pensioner were to lose a consistent source of income or, for whatever reason, choose to get back on the pension, they should be able to transition back seamlessly through a less complex system, rather than having a go through the process of reapplying for a new pension with Services Australia. This also means that a pensioner is able to access the concession card to access cheaper health services and medicines, which I know pensioners fear they could lose access to should they take on additional work. With more and more GPs now having to turn away from bulk billing, basic health care services are becoming less affordable for pensioners. The first point of contact for their health issues is now becoming less accessible. GPs in my areas who still choose to bulk bill are being so inundated with patients that locals will have to wait weeks just to see them. The Syrian Medical Association have told me that some of their doctors are at the point where they must stop bulk billing to run a financially sustainable medical centre, but refuse to do so as many of their elderly patients would opt to avoid seeing the doctor altogether if they need to pay out of pocket. The repercussions of stopping bulk billing in a low socioeconomic area like Fowler is detrimental to the overall health and well-being of our pensioner community. With cost of living pressures, we cannot expect seniors and pensioners to break their budget just to get the simple healthcare services. Giving pensioners the option to work would alleviate so much of the cost of living pressures they face today. These changes to the pension are imperative to ensure they can afford to access the healthcare they deserve, particularly as they grow older. As I would like to reiterate again, the government must ensure that both pensioners and businesses are informed of this new system, and they must be given the resources and assistance they need for a smooth transition to and off the pension. It's great that the government is extending the scheme until December 2023, but it also looks to include job seeker recipients as part of this scheme. Fowler has the 5th highest number of job seeker recipients in the country. A program like this could incentivise many to come off job seeker to work a few days, where they can earn some income and embed themselves in the local community and economy. In fact, 43% of job seekers are unable to work full-time and have a partial capacity to work due to disability or sickness, according to the Department of Social Services. However, some of these recipients are not eligible for disability pension. These individuals should be given the option of entering the workforce for part-time or casual work to top up their family budget or put away savings for a rainy day, especially in these tough economic times. I understand the reasonings behind why the government is only holding this program to a limited group. I understand there is an immediate skills shortage that needs to be tackled. However, there is also a cost of living crisis that will go beyond the next 12 months. I hope that the government will consider extending the scheme indefinitely for specific sectors which face ongoing workforce shortages, including the health and disability sector. In the care sector alone, there are currently 74,000 job vacancies, according to the ABS. I know in my electorate of Fowler, aged care facilities not only need workers, but they need workers who can assist in our non-English speaking residents. With many bilingual pensioners who are ready and willing to work, it only makes sense that they should be given the opportunity to assist other elderly patients who struggle with English and would feel more comfortable dealing with a nurse who can speak their language. The government could do better for cold communities, and allowing pensioners to work in this sector could alleviate the strains our healthcare system is currently under, which also catering to the unique needs of my electorate. I know this scheme is one small step towards keeping our economy going, but in my opinion, the government needs to think bigger. I refer to a community member, Brian Corr, who contacted my office imploring the government to allow seniors to work. He was concerned his superannuation could run out in his lifetime, leaving him without a sustainable income as he gets older. Brian believes that if he were given the opportunity to work, it would not only allow him to afford the bare basics, but also improves his quality of life by getting private health insurance or joining a gym. He says, and I quote, actively deterring potentially hundreds of thousands of people wanting to continue to contribute to the workforce, it's to the detrimental of all. The Treasurer has said time and time again that we need to be cutting corners to make up for the nearly $40 billion budget deficit that the previous government has left them. However, incentivising seniors to work is a ripe opportunity that would bring in huge amounts of revenue in income tax. In fact, a study by Deloitte shows that if we only have an additional 5% of Australians over the age of 55 back in the workforce, it would boost our economy by $48 billion. If we look towards countries like New Zealand, where pensioners are able to work freely as much as they want without it impacting their pension, it would encourage participation in the workforce and improve our economic standing as well. Deloitte's economic modelling found that a policy of an opt-in exemption from the income test would be cost-neutral if only 8.3% more pensioners re-entered the workforce or worked longer. Beyond this would be revenue positive. Pensioners in Fowler are suffering in this cost of living emergency.
Has expired. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Deakin be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Lyne has, at least the last time I checked the Department of Social Services, more pensioners than any other electorate that are receiving income assistance. So this bill is of critical importance to many in my electorate, and I support the bill, but I've got a few questions about it, particularly in the light of the comments made by the last speaker. The concept that the work bonus test, the work bonus amount is increased to $300 per week was a coalition initiative brought about by the workforce shortages as a result of COVID shutdowns and loss of a lot of our workforce returning back to their home countries. And there's plenty of pensioners who receive the pension, the age pension or the disability support pension, who would like to work. But the disincentives are that they, if they earn too much, they earn far less on their pension, and this increase to $300 is welcome. But what we argued for is it should go up to $600 on top of the existing $180, so that they'd be able to earn $790 a fortnight without affecting their pension, which I think is a great idea, because there's plenty of people who could easily exceed the extra the $300 increase on top of the existing $180, particularly if they're doing seasonal work. Seasonal work in agriculture, horticulture is very intensive work, and some horticultural and agricultural huge concerns might pay $3,000 a week if you're a good worker. And I think they should be able to earn this rather than keeping it at this artificial income bank limit, which admittedly is increased. It should just be able to be earned any time in a calendar year, because then we would have many more people who are receiving the age pension who would be quite happy to go off and work intensively in the harvest, which is when a lot of the regional Australia workforce is really critically short. Rather than leaving fruit on the vine or on the tree and have things rot, which has happened unfortunately in this last season because there was not enough horticultural and harvest workers. It was a tragedy. And increasing it to, by $600 a fortnight would basically take it up to the tax-free threshold. And I have no problem if we were to introduce a scheme like they have in New Zealand. Their workforce participation of pensioners is way in excess of what there is in Australia. And when you think about it, it'd be good for the economy, and if they are on the age pension but then they're working, they go up to the tax-free threshold, and if they earn more, they pay tax. At the moment, there's a disincentive because people will start losing their pension. But think about it. If they're working and earning money and paying tax, they're working to pay themselves a pension through their tax payments. Why doesn't Treasury love that idea? It would make so much sense. The businesses would be better off, the economy would be better off, the pensioners would be better off, the business would be better off, and the tax department would be better off. But there is this idea that it's a punitive measure to take the person's pension entitlement away just because they want to go and earn extra money. There's a lot of non sequiturs in this argument, but we are left with what is being proposed. And the pressure from the Leader of the Opposition and by us before the election to increase this work bonus allowance has found fruit and is coming in. But I urge the government not to limit it to the end of 2023, but keep it going ad infinitum, because we are going to have workforce shortages for years till the normal flow of youth visas and temporary migrants who come here for a year or two and work in various jobs in regional Australia. I don't know any industry that has got a full workforce at the moment in regional Australia, whether it's in on-farm jobs or off-farm, in factories or in small businesses, in retail, in hospitality, you name it, tourism. There's shortages everywhere. And there are so many people who are retired teachers or just people who have worked in blue-collar jobs who'd love to earn a bit extra, but they don't want to work all the time. And you could have people doing locums in schools, in nursing, in all sorts of industries that are critically short of skilled and trained staff. It also facilitates a lot of people who might come into a business in a training role, because a lot of people with trade skills can be a great value to a business, because when you take on apprentices, you don't really get a lot of value out of them because you're tying up a productive worker by supervising them. But if you had highly skilled tradespeople in retirement but coming back to do on-the-job training with apprentices, it would be good for the business, good for the retiree, pensioner, and good for the apprentices, because then they get the benefit of hands-on supervision without the pressure to just get the job done. So there's lots of good things in this bill, but I must say we could look at this whole issue in a different light. I understand the financial departments think it's a bit of a rort, but really the minuscule number of people that are working is a testament of how negatively it's seen. The good thing is that if they do exceed the work, it will just have their pension suspended, not cancelled as it was under past legislation. That is a good initiative, and we supported that when we introduced it in the first place. I'd like to thank members in the Senate who brought this on again and led it to coming back into this House for review. The provisions that apply to disability support pension workers is also generous. Otherwise, you will have many of these people on DSPs just surviving on the pension and not contributing at all. But obviously, if they've qualified for a DSP, they are not going to be able to work full-time. But when you have no workers, someone who's there for a day or two is a whole lot better with a business with no one there. In hospitality in my region, some cafes and restaurants don't open on weekends, and we're in a tourism hub because they haven't got enough workers. It's across the board. There's a chronic and acute shortage in regional Australia, and as I just want to reinforce, with the next picking seasons, we will have many more pensioners. The silver wanderers in caravans turning up to work on farms during harvest because they feel they're not going to go ahead 2 steps earning work but then have their pension drop off over a cliff. So I commend this bill to the House, although I do recommend that the government now keeps an eye on this and extends it forever, because it's a step in the right direction. And when the Treasury realises how much extra growth in the economy we've got, because we've got people working again, they may take our advice and extend it up to the full tax-free threshold, rather than this artificial low level that it's stuck out now. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Deakin be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment Workforce Incentive Bill of 2022. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, at the outset I'd like to say that on the face of it, the government supports this bill with a second reading amendment calling on the government to increase the work bonus to $600 a fortnight from 1 July 2023. This is yet again a bill where essentially the government is copying some good ideas from the coalition, both when we were in government and also whilst we are in opposition. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the good people of Fisher. Now, Fisher is still regarded as a rural seat, and some people might find that a little bit hard to believe, with the great places of Mooloolaba, Kawana. I know the member for Braddon is having a bit of a chuckle, but we have significant farming and agricultural pursuits in the good seat of Fisher. Well, we have a great deal of strawberry farmers, pineapple farmers, macadamia nut farmers. We have cattle farmers like the good member for Braddon sitting here at the box. He's not the only cattle farmer in the country, although he'd pretend as though he is. You might say he's the best, but clearly the good people of Fisher are. We are a very, very good growing agricultural community, and I'm very proud to represent them. But what a lot of my farming constituents are telling me, and in fact a lot of my business constituents, business peoples, are telling me, is that they just cannot get staff. We're seeing cafes closing. We're seeing cafes only open for certain hours of the day. We're seeing many businesses who are the business owners are absolutely being pushed to the point of exhaustion, because they are having to work longer and longer hours because they just simply can't get staff. We're seeing the destruction of crops because they can't be picked. These are very, very real issues. And when you look at the number one burning issue that's troubling Australians at the moment, and that, of course, is cost of living, Australians are really feeling the pinch right now. And when we find a situation where employers can't get the workers that they need to be able to run their businesses, we're heading down dangerous times in this country. And it is just so incredibly important that, as a parliament, that we look at all avenues to try and free up that labour marketplace to get as many people as we possibly can into employment. Now, for those who might be listening to this, thank you. For those who might be listening to this who are at an age where they've retired, they may not want to work, and that's fine. But equally, when people who are on the aged pension or veterans' pensions, who are certainly on fixed incomes, and with the rising cost of living, many of them are having trouble making ends meet, and that is axiomatic. If you're on a fixed income and your cost of living. We know from the budget just last week that our energy prices, our electricity prices, are set to increase by 56% over the next 2 years. Our gas prices, and these are figures based on the government's own numbers, gas prices are tipped to increase by 44% over the next 2 years. Petrol and diesel, well, diesel is just absolutely out of this world at the moment. I think petrol is around on the Sunshine Coast around $1.75 a litre. Diesel, for some unbelievably unknown reason, is somewhere around $2.35, $2.40 a litre. Now, if you're a retired person who might enjoy going up to Fraser Island on occasion, as many people do in Fisher, then you probably own a four-wheel drive, a diesel four-wheel drive. You're paying $2.35 a litre to put diesel into it. These cost of living pressures are set to increase and increase significantly. So, as I said, we need to do everything we can in this place as an opposition to work collaboratively with the government to try and ease the cost of living on Australian families. Mr Deputy Speaker, I recently did my tour to Fisher, where I ride my push bike around the electorate, in Lycra, I might add, for my state colleagues. And I have to say that nearly almost every person I met, I do it over a week, member for Dobell, and I talked to over 130 constituents, and almost all of them talked to me about the rising cost of living. And when I was interviewed by a local radio station a couple of days later, they said, what's the burning issue on the Sunshine Coast? And I said this: the burning issue is cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. Everybody, and I mean everybody, is feeling the pinch at the moment. So when you've got people who are feeling the pinch, which is just about everybody, and you've got businesses that can't get staff, it stands to reason that we do what we can to try and get as many pensioners, aged pensioners or veterans who are on a pension, to be able to get them back to work if that is what they would like to do. And certainly many of them are saying that that is exactly what they want to do. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the bill amends the Social Security Law and Veterans Entitlement Act of 1986 to encourage aged pension, disability support pension, carer payment and veterans entitlement recipients over aged pension age to engage in paid employment. This includes suspending the benefits and entitlements instead of immediate cancellation, allowing for a more streamlined step-up or step-down from the incentives. It means extending the qualification for pensioner concession cards and temporarily increasing the pensioner work bonus. Now, once again, this policy reflects measures proposed by the Coalition in government. On the 10th of February 2022, the Coalition, when it was in government, I remember those glory days, introduced the Social Service Legislation Amendment Workforce Incentive Bill of 2022 to incentivise recipients of the age pension, disability support pension and certain veterans' entitlements to undertake or increase paid employment. Under the Coalition's legislation, pensioners with employment income whose total income exceeded the income limit would have their age pension suspended for a period of up to 2 years rather than cancelled after 12 weeks. If at any time during the 2-year period their income was at a level that they could return to the age pension, they would benefit from an abridged reapplication process that only required them to update their circumstances, including their income and asset information with Services Australia. The Coalition's bill also allowed for working age pensioners, disability support pensioners and certain veterans entitlement recipients and their pensioner partners to retain their pensioner concession card for up to 2 years after their payment ceases. After the election, the Coalition announced a Dutton government would support older Australians who choose to work more by doubling the amount of income aged pensioners and veteran service pensioners can earn without reducing pension payments. This would enable pensioners and relevant veteran entitlement recipients to earn up to $100 a fortnight work bonus and still receive the maximum amount of pension payment. This would benefit 80,000 aged pensioners and up to 22,000 residents of Fisher. Mr Deputy Speaker, in my electorate, it's one of the largest, in fact, is the largest demographic, and up to 22,000 residents in Fisher would benefit from this. Pensioners would continue to accrue unused pension work bonus amounts up to a maximum of $7,800, which can exempt future earnings from the pension income test. The increase would be reviewed annually. This coalition policy makes it further worthwhile for older Australians to pick up an extra shift or work extra hours and help small and regional businesses deal with labour shortages. Back then, the coalition called on the Albanese government to implement the policy immediately to help relieve pressure on a very tight labour market. And all we got from the government was silence. It took the Jobs and Skills Summit to drag the Albanese government belatedly into this policy space. While welcoming the government's long overdue announcement of an increase in the work bonus income bank balance, we said it was too little, too late. On 3rd of August, Senator Dean Smith introduced a private senator's bill to give effect to the policy announced by the coalition. The bill also included extended qualification for pensioner concession cards and suspension of benefits and entitlements instead of cancellation, as per the bill introduced by the former government on 10 February. Additionally, in September, the coalition successfully amended other government social services legislation in the Senate to include the measures contained in Senator Smith's bill. This legislation is yet to return to the House of Representatives. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the first two schedules in this government bill replicate the measures in the coalition's bill introduced in February and in Senator Smith's bill. We take issue with the lesser financial incentive, though. The government's alternative is a financial incentive less than the increase the coalition's policy would provide, and it's only a temporary measure due to expire on the 30th of June 2023. So not only is it less, half in fact, of what the coalition put forward only a couple of months ago, but it is a temporary measure. That's why the coalition is calling on the government to increase the work bonus from $300 to $600 a fortnight to incentivise eligible pensioners. Increasing the amount pensioners can earn every fortnight will make a meaningful difference to household finances, and the coalition calls on the government to increase the fortnightly work bonus from $300 to $600 from 1 July and provide certainty by actually making it ongoing. By all means, have a review, as is often the case in this place. Write it into the legislation that after 12 or 24 months of the operation of the Act, a review could be undertaken to determine whether it's still necessary, whether it's still of utilitarian value. But we would suggest at this stage that this is something that we should be looking at continuing. Now, this bill, whilst we will support it with amendments, it demonstrates two things. It demonstrates that this Labor government does not have a real plan to address the cost of living pressures faced by Australian families and their businesses. And I talked a lot about that at the commencement of my speech. Secondly, that even in opposition, the coalition is delivering for our most vulnerable, including our veteran community. It was the case with Veterans Affairs reforms. It was the case with downsizing incentives, with PBS co-payments. When it comes to healthcare, social care, employment support and veterans care, it has always been the coalition with a plan to support Australians in need. Meanwhile, Labor cut services in the regions. We saw that in the budget just a couple of weeks ago. They slashed progress made in first responder and veterans mental health support. And boy, can I wait. I can't wait to get 15 minutes in the appropriations bill to talk about those two issues. This is a government who are all talk and smoke and mirrors. We'll continue to hold them to account, backing good policy, which is usually our policy that they're copying, but we will fight them tooth and nail to ensure that Australian families and their businesses get the best out of this parliament, because they deserve nothing less.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Deakin be disagreed to. And I call the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I'm pleased that the government has listened and chosen to amend the bill to extend the legislation to the 31st of December 2023. Previously, as we know, it was scheduled to end on the 30th of June 2023. And for those of us in regional electorates, we also know that that hopefully just gives just one more harvest where we might be incentivising and making it easier for pensioners to be able to potentially work in harvest, because this is an incredibly difficult time of the year to get workers in regional Australia. Providing incentives for older Australians to engage in additional work is a concept that I strongly support, and one that I have advocated for, I think some could say, rather vigorously. On the first day of August this year, I moved a notice of motion calling on the government to introduce an opt-in scheme to increase the income test threshold for pensioners with limited savings as an incentive to engage in paid work. And this was undertaken after receiving countless requests from constituents for changes and extensive consultation with National Seniors Australia. The message received was very simple. Many people who are on the age pension want to work. Now, they might not want to work full-time, but they might want to couple working with travelling and do blocks of work. And with Australia's unemployment rate historically low at just 3.5%, I mean, it's the lowest rate in really, well, certainly my lifetime, we're in effectively full employment. Now, this is a good thing, but it has created an increasingly tight labour market with high demand for engaging and retaining workers, and as I said, particularly in the regions, because when it's cherry season, when it's apple season, and it's time to pick the strawberries, we need as many hands as we possibly can, and it becomes incredibly difficult for employers to find and attract staff. And on a weekly basis, I've got to say, I'm reminded by local businesses desperate for those looking for staff. And look, this is not just in horticulture and agriculture, this also extends to the care sector as well. Workforce participation rates for people aged 65 years and older are among the lowest in developed nations in Australia. We're currently at 14.2%, and this compares with the OECD average of 15.3%, Sweden 19%, the United States 19.4%, and our New Zealand neighbour 24.8%. So, you know, that's really significant, considering we're just across the ditch, and yet our percentages are so different, our participation is so different. Workforce participation among pensioners with limited savings is even lower, at just 3%. The data and anecdotal evidence strongly suggests there is an underutilised workforce available to us. However, older Australians are prematurely leaving critical sectors such as aged care and allied health sectors, and I've got to say teaching as well, and being student support officers, because of the penalty associated with working and the consequential reduction in pension entitlements. A serious concern for pensioners is the anxiety and stress caused by dealing with Centrelink every fortnight. This is unnecessarily disincentivising pensioners and their engagement in the workforce. And according to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, there were 107,700 people aged 60 to 69 who are no longer in the labour force, not retired and not currently employed but wanting to work part-time, but they're not engaging because the fear of having a debt, the fear of potentially receiving a letter saying we're cutting off your pension. And I'm sure many people in here have assisted older people with applying for the pension. This is not an easy process and it takes a long time, and so their fear is very real, and I understand that. National Seniors Australia found in their recent survey that 1 in 5 pensioners would consider re-entering the workforce, and this was prior to the latest inflation and cost of living increases. Recent increases to power prices and the projected inflation and even greater power costs will substantially impact the budgets of all Australians, and particularly pensioners, now who have even less money for them to dispose of. This bill will give those pensioners that want to work the opportunity to do so without unfair financial penalty. And I just want to say, look, this is so good for regional Australia, and I was hoping that the government would lift the threshold even more, because when older people are travelling around Australia, they're often in the caravan, they are staying in our regions for a considerable period of time, and many of them do want to work. And I know that when they do work, whether they're on mango farms, whether they're working, as I said, in the care sector, helping out in the schools, they've got the qualifications, they have the knowledge. And I just don't think we utilise this wonderful workforce, this wonderful group of people who want to work enough. And the thing is the best thing about the regions is if they're staying for months at a time in a particular region, maybe they're down in my electorate, or they're up in Queensland, or they're over in WA, they actually then spend more of their money back in the region, and so they're helping to grow the local economy. So this bill, while I do support it, I think it could go much further, and so I guess I'm flagging that I don't think my advocacy will stop here, Mr Speaker. And I also flag that I will be supporting the amendments by the opposition, because I think they're very sensible amendments, because really what we want to do is we want to make it as easy as possible for older Australians who want to be still connected to the workforce to indeed be part of helping to remedy the great challenges we're having with respect to workforce shortages at the moment. So I'm pleased to support this bill, and very pleased that crossbench initiatives such as this are taken up by the government. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Deakin be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this bill delivers one of the government's commitments to address Australia's market challenges through practical and targeted solutions, consistent with its announcement at the Jobs and Skills Summit in early September. It strengthens existing incentives for people over age pension age to take up work or increase the number of hours they work if they wish to do so. At present, only around 3% of age pensioners earn income from employment. By providing incentives and increasing opportunities to work more without penalty, even a marginal increase in the number of older Australians in work will benefit individuals and businesses. Through the Social Security income test, with its income-free area and proportional withdrawal rate, combined with the work bonus, pensioners are better off financially if they earn additional income rather than relying solely on income support. Pensioners are able to earn an amount of income before their pensions begin to be reduced, the income-free area. For each dollar of income over the income-free area, the single pension is reduced by 50 cents. For couples, each individual pension is reduced by 25 cents a fortnight for each dollar of income the couple has over the income-free area. In addition, the work bonus allows pensioners over age pension age to earn an extra $300 per fortnight from work before the income test is applied. The combination of the income-free area and work bonus means a single age pensioner with no other income could earn up to $490 per fortnight from work before their payment begins to reduce. Now, Deputy Speaker, I've listened to many of the speakers this evening on this legislation and the amendment, and I think there have been some important points made. I note the member for Mayo referencing retired teachers in this space and see that as potentially something that could be quite useful in schools, given the current staff shortages. Particularly, as it's my own background, I would make the suggestion that highly skilled teachers who have retired might return to fill some of those chronic shortages we have around literacy and numeracy specialists, where they might be working in a situation where they're working with a very small group of students, or even one-on-one in a mentoring coaching role. And the thought of having that kind of experience and knowledge and the years and years built up around literacy learning back in schools, not necessarily on a full teaching day, because I don't know that even I could return to a full teaching load at my young age, so I wouldn't like to think a full teaching load for those interested in the House is extraordinarily straining. So you're looking at potentially in a high school, you could have 300 students across that week. So when it comes to report writing, that means you're going to write 300 reports. So there's a good reason why lots of teachers take their time out of schools as quicker than perhaps in other industries, but this would give us an opportunity to bring people back into those specialist roles in schools potentially, and bring back their expertise, their insight and their many, many, many years of looking at ways to support students to make those next steps in literacy and numeracy, which are quite critical in our schools. So I can see this really working in that profession. And I assume, Deputy Speaker, that there are many other areas where someone on an age pension might relatively return to the workforce. Of course, I by no means would support the notion that this would mean that we'd have age pensioners climbing trees, Mr Speaker, because I would think that would be very short-sighted around the notion of people's physical capacities. And I'm also of a mind to think carefully too about those people who've worked in hard manual labour all their lives and wouldn't want to create an expectation that they were expected to return to hard manual labour past retirement. They might, however, find other ways of finding work for those hours a week that they chose and to create incentives where that might be possible. And with some of the changes too of late where workplaces are more open to people working from home, that might also suit some people wanting to take up these incentives. The bill has two key policies that are designed to incentivise pensioners to take up work if they wish to do so. The first is temporarily increasing the work bonus income bank. The government has listened to the concerns of key community stakeholders and our parliamentary colleagues in this place and the Senate that 7 months was not enough time to assess the effectiveness of this policy change. Today, the government has amended the bill to have the temporary increase to the work bonus income bank cease on the 31st of December 2023. This extension results in minor increase in the cost of the measure of around $2.5 million. Deputy Speaker, I think this is a measure, having come out of the Jobs and Skills Summit, that the government is meeting the commitments that it's made. We're hoping that pensioners who want to take up this opportunity, that this bill will support them more readily to do so, and will make the difference, if you like, in terms of when you go over the incentive limits, that the bill actually shapes that so it's less punitive, if you like, for people, and works on a way where they might re-engage with the age pension if they get beyond the income point where they lose the pension. So thought has been put in to ensure that this bill allows people on the age pension to re-engage in the workforce or to continue to work to take up hours in the workforce and not be punished financially, if you like, through their pension. So it's a bill that's thoughtful. It's a bill that allows the best of both worlds, if you like. The number of people on the age pension who are currently doing the hours of work, as I said, is at 3%, and some increase in that could potentially be expected with these incentives in place. Deputy Speaker, it is a hallmark of this new government that we are prepared to listen, we're prepared to take things on board, and that was seen in the Jobs and Skills Summit, where, of course, this came up, and the Jobs and Skills Summit created a space where many people gathered to share ideas about how we could best deal with the jobs and skills shortage, and one of the responses can be seen in this bill, but there were many other ideas that came out of the Jobs and Skills Summit, obviously. Deputy Speaker, the consultation has been quite detailed, and the consultation from the community stakeholders has been quite detailed, and this government and this minister have listened intently to the ideas coming from others, and that means that recipients of age pension and certain veterans' entitlements who have employment income and are suspended because their income is too high will also keep their pensioner concession card for up to 2 years. This is an important point to be made here, because losing that pensioner concession card would be an absolute disincentive, because often, as we heard the member for Dobell speak earlier about the fact that with age comes an increase in health costs. And so keeping that concession card for a 2-year period is actually something that's very thoughtful in this bill. And I'd like to thank the Minister for her work in making sure that this bill supports pensioners and supports them in thoughtful ways to ensure that if they do choose to take up work or to increase the hours that they're working, that the impact of that has been considered thoughtfully, and things have been put in place in this bill to ensure that they're not negatively impacted. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Brisbane to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Deakin be disagreed to. I call the honourable minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in summing up, I'd just like to thank all members who have been part of this debate today. I think this has been a very constructive debate in which people have clearly indicated a common desire, I think, that is to support our pensioners to be able to work more, particularly at a time where we've heard right across the country there are skill shortages, and those skill shortages in some places are quite acute. That is why the government has put forward this bill. It does deliver on one of the government's commitments to address Australia's labour market challenge through practical and targeted solutions. And this was, as I said, an issue that did come up at the Jobs and Skills Summit early in September. Jobs and Skills Summit was a particularly important, I think, gathering in which we were able to examine a range of different solutions, and this is one of the solutions because it strengthens the existing incentives for people over age pension age to take up work or increase the number of hours they work if they wish to do so. The bill also provides that aged pensioners and those receiving equivalent Department of Veteran Affairs payments will no longer have their pension cancelled after 12 weeks if their income, where it includes some income from employment, exceeds their income limit. Instead, they will be suspended from payment for up to 2 years. An abridged reapplication process will be made available to them should their income no longer preclude them from payment. Pensioners suspended from payment will keep their pension concession card for 2 years instead of it being cancelled after 12 weeks. So they retain access to a range of benefits, include cheaper prescription medications. Certainly in my time recently as the Minister for Social Services, the importance of being able to keep that pensioner concession card is really important. And so being able to retain this and the range of benefits that not are only Commonwealth benefits, but of course are benefits to the wider that state governments have to offer, are really important. The benefits of this measure also extend to partners of age pension, disability support pensions and equivalent veterans payment recipients, as long as their partner is also receiving the age pension. This measure will strengthen the incentive for older Australians to work, is critically important. I would say from this point that the government won't be supporting the second reading amendment, quite obviously moved by the opposition. We believe that our proposal that we are putting forward is the right proposal for the right time. This is a time-limited proposal, particularly in the area of workforce shortage, where the acute needs of labour are very strong, and we want to provide that upfront income bank to really give a boost right now. But as I will foreshadow, that we will be moving a government amendment in this place in the consideration in detail, which is likely going to happen tomorrow, as a result of the work, really us listening to the concerns of many in this place. And I do note the member for Mayo and the member for Kooyong, as well as Senator Rice in the other place, who did make the point around the length of time, and I will be talking to that amendment. But I do foreshadow an amendment in consideration in detail, providing this incentive, this work bonus incentive, be extended for, be available for 12 months. And this is the way the government has listened and has found what I think is a good, sensible amendment that we will move in the consideration in detail. But we won't be supporting the opposition second reading amendment. It doesn't fit with our policy, and we won't be supporting the Greens second reading amendment either. While very noble to increase the rate of all income support recipients, is not something that we will be supporting as part of this bill. So this is really a sensible proposal, because of course at present only around 3% of age pensioners earn income from employment, but providing this incentive and increasing the opportunities to work, even the most marginal increase, the number of older Australians will benefit. Obviously, the individuals benefit. And I was having a very brief conversation with the member for Mayo, who was talking about those really those great outcomes that happen. My mum, indeed, only retired last year. Probably don't want to give her age away in this place, but she definitely saw the benefit of working after retirement age. So this is an important piece of legislation, and we look forward to voting on this tomorrow, as I know that that we won't have a vote until tomorrow morning. So I think the proposal before us, we have amended the bill, as I said, to have a temporary increase, a work bonus for that bank, that we will foreshadow that amendment that will cease on the 31st of December 2023. This extension results in a minor increase to the cost, around $2.5 million over the year, but it will mean that, and all of us, I'm sure, will be focused on making sure that pensioners will be communicated this bonus in their work. The increase in their work bank is really important, because it will allow for that flexibility as well with that upfront bonus. So this is, I think, a really important bill and I think I'm 2 more minutes. And I think yes, I will say that that this, in addition, as I said, to keeping the card, this does provide it up front. And I did want to talk a little bit about the benefits of that work income bank up front, because one of the constraints about having an increase in how much you can earn on a fortnightly basis is it doesn't take into account some of the seasonal aspects of work. Perhaps I really like this example. It is the Father Christmas example. You know, that is a very intense amount of work in a short period of the year, and of course without the income bank flexibility you wouldn't necessarily get to do that sort of intermittent work over the year. So that's particularly where I think the bank is important. It will be, as I said, provided up front, so there is a real opportunity now if pensioners have been waiting and that has been a disincentive for their pension, that as soon as this bill gets royal assent, they'll be able to go out there and take up those work opportunities. This does complement a range of measures that we have put in place to support senior Australians, and they, of course, are through our seniors pensioner card, which really came into effect. And I would encourage senior Australians that may not have been eligible before to really get on that website and see if they're eligible. This is just another plank in this government's proposal to make lives of our pensioners and seniors better.
It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Canning.
Very kind. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The City of Mandurah, as you know, in the heart of my constituency, is home to over 90,000 people. Its population has more than doubled in the last 20 years to become one of the biggest cities in Western Australia. However, local services have not kept up with that population growth, and a perfect example is the Peel Health Campus. The Peel Health Campus is the only major hospital in Mandurah and the broader Peel region. It was built in the 90s and since then has remained largely unchanged. Back in 2019, I ran a grassroots campaign and, with the people of Mandurah, secured $25 million from the previous coalition government to upgrade the emergency department at the hospital. But what has the Premier, Mark McGowan, and the WA State Labor government done since they've come to power in 2017? They've poured $10 million into a new car park. The hospital is yet to receive upgrades promised by the Premier and WA State Labor over a year ago. The Peel Health Campus no longer has the capacity to properly service the needs of our community. We have unacceptable emergency waiting times, insufficient services, pensioners without ready access to important treatments, and record-high ambulance ramping times. And this is quite shocking. Last month, ramping hours skyrocketed to more than 565. That's more than 18 hours a day. Since then, WA has earned another shameful title, reporting its worst annual ambulance ramping figures on record. In just 10 months, ambulances have spent more than 54,000 hours ramped outside WA hospitals. When WA Labor came to government in 2017, annual ramping sat at 9,819 hours. Nurses are working double shifts to make up for staff shortages, and still Premier Mark McGowan is slow to listen and slow to act on this issue. The evidence is right in front of him, yet he continues to deflect, blaming our failing hospital system on a decline in GP numbers and bulk billing practices. Let's not forget, these are not just figures. These are Western Australians waiting outside hospitals in an ambulance for life-saving treatment. And there's a human cost to this. My constituents have reached out to me with experiences at Peel Health Campus. One of the most troubling was from Jean, aged 88, in Meadow Springs. On September 26, Jean began experiencing sharp pain in her feet and legs. She was reluctant to go to hospital, as her last visit, 10 days earlier, resulted in her sitting in a waiting room in the emergency department for 8 hours. After enduring excruciating pain for 2 days, in which she was unable to stand and needed to crawl on her hands and knees to the toilet, on the 28th of September, Jean called an ambulance. Ambulance staff assessed her and took her straight to the Peel Health Campus at 9:45 a.m. For the entire day, Jean sat in a wheelchair in the waiting room with no pain relief, no food and no water. At about 8:30 p.m, Jean and other patients in triage, many of whom were elderly, were advised that the hospital was extremely short-staffed, there were no beds and no medical assessments would be done that evening. The patients waiting in the emergency department had two options: either find their own way to Rockingham Hospital, about 40 minutes to our north, or go home. Jean, still in severe pain and unable to stand, was put in a taxi and sent home. She was in such distress and pain that she asked the taxi driver to stop in at her neighbour Vicky's house. It was Vicky who brought this terrible experience to my attention. In a letter to me, Vicky wrote, and I quote, "It is absolutely disgusting and shameful that we do not have adequate facilities to treat our elderly with the respect and dignity they deserve." Vicky is right. This is just not good enough. The people of the Peel region elected 3 state Labor members of parliament who have all remained silent on this issue. Dable Templeman, the member for Mandurah, Robin Clark, the member for Murray-Wellington, and Lisa Munday, the member for Dawesville, an ex-paramedic herself, should hang their heads in shame for not standing up for our community and for advocating within their government. And I note that David Templeman is in the state cabinet. We should have better advocacy from our local state members. WA trusted Premier Mark McGowan, and month after month he continues to let us down. It is time for him and his government to act and to deliver the health services the people of the Peel region deserve. Thank you.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for McEwen.
Thank you, Speaker. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. This week, Sikhs around the nation, including hundreds of people in McEwen, will be celebrating and honouring the 553rd anniversary of the birth of Guru Nanak. In the words of Guru Nanak's biographies, the bounteous Lord heard the anguished cries of humanity, and so Guru Nanak he sent the word of woe. Tonight I'm pleased to honour, celebrate in this place the one who began the great religion of Sikhism, Guru Nanak Dev. From what I've read of his early life, it's safe to say it's not a surprise that he did not follow in his father's footsteps into accounting. I think one of the early examples from the biographies we now have of Guru Nanak is his decision as a young boy to refuse to wear a thread of caste. Nanak refused to wear the thread, arguing that it should not be used as a means of judging a person. This, we of course now see as an idea replicated across the globe, that a person is able and should be given the right to show what and who they are based on their character. But in a time and a place, such ideas were radical and progressive. Although we have many stories of the young Nanak, his main teachings and realisations are said to have begun when he reached the age of 30, in around 1499. Nanak taught that God was beyond religious dogma and external definition. He said he would follow neither the Muslim or Hindu religion, but God's path. He taught there is no Muslim, there is no Hindu. Again, a new way of thinking in a world that was rife with political and social conflict between Islam and Hinduism at the time. During his lifetime, Guru Nanak attracted followers from many religious traditions, but despite this renown, he chose to refuse material gifts, believing that spirituality should be given freely, not dependent on a financial payment. It is written that he said, "Even kings and emperors with heaps of wealth and vast dominion cannot compare with an ant filled with the love of God." This idea translates beyond religion into how we can view society as a whole. Wealth cannot buy what a full and honest heart provides for free. These teachings also had profound social implications. Nanak denounced the caste system and moved the religious focus from external aids like rituals and priests, bringing that spiritual focus inward. Guru Nanak always stressed the inner spiritual awakening. As the first Guru, Nanak practiced and expounded the central tenets of modern Sikh faith. We know those to be selflessness, sharing with others and giving to those who are less fortunate, but also a selfless attitude, avoiding the pitfalls of egoism, pride and jealousy, earning an honest living, living without deceit, exploitation or fraud. Naam Japna, meditating on God's name and repeating a mantra. He said through the repetition of God's name, a follower could free himself from selfish tendencies and cultivate happiness. Like all enduring religions, these themes have abiding importance into the modern world. Sikhism is a religion whose ideas of selfless service, social justice and for the benefit of all, and honest conduct of themes, and not just themes but thoughts, guides and actions. that it is a tenet as people in public service to our communities we can understand are often so striving to make our work central in government. Despite being one of the youngest amongst the world's major religions, Sikhism is now the 5th largest religion in the world. That's no small thing to reach over 25 million people with a message grounded in oneness, love and, so importantly, social justice. Sikhism has been the fastest growing religion in Australia since 2011. With many Indian Sikhs, Hindus and Muslims living in Australia, our country is becoming stronger and more diverse as we learn the many lessons in how big melting pot culture can sustain and grow our national identity and character. We know that right now we're at a time and a place in history where understanding and respecting each other is more important than ever. Australia is richer because of the communities, cultures and faiths that are part of our great melting pot. Although there are often loud voices of dissent to this opinion, we know through the small acts of kindness and fellowship there are many Australians embrace and celebrate the cultural diversity of our nation. So tonight I want to acknowledge Guru Nanak and many good friends like my great friend Avtar Singh, who just recently celebrated his 50th birthday, because they are celebrating this auspicious occasion on a Sikh calendar. And we know that in times of need, the Sikhs in our communities are the first ones out there helping those in floods, bushfires, storms, wherever there is an opportunity to help. Many times during lockdowns and bushfires, the Sikh community have been the first ones out there volunteering their time, cooking food, delivering meals and helping people who are alone and by themselves. And I think that this is so important that we acknowledge this through the Sikh Volunteers Australia and through the Australian Multicultural Organisation, that what we're seeing is a group of people who have come to this country and added so strongly to the fabric of what we would call mates, being mates. They help us, they work with us, and we should acknowledge them for that.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the world is at a dangerous juncture. The combination of rising security threats and weakening finances will cause great challenges over the next decade. Australia's financial position is much stronger than virtually all of our peer nations, but that strength is not assured in the future, and we must defend it. Mr Speaker, the Coalition has always stood for the bedrocks that make Australia strong: personal freedom and sound financial management. We believe that people's innate desire to pursue their dreams is the most powerful force for good in our society, and we believe that government must always manage its finances well so that our nation has resources when it really needs them. Today, Australia's level of gross government debt as a proportion of the economy at 37% is much lower than our peers in the developed world. It didn't happen by accident. After years of exceptional economic management, Prime Minister Howard and Treasurer Costello left Australia with no net debt and $50 billion in the bank. The Rudd-Gillard Labor government spent all of the $50 billion and then left Australia with debt of more than $300 billion and a deficit of $44 billion by 2013-14. Throughout the term of the Coalition, this deficit level was consistently reduced to the point where a surplus was recorded in 2018-19. This was achieved through a disciplined focus on reining in government spending, expertly led by former Finance Minister Matthias Cormann. Of course, in early 2020, COVID hit and extraordinary measures were put in place. They had to be. Without JobKeeper, Australia would have experienced unemployment and social dislocation unseen since the Great Depression. JobKeeper worked, and we came out of the pandemic in a better position than virtually any nation on earth. The pandemic, Mr Speaker, has eroded the finances of the developed world, leading to debt levels that have no precedent in modern history other than during the Second World War. In the United States, the UK and France, central government debt is bigger than the size of the entire economy at more than 100% of GDP. In the world's third largest economy, Japan, central government debt is more than 200% of GDP. The risks posed by high debt aren't academic. Many nations have been pulverised by the impact of debt, including some formerly great economies. And even the biggest economies in the world have limits to how much they can borrow. The recent reaction to the UK mini-budget is instructive. Debt markets severely marked down the UK economy, sending the price of borrowing up for both the government and homeowners. In effect, the market was saying enough debt, forcing the hand of the UK government. This is not a good place to be, as it places too much power in the hands of debt holders relative to the sovereign government. We must never allow that to happen here. On our side of the House, we feel this issue in our bones, Mr Speaker. Many of us have run businesses, and we know that too much debt is a dangerously bad thing. But, Mr Speaker, the Labor Party doesn't understand that. During COVID, they wanted to spend far more than the Coalition. They wanted to extend the JobKeeper program, and they wanted to pay people to get vaccinated, amongst other things. All up, their COVID-era policies would have seen Australia's debt increase by $80 billion. Since coming to government, Labor's own budget papers say that its decisions will increase deficits and debt. 3 years from now, its election commitments and other priorities will make the deficit $6 billion worse than it would otherwise have been. It's on page 78 of Budget Paper 1, Mr Speaker. We can't see what happens after that because the forecasts don't go that far, but we can be sure it will be even more. As Liberals, we're instinctively opposed to charging Australians more to pay for the cost of government, but it's very clear that this is where the government is headed through its national conversation on the budget. A good national conversation for the government would be, so far our decisions have increased debt and deficit, but we're going to change that to reduce our debt levels through a sensible approach to spending. But the real national conversation, Mr Speaker, is going to be, we the government have increased debt and deficit and our spending plans are going to increase it by much more, so you're going to have to pay more to us in tax. We don't need more tax. We need sensible budget management, something the Coalition has always provided, that Labor fails on every time. This issue always matters, Mr Speaker, but in unsettled times it matters even more.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Fraser.
Speaker, I rise today to speak about the floods that have recently impacted so much of Australia's east coast. These floods have impacted both urban and regional areas right up and down Australia's east coast, but I want to focus today on the impact that they've had on my electorate and the community that I live in. I want to speak in particular about the way in which these floods have disrupted the lives and businesses of thousands of people in my electorate. They've affected suburbs such as Sunshine, Footscray, Ascot Vale, Keilor, electorates in the heart of my electorate or bordering my electorate, but I want to speak in particular about the people who live in the suburb of Maribyrnong, a suburb where dozens of families are still unable to return to their homes. There has been no more confronting experience that I have lived through as an MP than to walk through that suburb in the days after those floods, to see street after street where people's possessions, all of their furniture, all of their possessions that defined their lives were out on their front lawns, to see the lives of families, individuals, children impacted so dramatically, to see children unable to return to school, to see small businesses unable to operate. Some of these families may not be able to return to their home for 3, 6 or even longer, 3 or 6 months or even longer. I spoke to one father who ended up, because of the speed with which the water rose, on the roof of his house with his wife and their 4 children. Their plight was captured by the helicopter of the local news station. They were rescued by a boat, and their story was told very eloquently by his youngest daughter, 8 years old, to the news live on camera that night. She told of the incredible relief that she felt of being plucked off the roof and taken to land nearby. But there are so many other stories just like that. Families who were in harm's way, and fortunately, at least in the community that I represent, nobody has suffered serious injury, but so many people who were, as I said, in harm's way. What struck me, of course, was the resilience of individuals, the resilience of families and the resilience of that community, but also, of course, the community spirit, neighbours helping each other. And again, there were so many stories of the SES door-knocking the night before, but then of neighbours looking out for each other, of an elderly woman who was brought to the community centre to safety the next morning by her neighbours, who had checked in on her multiple times the night before, of another elderly person who had decided to stay in their home, knowing the patterns of the river, having lived in that house for decades, but whose neighbours bought her a pair of gumboots so that she would be better placed to survive the perilous 24 hours that were ahead. Then, in the days following, the volunteers who from neighbouring suburbs descended on that suburb in their hundreds to help people manage the incredibly difficult, the difficult task physically and emotionally of clearing out their house, not only of their possessions but of carpet and of fixtures. It was an extremely difficult few days. Then, walking around that suburb in the days after that flooding, to see people driving from across town, people driving from dozens of kilometres away to drop off bags of groceries to people who had been the most affected. I want to acknowledge the work of so many volunteers, the SES, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army and local business who donated clothes, toys for children. It really was an all-in effort. Government did its bit. I want to acknowledge local council who set up a resources hub, the Maribyrnong Community Centre, the next day, which so many people took refuge in. They also did their best with cleaning up all of the mud across so many streets and doing hard rubbish collections across so many areas. Federal and state governments chipped in with emergency payments that I think helped many people, but of course I do want to acknowledge that so much more is left to do. The longer-term project of helping people manage their insurance, the longer-term project of providing individuals and families with mental health support. I also want to acknowledge that there are some concerns in the community, and I want to help people manage any ongoing concerns that they have. This has been an incredible process. The community stood up for each other, and I just want to say to people, my thoughts are with those who are still affected, and I and my office are here to help you with any ongoing concerns.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to relate the story of a Bradfield constituent which I believe highlights the danger that anti-corruption bodies can present in tainting the reputations and damaging the lives of innocent people. Of course, the Coalition fully supports the Commonwealth Anti-Corruption Commission, but it is very important that there are appropriate procedural safeguards so that innocent people do not become collateral damage. My constituent Nick Di Girolamo was a successful lawyer and businessman and respected leader in the Italian-Australian community. But his world was turned upside down when he was accused by the Independent Commission Against Corruption in New South Wales of fraud in 2014. ICAC subjected Mr Di Girolamo to public slurs and humiliations in full view of a voracious media. A particularly damaging allegation was that as CEO of Australian Water Holding, Mr Di Girolamo had acted fraudulently by seeking reimbursement from Sydney Water for $76,000 of Liberal Party donations. Mr Di Girolamo's act of sending a gift of wine to then New South Wales Premier Barry O'Farrell attracted great focus from ICAC and intense media interest. In 2017, ICAC ultimately cleared Mr Di Girolamo of all the allegations it made of him. But this was several years after the accusations were made in the full glare of publicity. Over those several years, Mr Di Girolamo faced repeated cross-examinations, negative media coverage and great family stress. He even received death threats. Once he was hauled before ICAC, counsel assisting Geoffrey Watson fed the hysteria by labelling Mr Di Girolamo a shyster. This was deeply regrettable and inappropriate conduct by Mr Watson, but of course he has never provided an apology. In Mr Di Girolamo's words, quotes, "When counsel assisting opened hearings, I was belittled and humiliated by the severity of the allegations. They cut me to the core. It was truly harrowing as I knew the allegations were wrong. It's an environment where you're not innocent until proven guilty. If you're there, the reporting is such that you're already guilty," close quotes. For Mr Di Girolamo, the result of being called before ICAC was to be shunned by colleagues, friends and business associates. His income collapsed. Since having the unfair allegations against him dropped by ICAC, Mr Di Girolamo has sought to get his life back on track and now runs his own legal practice. But being cleared of wrongdoing by ICAC does not erase one's association with it. Google search results and online news articles don't disappear. Mr Di Girolamo has sought to present his cautionary tale to the Parliament through a submission to the committee inquiring into the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation. Troublingly, the committee has declined to publish his submission, which leads me to wonder how many other submissions highlighting some of the negative consequences of current design features of state anti-corruption commissions have similarly been suppressed by the committee, with the Labor majority presumably following direction from the Attorney-General. Mr Di Girolamo has authorised me to refer to his submission and to quote from it. In his submission, he makes it clear that he supports the establishment of Commonwealth Anti-Corruption Commission, but it is very important the rules under which it operates are carefully designed. Both the Prime Minister and the Attorney-General have recently stated that the National Anti-Corruption Commission has been modelled on the New South Wales Independent Commission Against Corruption. Mr Di Girolamo, rightly in my view, raises his personal experience as highlighting matters which properly need to be balanced up in considering the rules under which the National Anti-Corruption Commission will operate. In his submission, he argues that changes should be made to the government's NAC legislation, such as creating the ability for commissioners to declare the innocence of people of interest at any time during proceedings. This is worth considering. Let me relay one of the most painful experiences Mr Di Girolamo and his family were forced to endure. Quoting from Mr Di Girolamo, quotes, "As I walked into the ICAC inquiry on the first day, someone yelled out, 'Suicide is an option, Nick.'" Close quotes. And Mr Di Girolamo goes on to say in his submission, the one that the committee has not seen fit to publish, quote, "There's something about the way the Commission has operated that's conducive to people behaving so abhorrently," close quotes. I urge the government to heed the experiences of Mr Di Girolamo and other witnesses who have been called before state anti-corruption commissions around the country. Sadly, there are too many instances of reputations and livelihoods destroyed, leading often to significant mental trauma and, in some cases, to suicide. I call on the Joint Select Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation to examine Mr Di Girolamo's experiences in making recommendations on amendments to the bill. The presumption of innocence has been part of the golden thread of justice in common law countries for many centuries for very good reason. It is supported by the rules of evidence and many other procedural safeguards, and we may well reflect that reputation, which Shakespeare called the immortal part of oneself, is not easily restored once lost, particularly when unjustly lost. These important principles of justice should not be lightly sacrificed. I urge the government and my fellow parliamentarians to consider these matters very carefully.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ipswich is one of the fastest growing regions in the country, so we need to invest in local jobs, infrastructure and services to meet our current and future needs. And to that end, the federal budget contained tens of millions of dollars in funding for infrastructure, industry, flood resilience projects, health and veteran services and community and sporting facilities. Within that, there is a focus on long-term infrastructure to support our growing population, as well as some more immediate flood recovery and resilient projects. Firstly, there is a support for a high-priority transport infrastructure project to support our growing city, and that is that last section of the Ipswich motorway. There's $12.5 million for planning works for the final stage from the Oxley roundabout through to what we used to call the Centenary Interchange. And I know you and I, Speaker, as a member for Oxley, have advocated for a long time on the Ipswich motorway. And this is money that's been requested for the planning purposes by the Queensland Labor government. And I'm sure Anastasia Palaszczuk and Mark Bailey, the Infrastructure and Main Roads Minister and the Deputy Premier, who's got responsibility for state projects, Stephen Miles, will be supportive of that money going towards the Queensland government. That final stage of the Ipswich motorway, where 100,000 vehicles a day travel through between Ipswich and Brisbane, is absolutely crucial for the electorates of Blair and Oxley and surrounds as well. There's $3.4 million to complete a detailed business case for Ipswich to Springfield rail line, and this has been requested by the Ipswich City Council and also by Springfield City Group, and many people, as well as the Chamber of Commerce and Springfield and Ipswich. This will link, once it's completed, this rail link, the suburbs between Springfield, Redbank Plains, Ripley and Yamanto. 70% of the growth in Ipswich, where the population will go from just under 250,000 now to about 550,000 in the next 2 to 3 decades, 70% of that growth will be in that southern corridor. So this is particularly important money. I know the Ipswich City Council is undertaking an options analysis, and it's only just started. This is above the $2 million we committed, and it's part, of course, of the city deal that the Ipswich City Council negotiated with the former government. We're delivering. We have delivered that $3.4 million. I know that the Ipswich City Council have considered that it's going to cost about $10 million in the planning and the business case work. And you and I, Mr Speaker, have advocated for that rail link for a very long time. It's important for our constituents as well. We saw just how many people have come to Springfield as a result of the linking of the rail link to Springfield Central, which, by the way, is the home of the Brisbane Lions, and I look forward to the Brisbane Lions being able to play football there. And I would urge the AFL to think about the grand final for the AFLW being located at Springfield. It would be terrific for the grand final for AFLW. But there's also money in the budget, I think critical money, to upgrade the Ipswich Showgrounds. This is the main evacuation location for Ipswich. Now, I have been critical of the Ipswich City Council, and I've said this to the Mayor. There should have been more evacuation hubs at places like Goodna and Rosewood and Carolee and elsewhere. But this $4 million we're giving to the Ipswich Show Society is crucial. $1.5 million of that will be, of course, under our Disaster Ready Fund, the previous government not having used that emergency response fund. We are going to put $200 million a year towards projects like this, and I look forward to that money going to the Ipswich Show Society. This will be important for flood resilience and recovery. I'm working with the state MP, the LNP state member for Moggill, and the LNP councillor for Pullen Vale, and I'm urging the government to think also federally in the future for this money for a similar type project for Mount Crosby State School, because the people in Mount Crosby Currundians get cut off every big flood, isolated. Even though they're in Brisbane, they get isolated. They're my constituents, and I think that would be crucial. The $3 million we are providing, of course, the Ipswich City Council, will be towards the Bremer River and tributaries under our Urban Rivers program. That's crucial in terms of flood recovery, resilience, water quality and environmental values in our urban waterways. Important creeks that go into the Brisbane and Bremer River in our area, like Woogaroo Creek, Myhigh Creek, Bundamba Creek. So we'll work with the Ipswich City Council, putting $1 million towards this particular project as well. But this is absolutely crucial. We haven't even got flood gauges in some of these places. So I am very pleased to see the support of this government for the people of Ipswich.
The House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.